But once it was more than just Brooke and myself, we needed a bigger place. So in the summer of 2003, we started building our second cabin. The idea was 1,000 square foot
S.W.Frost is now live streaming last epoch tie no art offers please simple soup will be fine I guess.
Foundation. It's concrete pads with little concrete piers on top. The idea is, if you're building on permafrost, you need to be able to adjust the foundation. If one area heaves, you can take a few shims off the top of the post. If it's
Goodbye for now. How's it going, guys? Dickface here with another Kenshi video. I'm coming to you today because I have seen the light. No more am I blinded by my own hedonism, for I have been converted to the holy path by Kenshi's chadliest YouTuber. I am, of course, talking about Our Damn Terror. This is a man who has cock-slapped all social norms and created one of the most unique channels I have ever seen. But before we get into that, let's start at the beginning. It was May 9th, 2020. I had just finished machine gun jackhammering my dick for 20 minutes straight, and I decided to check my comments on my most recent Kenshi video. That's when I saw him, like a gorilla in the mist, you know, in all his glory. This man, Our Damn Terror, had posted like 7 links to his channel on
Welcome to my channel.
That's just something you don't do, you know, especially to small YouTubers. Bold move. That's just something you don't do, you know, especially to small YouTubers. Bold move, but okay, let's see what he's all about before I remove these comments. I clicked on his channel and began falling down the rabbit hole of big dick Chad energy. I woke up like 8 days later, you know, a changed man, and I've taken some time to itemize Our Damn's big dick power plays as they pertain to Kenshi, content creation, and YouTube in general. Item 1, pirate music.
Hello, John. I'm recording you from inside one of Our Damn's videos where the mesmerizing roar of copyright-free pirate music is drowning out all commentary.
Yeah, man, Our Damn doesn't give a fuck about anything. He doesn't even care if you can hear him. All he cares about is bumping some thick-ass pirate music in his videos and mumbling in the background like a true alpha male. Fucking hilarious. Here's an example. You know, the low gurgling sound in the background is him. All jokes aside, it's actually pretty catchy. I kind of do like it. But yeah, he just doesn't care. He's not going to be held down by, you know, oh, can they hear me? Can't they hear me? He's just going to do his thing, and I respect that. Item 2, accent, question mark.
Welcome back, guys, to Kenshi Works and Crusaders. We've done a lot. What's been going on? What's been going on? Let's dive right into it.
It's strange, right? It's bizarre. It sounds like someone with an accent is trying to do another accent and they're like meshing on top of each other in a way that like confuses the mind. I can't figure it out. All I can say is that it's a true Chad power play to make up your own fucking nationality and accent. You know, it's daring and I like it. Also, it really makes me self-conscious about my accent or lack thereof. You know, I just sound like a dude. You know, I don't sound like I fucking spent 7 years in the military or like I could fucking strangle a kangaroo to death. Like, I just sound like a dude. It's terrible. But that's another, you know, topic for another video. Item 3, video editing. Call me a fucking soy boy, simp, new male, low test cock pheasant. But I try and make my videos, you know, somewhat palatable by using editing software to cut off the boring parts. Well, turns out that's a fucking waste of time because as Our Damn says, it's a live video, you don't need to edit, you don't like it, skip the bar, there's a YouTube bar, skip the minutes. What the fuck? I never even considered this possibility. You know what, guys? Fuck editing. I'm taking a piss break. You don't like it? Skip the bar, there's a motherfucking YouTube bar, skip the minutes, we're doing it live.
Kata. Welcome to my channel.
Item 4 of why he is a gigantic Chad, channel tags. Channel tags are used to sum up your channel and kind of describe it to the YouTube algorithm. So usually you'll put things like funny, Kenshi, Let's Play, you know, and so on, usually you'll want to avoid negative terms, which is why I found Ardam's tags to be particularly interesting, because he opted for hardcore, bestie DJ, Satan, or actually son of Satan, crazy, terrorist, and speed. What the fuck does speed mean? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that means, dude, but I'm definitely gonna start labeling my videos with speed terrorist to pay homage to this blatant disregard for the YouTube algorithm. The man is truly fighting the system. Also, his Viking channel background makes me shit my pants. Item 5. Okay, say it with me. Naked slave boy cock and penis torture. Okay, so this one's a bit of a story. So just like Ardam commented his links on my video, he also does this to other channels. As he explains, he does it because he believes he's shadow banned. And honestly, I'm starting to believe him. But anyway, he comments this on another channel, Cool Kid Croc, to which the KKK responds basically saying, you're a talentless loser and I hate your videos. This, this doesn't go over well in his Kenshi base of Grimrock City.
Welcome back to Kenshi, guys. Look what we have here. Cool Kid Croc comments on our channel. I did not ask for advice, nor I did for the spell check. But I am a warlord, and I do it my way. And please, you do it your way. And I don't care if all my viewers will check your vids. Kid, don't make me add you in the game, cause you'll be off to slavery and mine the salt mines for the rest of your miserable life. If you don't end up in the peeler first, that is. Then we just fucking eat you.
So he decides to add Cool Kid Croc into his Kenshi save as a naked slave boy and abuse the shit out of him.
So to keep up on my promise, let's go into the game. Look what we have here. Cool Kid Croc into the game. What are we gonna do with this guy? First, take off his fucking stuff. Yeah, cool kid. Don't look cool now, boy. Wait, I got some jewelry for you too, mate. I got some jewelry. Not done yet. It's, Hey, what are you doing, Des? You gotta be kidding me. How the fuck can you die?
I think this is great. And once I find the 2 people that consistently dislike my videos, you guys are fucked. I'm gonna take a page out of Ardam's book, add you into my game, and just ass fuck you for 25 episodes. Alright? Item 6. Invincible comment game. Okay, class, next we will discuss how this guy is completely fucking untouchable. I spent quite some time looking through his comments, and he does get a fair bit of criticism, constructive or otherwise, but the consistent theme through all of his conversations is that you literally can't beat this guy. You tell him he's cringe, he says he loves the gringe. You tell him he's disturbing when he adds you in his game as a naked slave boy, he tells you you're a fucking degenerate and this is the penance for all the NPCs you've killed, so suck it up, piss baby. You fucking dare try to tell him to adjust his Mediterranean pirate rock because it's too loud compared to his voice? Well, there is a volume button on your CPU computer. Then he calls you a scuzzbucket and adds you into his game anyway. Oh, and don't forget, it is what it is. I don't know, I love his attitude. Like, he actually is very chill. I feel like I could tell him to go fuck himself and he'd be like, that's the Kenshi, man. Alright, mwahaha. He's absolutely unbeatable. Don't even try, Retro Gandalf. He's too powerful. Run while you still can, man. Oh god. Item 7, output. This one's really simple. He uploads a video every day, which is not easy. That's it. Item 8, he's a risk taker. Alright? Simply put, this guy's got some fucking moxie, alright? And I like it. He's not afraid to give the people what they want. Like, for example, who else could upload Kenshi, followed by an hour-and-a-half documentary on a Waffen SS general, followed by Stellaris, followed by a collection of abstract music videos such as The Itchy, Blonde Bimbo, 9/11, Fuck the System, and Crack Whore. No one, that's who. Fucking no one would do that. Some people may, say this is an amateur mistake, but I say the boy's, he's finding himself. And that's alright. And that concludes, my list on why Our Day of Terror has massive testicles and we should all just subscribe to his channel and kill ourselves. Sorry the Rain Man, sorry Tobal Plays, sorry Pixelhead, the Our Damn Terror is the one true Chad YouTuber. All jokes aside, he really did win me over. Like, I was determined to delete his comment, but there really is something endearing about this guy, Like, he puts out a lot of content. He's clearly trying to push it, given that he comments like 2 to 7 links on random YouTube channels. I think if he cleaned up his production a bit, he could actually make a lot of progress on YouTube. So no hard feelings. I just had to share this hidden treasure. Feel free to check him out or subscribe, and
welcome.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Goodbye for now.
How's it going, guys? Now that I'm making the the big bucks on YouTube, I can finally afford to receive the Tarkov coaching that I so desperately need, and hopefully this can help me to stop sucking so many Chad dicks on Factory. So for those unfamiliar, there's a website called Legion Farm, and that basically sets you up with a pro Tarkov player. I didn't really think that existed, but you're set up with them for an hourly rate, and the idea is that you learn from them. General Sam, he explored this concept a bit. However, he was actually good at the game. That's the problem. So we're going to do it a little different here. I'm going to use a system of gradually increasing retardation, and for each minute that passes by, I'm going to become more and more fucked in the head. And we're already starting pretty high, naturally. For example, we're going to be using a dynamic nading system, whereby whenever he tells me to do anything, like, oh, pick this up, turn that light off, we're just going to chuck a fucking nade at his head. So we'll start off with flashbangs, and then we'll move to like M87s, which have like a long fuse, and then ultimately the VOG, which has like, really short fuse. So we're going to build up his reaction time. Really, we're going to be training him. Also, I've gone ahead and, created some fucked weapon builds to go along with our persona. So hopefully by the end of it, we can mentally break our pro, but hey, maybe we'll learn a thing or two. Anyway, I went ahead and I signed up on their website, and, I made contact. Of course, I had to use a fake Discord since I'm so wildly famous. So here we are, Plastic Pecker Pete, and within a couple minutes we get contacted by our coach, who goes by the name Unfriendly. After some sensual foreplay, it's time to jump into a voice chat and see what we can do here.
Hey, what's up, mate? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how's it going, buddy?
Alright, cool. So first, how can I call you?
Fucking Pete? Petey? Any of that?
Pete. Alright, you can call me Alex. I think, what's your level in the game?
Well, I'm using my buddy's account, actually, but he's like level 30 or something.
Well, I think that's all what I wanted to say. Maybe you have questions?
That sounds good. Like, you teach, like, math knowledge and all that stuff. Can you teach me how to, like fuck Chads in the ass? Because, like, I keep, these Chads keep running through me. It's very, yeah, no, they're just fucking, they teabag me, and they fucking, it's not fun. They throw grenades at me, So, I think I have difficulty with the aggressive players,
Well, today then, I'll look at your playing and all this stuff, and maybe We'll do some theoretic lessons later, explaining some stuff.
Okay. Alright, let's fucking do it.
LF underscore unfriendly.
Okay. Well, why do they call you unfriendly? You seem like an alright guy. Hey, am I gonna die and you're gonna start screaming at me? Is that what this?
No. Of course I'm not.
Alright, I am in the lobby and I am ready to get some action.
Alright.
Have you seen Rambo? Do you have Rambo in Russia?
You mean a movie?
Yeah.
Well, film? Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be me.
Alright.
Alright, I am ready to ruin my friend's KD. Let's go. I think it's 4.
Alright.
But he probably just kills a bunch of scavs. You know, he's a fucking loser. So.
I think he would count it offensive.
That's alright. Your guy looks way cooler than my guy. This is a fucking rip-off. Can we switch gear?
Maybe it's because of my t-shirt.
You know what? I think it is the t-shirt. I can see your muscles a little better.
Ooh.
I think like if I wear the Usaka, the hat I have, then maybe people will think I'm a scav and they won't kill me. But then you just running around with your fucking biceps out. You're blowing my cover, man.
Well, but looks cool.
It does look cool.
The other one is in this red Falcon building.
Yeah.
The other one is on that side, like right there, on the other side, I mean. And the last one is in a good.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Oh, where?
Wait! Oh, no, that was just. Never mind. It was a bush. I'm sorry. That was a bush.
Oh jeez. Wait, are you sure?
No, I think so. You know the bushes, they're moving around.
Damn, that gun that I'm using K1A is very heavy and stamina sucks with this gun.
That's why you gotta use my gun. You see this thing, I took the stock off it, so it's really light. You know, I can just use this all day.
Really like small guns. I mean, like NTX and all like that.
Well, you're missing out, buddy. When we get in a firefight, you know, you'll see the power. That fucking bush saw the power. Alright. You are more long range. I will shoot him if he comes closer.
Yeah, alright. Killed?
Do you feel bad?
What do you mean?
Do you just fucking ended that man's life? Do you feel bad at all?
No, not really, because he was geared.
You don't give a fuck.
Oh, wait, do you have a painkiller?
Yeah, I do actually.
Can I ask you to give me one?
Yeah, sure. How do I drop it?
Right mouse button and discard.
Okay.
Or discard, I don't know how to read it.
Oh fuck! Wait! Nate! Whoa. Okay.
Oh,
wait.
alright. This was a flashbang.
Here, take that. That kind of looks like birth control, but I promise it's
Welcome.
painkiller. See, I use the painkiller without throwing a
Goodbye
nade.
for
Do
now.
you like that move?
Yeah,
It's pretty
yeah,
good.
of course. Outstanding move. Is on orders you can take as many friends as you want with you, and you still need to pay only for one person.
Oh, okay, so if I got a group of dummies like me, then we could all get. Okay, that's good. That makes your job kind of harder, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, because personally I prefer to play like with not more than 4 people. What?
Yeah. Well, if I was you, and I'm not telling you how to do your job, but I would probably just shoot one of them right off the bat and kind of thin down the numbers a bit.
Alright, he wasn't really geared, but...
Are you kidding me, dude? This is worth more than my life. Are those headphones any good? Are those beats?
Killed one?
Dude, you did it again. Why are you fucking killing him? You have a problem.
Okay, come here, guys.
You're fucking killing people.
Come here.
Oh God, Jesus, Lord, never above.
Come to me. Right here.
I threw a painkiller at them.
Come to me fast.
Are you through the?
To your right.
Oh, I see. I think I killed him with that flashbang. Am I supposed to take something out of this backpack?
Yeah, you need to take everything.
Oh, you want? Okay, you're very nice. You're giving me all this.
And his helmet is a lot better than your head, so you should wear it.
You don't like my hat?
Not his head.
Did you hear the noise he made when you killed him?
Yeah. With everything to see.
The loot button is F, is it?
Yep.
pressed F and
now you don't say shit, right?
I threw a grenade. Are you fucking with me? It is F, right?
I think you pressed G.
Is he on the bridge?
Nope. Below it. I guess I killed him.
I think you might have killed him. I think you might have. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
Are you hacking?
No, of course I'm not.
Oh, no, you can be honest, because you killed like...
That was rude.
That's more people than I've ever killed in my entire life.
Well, maybe that's why they call me prop player. Come on, please. No, don't do it. But I think you killed him. I thought that I saw someone, but it was just a light.
I see shit all the time, dude.
Like a bushes?
Yeah, like the bushes. This one time, I saw a shopping cart full of guitars, and I shit my pants.
Close the door.
Okay. F.
That's the place that I hate, because...
Fuck. Wait, I got it. I got it this time. There, we're good.
I hate this place. And we don't. Alright, let's go to our extraction then.
Oh no, dude, this isn't looking good.
No, we'll make it.
If we don't make it out, are the scabs gonna rape us?
Nope, because they won't have time for it.
Okay, that's good, because I don't want to divide my cheeks, you know? So what do you think about like exit campers?
There's not a lot of campers.
Oh,
but,
okay.
On maps like Interchange and Labs, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, and is that a shitty way to play?
Yeah.
So like you're like a bad person if you maybe do that?
In my opinion,
I think, you know, if we could just get all the exit campers and put them in like some kind of like concentration camp, like maybe that would solve the problem.
I don't really understand. Can you explain it?
It's like you know, what was that guy's name? Adolf something or other? Hitler?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like what he did with
yeah.
If we just maybe we did that with the exit campers, then maybe they'd learn their lesson, you know?
That's what they deserve.
I'm glad we're on the same page, Alex. I'm glad. Makes me happy. This Mosin looks so weird.
Can you turn the stream so I can see it?
Yeah, sure. One sec. Do you see it?
A second.
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
Oh, you fucker.
You see Tarkov, do you?
Show me that Mosin.
Oh, DTD, a new vote has started.
I have the. Okay, yeah, one sec. I think that was my brother. Maybe he's.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he. That was a prank, I think.
Yeah, for a quest, it's very easy to do some quest with this loadout.
I don't know about that, dude. I think that's why he's dead. I think he's dead because he was using that gun.
Maybe. Yeah, now I see. Oh, what is this MPX? Damn. Where is its stock?
You like it, right?
Where is its stock?
You don't need a stock. It makes it too heavy, right? So you just get this little tiny thing.
Your friend have a lot of stuff. That's good.
Yeah, he said I could use whatever, but
you said that he had 30 millions.
Oh no, I lost a lot of his money. Yeah. You know what I would like to try? I would like to try a nighttime raid.
A lot harder, but we can do. Alright, no problem.
I just saw you kill like 74 people. I think you're gonna be okay. I think you're gonna make it.
Oh my god, give me a second because my
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Home Run Derby.
Welcome.
story of the coming of the Lord. He's trampling out the vintage where the grapes are at the store. He loosed the fleet light of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. I've seen the watchfires of 100 serpent capes. They have builded him an altar where they even use names. I can read his righteous sentence by the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on.
As the light to make men free. Ow. Jumperinos. No.
sam sigurno stavio loku da gazim ovdje.
Loku? Sve.
Da, bila loka, ušao sam u čarape ovdje, vidio sam da gacam kroz nešto. Bila loka do ovdje, do pola sobe, tu dao kod cipelara, tuđi je pad. Tako.
Pa tamo malo osvježenje si zavičao.
Tamo sam vodopora. Dobro si rekao. Tebi ako je gore vruće, ti slobodno lezi tu krevet.
Pa?
Rekao, ako ti je gore vruće, slobodno ovdje lezi da odmoriš ako ćeš.
Problem. Ma neću. Zatvorim vrata, znaš, palim. A hladnije ovdje.
Pa hladnije, zato što je prizemlje.
Kuzi kam? Mać.
Si zva majko?
Jes.
Dokle rade danas?
Kuvaju sad džem. Gotove su višnje. Jer džem da izuspu utegle. To što su danas. Ode nešto je bilo ispravno. Neispravno. Ta punilica pa valjda nešto napraviti. Jučer su sve punili kutlačama, zamisli.
Odlično. Svašta.
A je. Moraš ga maći, će se speći. Ko se stvrdnut. Dok je vruće sipaš u te. I to kutlačama, zamisli. Koliko je bilo. Da li podvijete ga? Jako bilo gudato od trave tu. Evo trave ove godine.
Ne, ove godine ne fali.
O majko, još i ovo omoto ću po zama nekako. Ma ne mogu da gdje švik izlazi od 34 već riješiti.
Da padnu nesvijest.
Ma ove mogu, znaš, ali čupe i čupe ne može, a ne. A sa njima, ma ne, nije nema dobro naučen. Ali da ih gledamo oko 5 pa do 7, 8, znaš.
Pa to možda i vredi.
I ujutro do 10. Ali ujutro i rosno, ne znam. A ne možeš ti već od 10, 11 do 4, 5 ujutro. Mene je bio treća, ali?
Da. Jutros je bio treća, vidio sam ga sam u prolazu, sam prošao. Ka garderobi.
Kako sam me keću, sam piđe. I naučile su da ih... Kad ćemo ručavati? Ima... Majka veliku pusti.
Kad majka dolazi?
A ko zna već, privatno da je.
Ja ću tanjir supe oko 5.
Pa vidit ćemo, ja ću nešto. Ne mogu, poručina. Jutro sam nešto čutno.
5, pola 6, jedan tanjir supe, one što smo jučer skuvali.
Jutro se već raču. Imao pivo. Ne skuva supu i da ga ispeče.
Vruće, a? Ma jok. Smrzac.
Vezimo jako, moći.
Verovatno će.
Ja sam eno ovo, ovakve panama na rič.
Ma neka nek se suši.
Alasidra. Welcome to my channel.
Zdravo, Vlado, šta ima?
Evo, brate, ništa malo.
Kako ide godišnji odmor? Jesi našao nešto, neku sebi za animaciju ili uglavnom odmaraš?
Jesam, sada pokušavam da završim neke stvari. Bio sam danas da iskupujem za groblje neke vaze, još neke stvari. Sutra ću da zamesim malo beton pa da napravim malo, znaš, ono, na cveće.
Otvaraš privatno groblje ili?
Pa i ne baš.
Dobro, to je bila neslana šala, ali više sam okrenuo to što si ti rekao. Ja.
Šala je dobra.
Jeste, ako nije uvredljiva. Pretpostavljam da je u pitanju porodična neka grobnica ili tako nešto. To i kod nas skoro svaka porodica ima. Mada malo je bizarno, pošto to nisu velika grobna mesta. Ako imaš nekog starog dedu ili babu koji je već duže vremena tu, ostanu samo kosti i grobar samo kosti spakuje u vreću i stavi sa strane kao neku, recimo, kao malu, pa to tako ide. Da se napravi mesta, opet se nije humor.
Seti na to samo koliko mi nismo ništa, koliko smo se bi rekao pored čorba, koliko smo...
Smrtni.
Smrtni, jeste, vreće kosti.
Jezivo, nema šta. Aman. Pokušavam da prefarim.
Gdje ovi i drugi, naši drugovi?
Moja pretpostavka je Gardinovački isto negdje u carstvu snova. Franjo verovatno radi. Čini mi se da on tu...
Gdje se Milan i Neša?
Nenad, koliko ja znam Nenad je usko povezan s novcem. Šta, način na koji sam to rekao?
Tako da ide da spava, a? Ili da nešto radi.
Pa on nema slobodno vreme, on kako ga zovnu tako se aktivira, to je malo tužno.
Ili čudno.
Pa nije on tome kriv, jeste on tome kriv, mislim. Razumem da možda porodici si dostupan kad njima nešto treba, ženi, deci i to, ali da te iz preduzeća zovu kako se kome patka digne. Nešto ne. Što bi ja sad tebi bio na usluzi? On kaže zbog novca. Pa dobro, ima li neki limit taj novac? Postoji neko moje slobodno vreme kad ja kažem da neću, ne mogu. Moram nešto svoje da radim. Opet nije kritika na njegov račun, nego na račun te mase što... Oho. Znači sam zadovoljan kako je ispalo ovo. Kračio sam kamene zidove u lamperiju, u teksturu lamperije. Izgleda... Pa, ne, nisam mislio stvarno, nego... Nisam ja baš toliki zanatlija kao što ti misliš. Ne, u ovoj igri.
A, u igri?
Da, u igri. Ako treba tako nešto kompleksno da se inače uradi, ja zovnem profesionalca koji to radi za novac. Ili angažujem nekoga ko se to bolje razume nego ja sad da se... Ako je nešto jednostavno, to mogu ja da uradim, ali tako nešto ne. Ne, mislim sam baš na ovu igru. Imaš kantu farbe i biraš boju. Pošto mi izgleda monotono da gledam nekakve kračnjačke zidove. Uzeo sam kantu farbe i Prefarbao sam sve što se moglo prefarbati. Još mi fali boje. A stvarno lepo izgleda. Onako ima onaj kao boju drveta, onaj kao sjaj. Ove sveće što sam postavio, a fino reflektuju. Savršeno.
Gledam sad, baš nije očistiti.
Viš, ovo ti je ta kao crveno neko drvo. Izgleda malo prljavo ovdje, ali bože moj. Da, ovo je inače tekstura poda. Zato kad pogledaš na plafon, zidovi izgledaju malo blatnjavi. To je trebalo da ide na pod, ali nema veze. Uglavnom, kad pogledaš s polja je prava tekstura, ovo ti je kao taj od tih cigli. I mnogo tužno izgleda ova boja. Baš. Jeste kao kozmetika neka, ali tužno. Gdje ćeš ti? Gdje ćeš? Savršeno. Napravili su da vodu moraš da skupljaš iz ovih kao... Šta je ovo? Skupljač kišnice. Kao cirada, par metalnih cevki i bure. I dnevno proizvedeš oko 3 boce vode. Pošto ja ne volim kap sistem, ja sam stavio na ono 10 buradi pa dnevno 30 boca vode je sasvim dovoljno. Up. Ajmo opet. Up. E sad, zajebao sam stvar. Trebao bih.
Ajde te nešto pitam, a šta misliš, stvarno može dnevno da se skupi 4 litre vode?
Iz tih skupljača kao kišnice? Ha, možda i može, zavisi koliko platno koristiš. To je moja pretpostavka. Ako je veliko platno dovoljno, velika površina, teoretski može. I dobiješ nešto kao destilovanu vodu. A da li ti treba filtar da ne bi pio, jeli, ono, slanu? Ono, pošto...
Pa ne treba ti filtar zato što ta kondenzovana voda nikad nije slana.
Pa ne, nego... Zato što u atmosferi imamo primesa, znaš. Da se ne otruješ od nekakvih kiselih kiša i gluposti. Zbog toga. Možda sam sad rekao glupost, ali tako mi... Ako igde kod vas u blizini ima neko postrojenje koje ispušta u atmosferu neka toksična isparenja, to može se kondenzuje sa vlagom. Sa kišom da, s vlagom ne znam. Nisi siguran za vlagom. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20. Malo sam semena dobio. Baš malo.
Ja bi trebao da idem da nešto jedem, baš sam gladan.
Gdje ste momci, šta se...
Gdje zbanene? Evo ga. Lupus in fabula, mi je vuku, a vuk na vratu.
DTD new actions are available: burn near, cripple M, shock near, spawn biker, spawn mama, spawn soldier, spawn spider, spawn tourist, supply explosives, group grace newbie.
7, 8, 9, 10. Od 10 stabljika sam dobio 5 semena, dobro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
DTD, a new vote has started.
Ajmo C. Ajde. Hashtag C.
C.
Gledao,
Ajde.
je pacijent pogledan.
A pa nisam nešto bio danas, nisam stigao, brate. Ja sam išao ujutru da prošetam kuće, to je bilo negdje oko 2 sata, onda sam bio do pijace da kupim neke evre i da odnesem. Zapravo ne da kupim, nego da vratim jer sam uzeo za popravku auta. I onda sam išao da iskupujem neke saksije za groblje i oprao sam kola. I bio sam da vozim dete po tortu. Ali otiđu super.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Feral Nurse Horde Prime Weapon.
Pičku mater. Au, kako ovo trči, šta je ovo? Uf. Polako. Igen.
Jesi pogledao informacije sa Instagrama, ne? Ko ja?
Čekaj, moment, samo razvališeno.
DTD, the voters won standard PP for defeating S.W.Frost.
Čim je u pitanju Instagram link i ne vidim na šta klikćem, moram da otvorim, znači mene uvati tuga, znaš, i da ne kliknem na to. Šta konkretno te zanima? Instagram i Facebook linkovi da ne mogu da vidim, ne mogu da uopšte da skontam šta je dok ne otvorim. Ne volim to. Bar da izbaci preview neki da znam o čemu se radi. To sam već gledao s vatrom. Da, to s vatrom sam već gledao. Gledao sam ih, uživo sam ih gledao. Ovaj cura sa, da li je kanap u pitanju natopljen s kerozinom ili čime već.
Više po cenas nego ovo.
Znaš što, ja ne volim da gledam crnke, brate, ja sam...
Und ihr werden in unseren Zeichen wiedersiegen! Soll vor sich hertragen!
Goodbye for
Ali
now.
ovo ti je dobro, my FBI agent listening to me on Discord. Upravo ono što sam rekao, ima po jedan degenerik koji je plaćen samo da prisluškuje o čemu razgovaram s prijateljima, to je van pameti. Šta koga boli briga, jel pričam o kradenim toki-vokijima ili o ceni kukuruza ili je li Vučiću pederi, šta te briga, gledaj svoja posla. Razumeš? To i čitava ona afera Snowden, ako si išta čitao o tome. Šta koga briga da prisluškuje 100 miliona ljudi, razumeš? Da bi možda neko rekao nešto što je kao zabrinjavajuće, kao važno za bezbednost države. Da prisluškujemo 100 milijuna ljudi. A si gledao onaj dokumentarac o Snowdenu? Imaš zapravo, imaš dva. Imaš jedan baš dokumentarac koji je pravio novinar jedan o njemu. I imaš baš film.
A i o Sažu sam gledao.
Najtužnije od svega što je čovjek bio ono baš primljen, ono kao da mislio je da radi ono kao za otadžbinu, ovo ono, da to doprinosi sigurnosti i državi, šta ti ja znam. Na kraju se ono skenio kad je video da država prisluškuje obične građane zarad ništa. Zarad toga kako se kome digne kurac da može da te ucenjuje. Sad meni Nenad smeta, sad ću ja da kažem, pazi ti šta radiš Nenade, znam ja da ti Vlada prodajete ukradene pecaljke. Kaže, potko ti to znaš, šta te briga? Haha, možda mene nije briga, ali briga će biti nekog drugog. I tako te neke niske udarce. Šta koga boli kurac? Ako u podrumu imam 3 Kineze zakopana. Ha, možda nema, možda ima. Ko zna.
A što nemaš 3 zakopana Nemce?
Ne, Kineze.
Misliš da ih ima mnogo pa neće da primete, a?
Pa neće. Ovo je 5000 litara farbe, mogu da farbam 3 kući. Ajde. Počeli smo ko Nenad. Na kamar zimam. I mešalica pravi zvuk, je li moguće? Vidi, radili su animaciju za ovo. Pogledaj majke ti.
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
Normalni od ovih starih guma prave stolice za baštu i mogu da kažem da su baš dobre.
Ko, Romani?
Slušaj da vidim.
Evo.
Jedan, dva, tri. Fali mi, ne mogu da verujem.
Ništa, odmah ja da jedem, vraćam se brzo.
Okej. I kako ti se sviđa God of War?
Jako dobro. Jako mi se sviđa.
Fino. Nije ti možda mapa nekako malena?
Dobro.
To je samo pitanje, ne moraš da daš ni da ni ne, samo ono kao...
Pa nisam toliko ni istražao se.
Znači... Čini ti se...
Nisam
Ne, sad ću ti reći. To što vidiš, to ti je igra, čitava. Ne znam da li si me sad shvatio. Ako ti se sviđa, okej. Ako hoćeš nešto više, imaš teleport, taj centralni kao taj kamen. Šta je to već? Kako to zovu?
navodenu koju slavi 20 godine poklanja kartice. Ali ti ne kupuješ to gorivo što oni poklanjaju. Ne kupuješ to gorivo što oni daju 10 dinara. Lukoil.
Kupujem konjak.
Ali ne kupuješ to gorivo koje proizvode Ekto.
To je to, nije to. Kad nisam nešto drugo.
govoriš jezik, ti govoriš ovaj
Kojim?
Pada neke... Nešto za master rating.
Master? Što neki studij da upišeš, šta?
Master inženjer zaštite bilja.
Ali... Kakva... benefit od toga, da kažem. Da imam, neće da se baci, jel to?
Veliki dema...
A da možda kaže da si veliki drmar, a? Pa dobro. Ako te to čini srećnim. Šta ako ubedi Milana da uzme i on tu diplomu?
Kako da uzme?
A znaš kako on uzima?
I ovi dobro može.
Sedne za stali uči. Ne daj Bože da on uzima neku prečicu u životu. Jel da?
Neki čita, a?
Ne. No cheat codes. Cheesebucker, gospodin, cheesebucker.
Wizardess Olive. Welcome to my channel. Hello S.W.Frost. How is it going?
Hello, Mr. Wizard. Good. How are you? Oh, la la. Possibly tired.
Good to hear that. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking.
Fantastic. Oh, it's the wizardress. So,
Welcome.
Oh. Well. It's a wise woman who can perform magic spells. That's interesting. Description.
Goodbye for now.
Thanks for the follow. And I guess,
Wizardess Olive. Thanks for following.
I guess question would be, how did you find my channel? A random or suggestion, or maybe some Discord channel. Hello, hello.
Sorry to interrupt your stream, but I was wondering if you would be interested in custom designs for your channel. Sorry for asking.
No, you can ask anytime. I am penniless, you know. I work for like a little money to none, and the fuck. Hello, Snake. Snake.
To je
Ne, zmija mi je ušla u kuću. Fuck.
I was lurking around and found your stream.
Oh. No, stvarno mi zmija ušla u kuću kroz prozor. Well, thanks for being honest, and you're gonna get honest answer.
All right, no worries.
I'm not in a position to do that. Financial, and I don't want anybody to work for me for free, so thank you.
Još uvijek smađaju, a?
Ne smaraju, nego sad ću ti objasniti o čemu se radi. Ljudi vide da moj kanal nema nikakve, vjerojatno neki u pitanju Twitch algoritam, razumeš? Nema nikakve custom animacije, zvukove i to. I onda, ono, dođu interesenti i pitaju da li sam zainteresovan da kupim XY, razumiješ? Ja kažem da nemam novca. Uglavnom, većina ljudi ukapira odmah, imaš upornik koji ono, pošto poto, razumeš, nude svoju robu. Stvarno nisam zainteresovan. Okej. To me malo nervira, ali dobro. Anyway. What was I doing?
Feel free to add me on Discord at Wizards Designs to take a look at of my work.
Ljudi, evo ja ću vrati.
Gdje si Vlade?
Pa jer ćemo od...
Do you have some link?
Do you have some link?
Portfolio.
To portfolio.
Out of curiosity.
Yes. Out of curiosity.
I am not in position to employ anyone.
I am not in position to employ anyone.
But
ATM.
I can watch. I can see what you are
But I can see what you are
selling.
Selling.
To be blunt. And I'm usually blunt. So yeah.
Can I send it to your Discord?
You can send it to my Twitch chat. It's fine. Unless you're sending virus. You know, that's fine. So post it. I think links are allowed. You know. Go ahead. Post it. So... Gde ste, momci, šta se radi?
My portfolio https www.behance.net Wizards Designs Twitter https twitter.com Wizards Designs.
Welcome.
Okay, let's see. Oh. Okay, Mozart's. That bad?
Evo, Belorus je pokrenula vežbe za mobilizaciju.
Za šta?
Da se pridruže ovim budanovima, da?
Što se mene tiče, neki izginu svi. Mali nek kurac i zato.
Što manje Slovena.
Just. Postaći samo pravi Sloven.
Ne znam da li ti pao sa Marsa ili od najde ljudi. Ja ću ti pošaljem stvarno doj mišljaš neke lekove ako mogu te smiri i ovo ono. Ako ne, brate, ti moraš kod ljekara hitno. Da ovdje mi kažeš da sam ti ja poslao, da se brinem za tebe.
Yeah, logos are nice.
Jeste.
Transitions.
Ja mogu da napravi nešto čovjek propad ovdje.
Okay.
Goodbye for now.
Definitely worth checking out.
Definitely worth checking out. Bookmarked. Thank you. You will be notified if I need your employment.
Take care and good luck on your future endeavors. Banded armor plating. Banded. Yeah, sure. Not gonna happen. There's a lot of mods. Solid.
Bashchalik. Welcome to my channel.
Yes, Boris. Whoop. Oh. Actually, whoop. Ima ako hoćeš, šta mogu da skuvam? Chili dog. Trebaju mi pečurke. Interesting. Tak. Let's cook this. Gdje je krompir? Evo ga. Kukurica. Voda. Dvajset četiri. Not bad. Bony rotten meat. Rotten meat. Rotten meat. Bone. Treba će dosta vatre. Tako nekako. Eto, to smo rešili.
Ne mogu da kad
Da?
neki oni pozbunjuju tako.
Koga? Ne pa ti prelazi rekao.
Da. Jedna čorba nije gotova. Dobro, nema veze. Ok. Može. Botan. Gospodin, ne. Ne problem. Pozdrav. išao u svu tehniku i ne mogu da nađu mu jebenu podmornicu.
Koju podmornicu?
A neka podmornica što išao gledaju Titanic, 250.000 dolara mesečno. Jebo ih Titanic.
I šta je, podmornica potonula, a? Somalijski pirati su konačno udarili zlato, a? Me ti to jebeš. Brother. Vreme je za veliku deforestaciju. Oho, nađu med. To mi reci. Ajmo sad nazad. Oh, wow. Well, fuck it.
DTD, a new vote has started. A.
Welcome.
Hello friends, this is Odds, and if you're familiar with me or my content, then you know that I spend most of my time playing Dead by Daylight and a few other games that I enjoy that all start with D for some reason. But the thing is, over the last 2 months, I've actually been working on a secret project. It has to do with this game, Meet Your Maker. It's an action 3D game where you beat the levels created by other players, or you can spend time creating your own levels for other people to beat, much like Mario Maker, but with controls that are a little bit more modern. And that's what I've been doing. I have been creating my own level, just one. I have poured more than 100 hours, at this point I've lost count, into perfecting a single level. It's this one, it's called Union City, and if you want to try it yourself before I spoil it and break it down, please follow the instructions on screen and have a blast. So the point of Union City was to cram in as many dirty tricks as I could. As you can see, it's not one of those artistic, fancy levels. I'm not very good at that. But it's also not a tedious level with a bunch of mazes or a horribly annoying level with one room full of millions of traps. No, this is just a bunch of collections of little tricks here and there, ingenious uses of traps, and as many creative ways to kill raiders as I could find. And without patting myself on the back, I have to say that I think it came out pretty
DTD
good.
voting is complete and the viewers have chosen no time.
To beat this and fail. Some succeeded, but only after hours sometimes of attempts. It's been a blast watching the replays, so I'm going to break down the entire level piece by piece, explain the mechanical layout of some of the traps and how you can copy them into your own bases for some really nice success, and also the psychological aspects that make some of them so deadly. And obviously throughout this whole thing we'll be seeing replays of people try to beat the level and sometimes fail in the most hilarious ways possible. I can't wait to show you. Let's get into it. Arriving at the map, the most prominent feature that stands out even more than the entrance of the level itself are these big 3 towers. I wanted people to pay attention to them and engage with them before going into the main level. And the first one is very close to the player and it will be checked out by most players very quickly. And if they do, they'll find out that each of these towers holds one of the 3 Forsaken Tombs. The Forsaken Tombs are an optional side quest type of thing where you can break it and you get a bunch of nice materials. Most players appreciate finding these So even though many people are a little bit scared and a little bit skeptical and they try to look for traps, the first tower is completely safe. I just wanted people to understand that each of these towers would have a little treasure next to them to set expectations so that we could backstab them later. So the first one is completely safe on the house, nothing to worry about. Please go on. Once they arrive at the second tower, they realize that this one doesn't have an outside facing door. Instead, they are instructed to go up top. While they do that, they will listen, if they pay attention, to the sounds that the Forsaken Tomb makes. And then they'll put two and two together. They realize that it's going to be the same as the previous one. If they have a quick peek through the corrosive lava cube at the top, they might even discern what looks like the Forsaken Tomb. But if they go down, they'll find out that this is not the real Forsaken Tomb. It's just a fake. It is a combination of decals and wall textures to make it look like one, and the real one is actually hidden behind a holographic fake cube below it. If raiders are a little bit careless and they go through the corrosive cube, which is pretty safe to do, they will trigger the holographic cube and then trigger a set of bolts that might spike them up and shoot and kill them from below. Even if they survive or somehow block these bolts coming up, bolts actually follow gravity in this game. So once they go all the way up, they will begin to fall down. And I've killed more than one player by making the bolts fall down after a little while to gravity and still catch them looting the Forsaken Tomb. Once they are done with this tower, they need to exit it. And if they have an arc barrier shield, they can actually shield through the lava cube and they'll be fine. But many players don't know how to get out of this without one. It's actually very difficult to get out of this if you don't know the precise timing. So many people just die trying to get out of this little chimney. If they manage it, or when they manage it, they'll typically go and check out the third one, and they'll realize that it's sealed off and that this will probably open up later. This sets a certain expectation that will help us in the future, but let's get back to the entrance. Going to the entrance, we'll see that it's very unremarkable. It's just a little path down with some scratch marks to make sure that absolutely nobody misses it. And things suddenly get interesting when we arrive at the first turn. We have a set of 2 corrosive cubes. Remember, these are lava cubes that will kill you if you step on them, so you need to be a bit careful. And they have a mod to make them opaque, harder to see through. I don't know what it is about this corner, or what it is about the next room that it leads into. It, for some reason, really captures the raiders' attention. Almost every single player, without exception, is so curious to see what is behind this threshold that they don't pay attention to the first real threat, which is this holographic cube to the right. This holographic cube to the right catches even the most patient and careful players. I think I've only seen maybe 1 or 2 people notice it before it triggers. Once the holographic cube is triggered and it dissipates, it at the same time triggers these entrance bombs, which is what I've called them. These bombs will immediately shoot up and go through the corrosive cubes that we set up. And at this point, most players will panic and try to go back. If they have a shield, they will use it and they'll typically survive. But if they don't have a shield, they will most likely get stuck in this tricky geometry because it's not easy to immediately grapple back, and they will die. This is such a successful first trap. I can barely contain my excitement when I share it with you. It catches so many people. It's not likely to work twice. It's the kind of thing that it kills you once and that's it, but it does kill you once very, very frequently. And this little corner, it's just so good at catching people that retreat. Very, very effective setup that you could copy in your own base right now, and it would probably add 1 kill on average. Obviously, surviving raiders that have already seen it or died to it will deal with it very quickly in the next time, and then they go into the next place, which is what I like to call the tide room. Now, this is very obvious if you're already a Meet Your Maker player, but in order to make a level that is beatable, you need to make a path that leads to the objective, which is the gen mat. If you make this path too tight, there's not an actual valid path for Harvey to travel, and the level is not actually legal. You can publish this. But if you make it too wide, then you're giving too much space to the players for them to dodge and maneuver around any traps you might have. This room achieves the best of both worlds. It is technically a legal path, you can go through this, but it's also very, very tight and awkward to navigate. And we've made sure that the cubes at the end of the row are opaque, so that it's actually hard to see what's coming ahead. Now, having corrosive cubes on your head is already dangerous. Some players, while navigating and being a bit clumsy, will, bump their head with the ceiling and die. But the more interesting aspect of this is that they let other traps go through them. They're not solid. So when the players try to dip their toes into the stat room and trigger some of the traps that are coming up, they will actually be killed through these lava cubes. As you can see, we have both bolts on the right and some bombs on the left, and they are both extremely effective at catching people that retreat. And it's actually really hard to retreat quickly, so once you trigger these, if you are unlucky enough to do that, you're in a bit of trouble. We also have a cannon back that will be constantly shooting bombs that will be very easy to die to if you retreat all the way to the back, and some nasty plasma sentinels that will harass you all the way to the entrance of this room. A few other traps help out to round out this spot, and then we reach the exit of the tight room. And as you can see here, we have a combination of an impaler and then a modded piston to be held up as much as possible, which will stop people trying to rush through. Through this piston, you will be hit by fire from this incinerator, and in a bit of an angle, we also have another incinerator with a warmonger, which will body block this tiny diagonal corridor, which is even thinner than a normal corridor. And notice also that the plasma sentinels are recycled. If for some reason you don't break them and you're rushing through,
Emma Slay. Welcome to my channel. Okay. Welcome to my channel.
Šta bi?
I kad kaže gazda, ovako, ne kažem ja nemam gazdu, ja nisam kućni.
Hoćeš da kažeš vlasnik preduzeća, može tako?
poslodavac
Svaki
je
put,
tek-
ne, svaki put kad mu se osladaš recimo vlasniče preduzeća, ne gazda da slučajno ti ne uvrediš, da se ne bi osjećao nisko kao da si rob, nego mu reci vlasniče preduzeća. A taksi ćemo početi da nazivamo uslužno vozilo za prevoz putnika i robe.
Gdje je?
Gdje je vidiš?
Majko Božja.
Vidim putku.
We take advantage of the fact that they work in 3 dimensions and 360 degrees around them to get you when you go around them. This is a very nice trick that makes you get lots of value out of your plasma sentinels, and I recommend you implement it. That being said, there is a way to get through this. If you rush through this, from my experience, most people rushing through this, especially if it's their first or second time, they will die. There's simply too many things. You get body block, you get shot by fire, the Warmonger has a mod to make it immune to fire, so it's really, really difficult to rush through this. Players will typically take their time to break everything one by one, especially with their bolts and their guns, and they can make it through this. But for that type of player, we have a second trick to catch that particular type of players, and it's this little thing over here on the left, which I like to call the ammo bait. As you can see, it has a very nasty incinerator that is aiming at you in a very delicate position that you'll need to be in. And most people won't think twice. If they have a gun, they will shoot it and destroy it. Now, you might have noticed that right above it we have an impaler. Some people don't notice it and they grapple onto it and they die to it. But most people will notice it because, let's be honest, it's quite obvious and they shoot at it.
Šta si gađao?
That's 2 pieces of ammo that they need to go and retrieve. So they won't think about it twice, they'll use their gun to retrieve it, and then they'll get caught by this little bad boy. This is one of my proudest achievements. I don't know what it is about this angle, but it makes players very unlikely to actually notice it. And it's something that I would definitely copy and use again in another outpost if I could. It is so damn effective. Now, basically what happens here is that when they go through, they trigger the bolts. The bolts technically don't have an angle to kill the raider, but once we install the hunter mod, they do follow the raider perfectly in the landing spot at the end of this little corridor. So this is one successful and cost-effective that you can add onto your base. Once we are done with the stat room, one way or another, we follow a very simple corridor that leads us into what used to be the most evil place in this entire level by far. I used to call this the ammo room. Once you reach this room, you were greeted by an assortment of traps on multiple angles that spewed fire and plasma balls at you. Now, rushing forward was quite dangerous, and most players didn't do that. Their first instinct was typically to shoot at these traps. They didn't seem all that weird anyway, why wouldn't you? But this was a terrible mistake, because as soon as you wasted 1, 2, or all of your ammo on shooting these traps, that ammo was gone. It was impossible to retreat it. With this patented pattern that created this tight little window, the traps could target you, but you could not actually go through these holes. And you would see raiders try to get their ammo back to absolutely no avail. If they tried to go outside to try to find it, they would realize that I've actually used the natural bedrock formation of my level to my advantage, and I've encased the entire thing. It's completely sealed off. There's no way to get your ammo. It is literally impossible at this stage. They would lose their ammo, and then they would have to go through the rest of the level without any ammo, and they would inevitably die at one point or another. This was extremely evil, and I loved it, but at one point it got patched. They introduced a change that allowed raiders to be a little bit skinnier, and now suddenly they could go through the hole. So, since this had no reason to be anymore, I decided to rebrand and redesign this room into a more conventional trap room. Now, the first thing we see in the renewed ammo pit room is a little familiar setup of this incinerator. If we look at the right, we see that there are some plasma sentinels and some nasty looking things, so it's very natural for players to want to destroy the incinerator. That's a given, and then grapple onto it. And what they'll find once they do is that there are some bombs here that can kill you. If you don't pay attention, you won't realize that you have a fake floor on your feet that you will fall into and die to very, very easily. And even if you hide in this little gap, the plasma ball residue will actually kill you through the wall. So you're not safe in here at all. And the flamethrower incinerator below your feet here can also trigger if you find cover in this other corner. So it's pretty effective. And then we have some other traps around here to make it a little bit harder for people to rush through. At the end of this diagonal downwards facing corridor, we have yet another incinerator that people will likely break from a distance. And at the base of it, we have yet another combination of incinerator, as well as a piston and a warmonger with plating to make it very difficult for anyone running through to actually make it. If they're stuck at this moment for even a second, they will most likely die because they've triggered some bombs that many people miss. These bombs are behind a holographic cube, and they follow a very simple setup that is very popular in the Meteor Maker community because it works like a charm. I call these the displacement bombs, and the way they work is that when they are triggered, some of them will fall down vertically onto the player that triggers them, and the other ones will be redirected through an alternative duct that you can make land ahead or behind. In my first iteration of this level, I made them fall ahead into the next corridor, and this got some people. But then I realized that most players actually fall back into known territory. So I turned it around and I made it so that these bombs now fall backwards. Notice that they go through a corrosive cube that is opaque. So it's very difficult for players to realize what the hell happened. If some of them don't pay attention, they might die multiple times to this type of bomb without having any idea what actually killed them. They might think that it was just one bomb that was lucky, when in reality this is a very consistent setup. Either way, if they are careful or lucky, they will survive all of this, and then they'll find themselves going through yet another corridor. At this point, notice that there is a big hole on the ceiling that makes it look like there's going to be another set of bombs. It's actually a really good idea to constantly use misdirection and use fake ceilings to completely overwhelm raiders. If they constantly look for traps, they will be less likely to notice when you actually use alternative ways to trick them. And there's absolutely no trap up there. The point of this is just to distract them of the fact that there is actually an impaler at their feet. I think I've only killed one person with this, but I'm still proud of it. I still like it. I think it's kind of cute. And if they keep going forward, now they'll arrive at perhaps the most stacked part of the entire map, the big trap room. Let's break it down. Even though I just refer to this as a big room, in reality it is a fairly tight place. It has many traps of different types that cover almost every angle, so players that choose the option of going through this and rushing through this room will often be simply overwhelmed by how many different things are aiming to kill you. We also find yet more pistons with incinerators in diagonal corners, which are really difficult to dodge effectively. And notice that one of the bunkered cannon backs actually has a little space that allows him to look behind him. This means that if you ignore him and you keep pressing forward, he can still aim at you and shoot you in the back, which can get you killed. So running through this room seems like a bad idea. But what about holding back? What about being patient and dealing with each element one by one? That is sometimes just as dangerous. The first safety spot that players will typically hover around and will rest at is this corner right here. You get to peek into the room a little bit, maybe get targeted by the cannon backs that see you, but ultimately this doesn't seem like you're in any real danger. But oh my god, you are in real danger, because this little shaped corner here is an absolute magnet for the cannon backs. They often bounce back into the safe corridor behind this, and you will more often than not be caught here if your reaction times are a little bit clumsy. You will need to be very, very smart in how you deal with the cannon backs, because if you linger here, you will often die. Once people have died here or have dealt with the cannon backs, the next natural place for them to feel safe at is a little bit further behind this corrosive cube that is opaque. Now, the corrosive cube doesn't really protect you from everything, but it does feel like a wall, so people will approach this place trying to find some kind of angle to look into the room and see further into it. And they might not realize that their footing is actually not safe here. These are holographic cubes that will immediately collapse upon your steps. If you fall and your reaction times are bad, you will die to the
Šta kad ćeš ti to njemu da sad ispričaš?
Straight up. But even if your reaction times are fast and you jump out of the way, this bolt has the hunter mod, which will make the bolts themselves hone onto you and go through the corrosive cube and kill you, which gets a lot of players. If you somehow survive these two and you try to use this as a way to get into the room, you'll notice that it doesn't provide any real advantage, so this cannot be cheesed as a shortcut. So that's the second spot. Now, when you step into the room itself, there are a lot of things that are going to try to kill you. If you have already dealt with the cannon backs, you still need to be very careful about the incinerators, as well as the plasma sentinels. It's very difficult to choose which one to target here, and many people at this point will be confident in just running into the room and maybe taking the place where the cannon backs were laying. But here you are still vulnerable to certain traps that are not immediately visible, so trying to find a safe spot in the storm is quite dangerous. The moment you set foot on this particular square, you will also be in big trouble. You will trigger at least two once. The first of another set of displaced bombs. Just like we explained earlier, some of these fall directly down into some players, and the other set of bombs actually are sent back, and they fall again on that first spot of safety, and much like the cannon back bombs, they bounce back into the corridor that you came from, which kills a lot of people. This is such a dirty, effective trap, and it's again concealed by a corrosive cube. That makes lots of players die to this and not realize what happened. There are a lot of players that think that these were just some random bombs. They don't realize that, yes, no, this is consistently going to kill you here. So that's one of the things that triggers bombs are here. If you go into this spot again and look at it, you will also notice that trigger another hollow cube that shoots bolts. Now, these bolts are not really meant to kill you. If they kill you, that's fantastic. The real aim of these bolts is to shoot through this other corrosive cube that's also opaque, and when they do that, they will destroy a holographic cube that is behind it. This is completely out of view of the player, and once this hollow cube has been destroyed, now a hornet will be freed, and this hornet will
DTD, a new vote has started.
Kill itself with a corrosive cube, fall through yet another opaque corrosive cube, and explode on this third spot. This third spot is the safest place where people feel once they've dealt with the initial traps of the room. It is such a random thing. This corner comes with a Deadman switch self-explosion on kill.
Jedan nego manijak, malo manji nego Milan. Ja, pa svi ostali. Profesor.
And you can do this in your bases with any other creative path you want. Find a spot where people wait, where people shoot at things, where they feel safe, and have a hornet blow up. It is absolutely hilarious. Now, there are a few more elements in this room to make it a little bit harder to get through.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Feral Businessman Attack.
You will almost never that will again release an enemy. This is a flame walker application so that it doesn't flamethrower incinerator above you. And then a little bit ahead you also have the combo of another warmonger with a hornet above it. And these two kind of create a shield that is really difficult to penetrate. Again, the hornet has the Deadman switch mod that will explode if it dies. And depending on how you rush this, you might actually make balls in the corridor kill the hornet. And if that happens, the hornet itself will explode, which...
Čini mi se, čuo sam par priča od njega koje se on ne slažu. Jer nisam ga ispitivao za detalje, ali što kaže Nenad, priča se menja kako situacija nalaže. Malo...
Evo gledaj ovo. Čovjek je tu krenuo na kanalu da rodi, da ga mi napadamo, kao će da ode ono, a jedno 50 puta izlazi se kanal.
Ja idem, stvarno ću da odem.
Ko je taj Singularity?
Sreten, kako mu biše puno mi je prezio.
Odakle?
A Milan zna detalje. Ajde Milan ispričaj o svom idolu.
Onako divnog čovjeka ste hranili.
Da.
Sram bilo.
Što ste ga otrali s njom?
Koga otera? Ma same sebe otera. Niko mu nije rekao da ide.
Malo više.
Nego manijek.
On je tu negdje.
Nego krenuli su radovi u kući cveća.
Kući cveća.
Sad će biti skočio.
Srušit ćemo je do temelja.
Aj Nenade, redi.
Pogledaj sliku.
Čekaj, multitaskuje sad, ne može.
Ne može sad i da igra.
Molim.
Magiću, baci pogled na sliku.
Hoćeš ti da igraš, oprosti?
Hoću.
Mislim, danas.
Shadow Game 7 days.
Ne. To ćeš morat sam da hostiš, sa mnom nećeš. Da te ja sad šlepam kad sam preživao 40 dana, nema šanse. Ne, moraš da patiš. Ja ću biti tu sladim. Joe pati, Joe će ga skrati. Bilo je tu par vrućih tema, znaš, zbog koji smo se mi s njim pokrpili. I opet mu niko nije rekao da ide, nego jednostavno on je očekivao da mu se mi sad izvinjavamo.
Rekao mu je da ona i posle. Evo ja čekam da ti odeš, ali ti nikako da odeš.
Ne, Ridik mu je rekao, ti si još tu? Tim rečima. On je čitav dan, jedno, ne znam, 5-6 sati je bila ta drama. I Ridik na kraju dođe i kaže, ti si još tu? I pokupi se i ono, kad napusti kanal. Opet mu niko nije rekao da ide. Nego on...
A 5 puta je izbazio većice.
Demonstrativno napustio sobu.
Jako teški prič, da. Onako divnog čovjeka ste se hranili, onako divnog.
Imaju ovdje pretnje kućnim posjetama i merenjem glavom sa...
Nikomu nije pretio, budala ti ide u policiju da preljanja.
Nije dokazano, ali tako
nije. Ej, jebod.
Ma nisam mu
nikad...
nikad...
Što Nenade da mu meriš glavu šubarom?
Na jego nebe.
Nije dokazano da su mu pretili, ali tako ne. Nema dokaza.
Nikada mu nisam neko ništa povodio.
Da. Obim glave ima veze sa da li si cigan ili jevrej, jel?
Pa ima.
Je govna, nikad mu to nisam rekao. Pusti me.
To je bila i ona serija Lupulja normalan, Izeta su ubeđivali da mu raste glava, pa mu davali sve manje i manje šešire.
Ja sam rekao da sam ja merio meni glavu i to, a ne da sam ne teo njemu da meri.
Ovo sad da menjaš priču.
Nisam mu to rekao nikad. Nikad mu to nisam rekao.
Evo i Vlada kaže da jesi.
Evo ima svedoka, evo Milan je svjedok, jel tako Milan? Tako je.
Nikad to nisam rekao. Ništa, nikad.
Ako to Milan tvrdi, to je 100% istina, jel tako?
Malo da mu popravim glavu.
bre.
Malo da mu popravim glavu, jeli?
Mamu ti jebem.
Usra?
A nisi usrao uopšte.
Će me ubiti, jebao, mat.
Lik ima neku svoju teoriju kako treba igrati ili ima svoju, to je to.
Ja sam rekao da Blizzard gura kozmetiku.
Do čega si došao, ajde kaži.
Šta bre, pusti me lan.
Do sezonskog karaktera. I ja jedno imam 15 sezonskih karaktera. Misliš da je to nešto, neki šao?
Dostignuće vrhunsko.
Uđem na Diablo i kažem, hej, jedno vada pasmi do 5 tog Paragona i teti.
I šta s tim? Sreten je bio među, koliko beš? Među top 1000 igrača u Evropi, na rank listi. po vremenu.
Da.
Ja vam rekao bravo.
Jesi, smrdne mi jebote, jebem ti klimu.
Vrlo dobro sretan.
Ilija?
Neki zombi naišu, joj crn.
Mene pitaš. Da čujem. Reci Boris Mikić.
Ma, htio sam da pitam za ovu sačmaru, ali skontao sam da... Ovaj
nego
X je
čega
već
još
i
otišao mi
od
one?
municiji koju nosiš.
On ti to nije rekao. Otišao je
Šta
zato što
to?
si ti meni dao nalog, a ne njemu.
O da! Da. Za koju municiju pitaš?
Ma jes kurac mu ne tebe, znaš koliko mu bilo
Za
krivo.
onu novu pušku.
Na tu stranu...
Jel' Boris?
Ne, nego obično ova sačmara. Nešto mi je širok X, ali uzeo sam ovaj...
To je njega zabolelo više nego bilo šta.
Franjo.
Što ne može da multitaskuje sa 4
Ma gdje mu ne treba mi one? Ma jes kurac.
A šta ti mu daješ naloga, to je kao kad bi neko od vas pitao mene. Vlado, ajde da ti damo još jedan kog 2 naloga, pa šta će mi?
Pa zato što nisi normalan, eto, za to će ti. Ajmo dalje. Mislim, znam da jesi ti normalan, nego on nije normalan. To je druga stvar.
To i voli ga onaj viče.
Šta si jučerom? Šta si sad uradio?
A onaj viče ti što smo prebacili na GOG.
Dobro.
A tako lepo. Da, ti imaš na Steamu, ali oni su davali mogućnost ko ima na Steamu da može da ima i na GOG-u.
Good Old Games, da. I?
Ne, ko ima na GOG-u da može...
To možeš i sad uradiš, jel znaš?
Ko ima na Steamu da može prebaciti na GOG, da ima i tamo.
To možeš sad.
Potpuno različite verzije.
To možeš i sad da uradiš. Ja me čuješ?
Ovo misliš to bi vada kada već imam.
Ne, nego...
Igrice sam prešao.
Slušaj, mislim, pričam samo teorijski, a ja sam to već radio. Imaš da linkuješ Steam account i GOG account zajedno. I on ti proveri koje igre imaš na Steamu, koje imaš na Good Old Gamesu. I ako je ta igra na listi koje su dozvoljene, on ti unlockuje automatski, ako ti je kupljena na Steamu, otključati Good Old Games verziju, zato što si već jednom
Čekša više, GOG recimo može ti poveže sve klijente u jedan, da nemaš potrebe da instaliraš i onaj Ubiplay i EA i 300 drugih kuraca. Da bi mogli imati sve igrice koje imaš na tim različitim platformama.
Jedan kvas ladan, uzmemo.
Jej, ali najledeniji kvas više nema, štete.
Ja uzmem ovaj Tut Gut. Ovaj kvapski Nenade ovih od tvojih zemljaka.
A ti to uzimaš iz marketa, u Vrbasu Boris.
Ne, ovaj Tut Gut.
Ne, da ga nabavljaš, ozbiljno ti kažem.
Kvas nije od kukuruza.
Od ječma je.
Od ječma.
Čuješ Boris?
Ječmenog slada.
Da ga nabavljaš.
U kuli kod Rojića.
Ej, jebi ga sad. Da upalim kola i da
idemo. Ajde, Makić.
Kuda ste vi zašli, brate?
Dođi. Ovo. Imaš u ovim ukrajinskim prodavnicama na Sevastopol i to.
Beogradska pivara je punila kvas. Ja sam to pio.
Taj je bio dobar, Bipov jeste.
Imaju tu i Bipov kvas.
Ne znam da li ima.
I pakuje se samo u staklenke.
Boga mi mislim da više nema.
Nema. Ne znam da ga vi kupujete.
Ima, ali samo su
staklenke. Ovdje je Bip, brate, Bip ne radi.
Samo mu je malo jača cena je.
Ma nebitna je cena.
Ja sam par puta vidio posljednjih godina dana Bipov kvas.
Ne znam da je on to vidio. Ne kažem da lažeš, ali ne znam da si vidio.
Piše Bip.
Pa mene majke ti Grant Vija, vidi ovo. Majku ti jebem, skino mi 50 HP-a.
Najgore, imaju neki glitch i mogu da ti udare toliko puta u sekundi da to nije normalno.
Zato što te on bije dok ti laguješ okolo. Eto.
Ne diraj.
Kume ne čujem te. Halo kume. Ako si tu ne čujem te. Ne znam kako te vidim, ali te ne čujem. Alo? Dobra fazona.
Easy peasy peasy.
Alo? Alo?
Da, mislim da ste ga vi update, alo? Neka
Gdje
progovorite.
ste Nemci, šta se radi?
Časmo.
Eto to.
Časmo.
Ivanović, šta si čačko s mikrofonom, znači jedva te čuje.
Nije nego ima mikrofon na slušalicama, onda taj mikrofon po potrebi... ne mogu.
Ko te umlada, a?
Ne, to je moj kum.
Ivanović.
Pa vidim, brate, pitam se samo dok.
Dok god bude trebalo, evo ti ja objasnim.
Čekaj. A ja. Makaki.
Makaki, oni majmunčići.
Mogu.
Ko kaki?
Ili mikrofon ili zvuk.
A?
Ko kaki?
Šta je bilo? Miroslav Ilić.
Halo.
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 Alo.
Halo.
Sad vas čujem na ekran. Znači ne može ili mikrofon ili zvuk. Znači nema drugo.
Zašto tako?
Šta kažeš Beka?
Zašto tako? Ali ja nisam Beka, ali dobro.
Pa znam Beka, ali prvo moram da vrnem čovjeku 170.000 pa onda mogu
Kume, ne pričaj se nebitnim tipovima. Možda pričaš s njim kad dođe kod tebe u goste, znaš. Na kafu ili da ti pita kako si.
Ajde idite da se kupate.
Koliko ima da nisi otišao kod čovjeka, a Beka?
Da, nije odavno bio.
Odavno? Ja ne znam li bio ove godine uopšte. Živi samo 100 metara od tebe daleko.
Dosta je to.
To boga mi jes, ne može da sjesti u auto, pa da ga upali, pa da se potroši malo goriva za 100 metara, tako. A Beka drži govor, aha.
Might fall down onto your feet, so there's quite a few ways to die here if you're not careful. And for people that rush it, I have one final gift that I actually saw one player. This was one of the later additions to this level. There is a simple distance at the end of this corridor. Out of view curve. This piston, unlike other traps, doesn't make much noise if you run into it quickly, which you often will, which means that it's very silent and it's very likely to make the noise and kill you on the spot. And for you to die here at the very last bit is so mean. So that's just a little surprise that at least one person has died to, and I imagine more would if I added this early. Anyway, right after that, we reach the actual end of the level. If we peek around this corner, we will notice the gem mat, which is the thing that we need to capture in order to beat it. And before it, we have this fun-looking impaler that is honestly not going to fool anyone. And next to it, there's a fun little cube. And when we shoot it, it explodes for some reason. Why is this here? What does it do? Don't think about it too much. Anyway, we grab the gem map, and then as we go forward, we realize that, hey, we're actually inside the third tower, the one that we saw earlier. So we don't have to go all the way back. We've already beaten the level, right? There's one final surprise. Let's just see it from one of our players' perspectives.
Kakvi su to demoni?
A ovo kao, ne voli Tita, šta?
Yep, so it's another suicide setup, and this one is my favorite. So the Imperial has a self-destruct that somehow goes through this orange solid cube.
Evo ga, Žičan je ovdje, maš u pičku.
O, gdje si Borise?
Once it's no longer blocking it, the Hornet goes all the way up and then drops through the chimney and falls and explodes right on top of any suspected person that is gazing from this spot. It's so funny, it's just so funny, it makes me feel so good when someone has beaten the whole level only to die at this final stage. Some people are very careful about it, or they are just a bit lucky because the timing is a bit inconsistent and they survive it. And if they do further troubles, they get the Forsaken Mission and they get to I've seen people sometimes spend 2 hours, I've seen someone die 50 times and beat it in the end. It's been really fun going through the replays, and hopefully you guys had fun, you know, seeing all these Machiavellian things into motion. At any rate, I will be leaving the information on this level if you want to try it yourself still. And I will also make a different level that is only a showcase of some of the tricks used here, so that you can go and see it for yourself and copy them if you want to make your own level with some inspiration from this space. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one if you enjoy this kind of content.
Nija. Pogledaj mapu neznalice.
Znalice ne.
Gdje ćeš? Evo sad te spoj ko što sam ti rekao.
Aj Milane, idi vežbaj.
Ja mislim da Arden Periš. Upravo si Milane, Arden Periš 100%, to je laž.
Ne radi Periš.
Milan Periški.
Teško nama ako budete ko.
Mislite to, reci?
Je godinu dana jače nećemo moći da ih...
Nego šta?
Ne mogu očima da ih vidim.
Samo to još ne zna.
A jebote.
Croaking YT. Welcome to my channel.
Boris, završio sam.
Evo.
Stavio ću zamke, pazi što je.
Gore otvoren nije otvoren.
Rakujec.
Andrew Tate
Moramo
last
obu
night
ubiti.
got convicted. They actually are going to put him on got indicted, excuse me, not convicted, excuse me. Indicted on charges of human trafficking. This is usually not a good thing to be accused of, and it seems like they think that Andrew Tate did this. So they're going to be obviously standing trial for this in Romania. It is crazy to me that it took them 6 months to figure this out.
Kako 2 puta ga pogodim?
This shit, like the Romanian government is going to look like a bunch of corrupt clowns. Let's be real. So he is.
Jebote, hit marker sam dobio oba puta. Jebote, život neverovatno.
Right now.
So I just wanted to have an informal conversation. I'm gonna put a suit on and do
Jesi
this
pročitao
format. I
onaj
think it's better if I
izveštaj
do this
koliko je se
informal.
štete uradio na kraju?
Highlighting some of the things that everybody already knows about how the Matrix operates and what they're trying to do to me and what I believe is going to happen next.
Čekaj, ja znaš da pogodak u grudni koš, na primjer, radi kod nekih oružja 120 damage-a, kad pogodiš u donji deo grudnog koša, to ti je stomak, radiš 65, na primjer. To znaš, jel tako? Jeste svi igrali te server, kad sam ja rekao da probate, onaj fort jebeni i svi ste probali, da? Samo par santimetara, znam da svi probali, samo par santimetara ispod grudnog koša, znači tu ti je stomak, abdomen.
A što me je regione?
Nije 100%, nego je recimo 70-60% damage. Znači, može da se desi ako si ga pukao 2 puta, ako nije glava.
Sad kad si završio meč, što je on change?
Zato što ti igraš na ruskim serverima, možda.
Ja čim vidim gol da...
Provereni Rusofil.
Nenade, ti si. Znam. Oda si se.
DTD, a new vote has started.
Kad bi okačio rusku trobojku na levo rame i silovu Ukrajinku neku. Pazi šta ti kažem, živi je.
A zašto bi se mi sad na silu naslanjali na neku žensku osobu?
Da.
A? Zašto? Kad ima toliko podatnih osoba koje se zarad samo kurca, razumeš? Zašto bi sad ja jurio neku specifičnu da idem na robiju? Objasni mi. Jer mi je do sad je život na planeti Zemlje, vjerojatno.
To je. Kućni kurac. Da je bacim u spomenuti. Ili da briše masa traktora sa njom.
Da brišeš masa traktora sa njom.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen silly sounds.
Pa kad nemaš imanje.
Znanje imanje.
Znanje, nemanje, a?
Ne. Slušaj. Mi on je sve svoje imanje prodao za kocku pa da je ono...
Provaljen.
Pa šta je MP42 kod da to neki traktor bije?
Čekaj, čuli smo iz pouzdanih izvora da si prodao kuću u Herceg Novom, a ne hvališ se.
Boga mi, rekao je da će da časti koje hoće plaće hardvera. Naš Boris.
Treba neka 7.9 XTX da stigne.
Slušaj, Borisu, bila je reč da će da onaj Radeon, onaj 3D procesor, onaj koji je to Ryzen.
I da će nas morati sve na kulve.
Jeste. I onda je kao fora bila, ali kao to tebi ne treba zato što ti moraš ploču da kupiš. Ja rekao, pa ne moram za ploču kupiti, zašto? Pa kao ne podržava, dobro, ja odem alt-tab, podržava.
Podržava.
Da, ali to ne radi kako treba, znaš. Pa rekao, nemoj da jedeš govna, zašto pričaš stvari? Ma idiot. Lažov, patološki lažov. To je kao kad ja tebi ponudim, hoćeš 100 evra, a znam da ti ne treba, 100 evra ti neće pomoći.
Milane, dobili smo pouzdanu informaciju da je kuća prodata, što si čutao, je. Znači lažu, a, kerovi, ja, pičke.
Boga mi informacija da smo pouzdani, ti vidi.
Illusion. Welcome to my channel.
Slušaj. Kad?
Evo te, sve ste digli što sam mogli dići, jebom.
Čekajte, budeš istin čuo šta? Audi, a šta će ti Audi?
Ali čekaj, misliš ove nove komponente što nama kupuješ ili te kutije ili...
Ej, jebim da sad.
A zašto je to tako?
Ja već imam sve bolje od tebe.
Mene komponente ne zanimaju. Mene zanima samo tamo da nas odeš na tekuje što si obeći i to je to. Kako nisi? Ne čuje se ovoga ninovačke, obeći da će nam platiti svima koje.
Pička bio, pička ostao, jebote.
Kako ja sam čuo?
Stvarno nemam reći. Rekao si možemo da jebemo i pijemo. Ja sam to drugačije razumeo.
Komponente me ne zanimaju, eto. Daći ti... Samo, daći ti bolest, kontakt, oni kurvi iz Grčke.
Morite.
Pa...
Mi smo bili nešto opterećeni da ćeš ti da jebeš, mi gledamo sami sebe, rekao, tako da ti radi, ti možeš i da gledaš ako hoćeš jebeš.
Možda staviš tu po TV da gledaš.
Nemoj da se vraćaš na to je gore od Gudrovine, tako da, to ako ponovo kreneš, ode tvoja kuća u Mozart bet, jebi ga.
A bolje ti obrni pare, upravo si Milane. Ovog puta će sigurno biti drugačije.
Ne.
Znaš gdje će to otići? To će otići na šuplju priču kako je sve zakocko i nećete ništa dobiti. U biti nije zakocko, već na računu ste.
Ma, to je napravljeno kako... Ima logoritam i to.
Ali neće on ni kockat, brate, on će samo reći zavalio sam sve.
Da, to zvuči kao nešto što... Kako ga ti čitaš tako lako?
Ovdje kod mene neka pčela divlja, Franjo. Verovatno je da ima neka.
Kao da imaš iskustvo s takvim tipom.
Tu je i boss.
Kod mene, a?
Ma da.
Pa svi smo useless, ja imam shot.
Šta je na bonšetu, jel?
Da, ovdje definitivno nekog ima je.
To sam ti rekao. Evo, bacit ću ja bubu. Boss je tu, ali ga ne biju.
Neko je pucao, ali ne znam niti na koga, ni gdje, evo te. Kao iz ove kuće tu da je pucao kad sam dolazio.
Nema nikog unutra.
Nenade, gdje ćeš tamo?
Pitate čovjek gdje ćeš?
O, da ne.
Zato što mogu.
Aha.
Da se smijem.
Aha,
Šta,
evo ga.
ne smijem da se smijem, a?
Evo ga ovdje negdje.
Na njih.
Na njih.
Tu.
Kući su. Imamo i ekipu iza leđa.
Evo ga ovdje, iza dasaka.
Sad kad ga ubiju.
Evo ga.
Evo ga jedan pretrčava ovdje, lej.
Dvojica, trojica. To je drugi tim. Samo opušteno, Boris. Nekoga je skinuo. Aj, Boris se na ovu stranu ide.
Pingovo sam ti da je gore negdje.
Ništa sreće, hvala ti mnogo.
A mi je on izginuo.
Ma nije izginuo, nego se pravi mrtv.
A jebem ti materi ovoj visećoj zavesi govnarskoj.
Da.
Pazi, imamo ljude ovdje.
Pali sve to samo i čašu Još u vodi i...
Eno ga gore, brate, zar nisi gledao kad sam ja pucao? Ovo mi je zadnji bar.
Da.
Ekipa iza nam dolazi. Pazi leđe, Makiću. I kako se da ovo nije bio niče? Hit Mike sam ubio.
Gdje su, jebem i mamu milu. Bravo ja. Ne vidim nikog jebote.
Jebo si nas jako, Milane. Gole je bio, puškamo si ga i ja sam tu rekao teg nego što si ti umeo.
Borsa.
Evo samo da završim. Jedno 15 minuta. Možeš da igraš Milana sad. Može.
Brate, ili ja...
Neću ni to da te slušam, ni to neću da te slušam. A ne znaš reći da ideš unutra...
Žica je čovječ na tebi je.
To Milan se s vama dogovara.
Fuller smoke a lot. Welcome to my channel.
Hello and welcome.
Može gubiš tu. Pući. Dole.
Aj, prebaci na F.
Eno ti ga.
Oj, dvocerka, brate. Pi. Evo ga, brate, imam ovaj long gamma, ja nemam šta unutra tražim, jebote. Džabe ne vidim ga, jebote. Ne vredi, moram atmoru nositi got. Džabe nosim long gamma. Nemam kod igra naprijed.
Misliš, ako izađeš naprijed da pucaš, bit ćeš sam.
Moj Milane. Nisi trebao sam da uletiš.
Nema se vremena.
Nismo mogli da te stignemo, imaš jebeni stamina šota, mi ga nemamo.
Ti ga nemaš?
Nema ga, brate, nema.
Nenade, ovo nisam znao. Treba da kaže da nema neograničene količine energije, kao Milan, životinja.
A što te čujem u igri, a ne u...
Zato što prešlo F odeljenje. Čiš da prebacim i tebe. Ili možda ima nego.
10 dana, 20.000 sam na
jebe mater. Franjo, ne znam zašto ti čujem, a idi.
Zato što se prebacuje u F odeljenje i pitao i vas da pređete u F odeljenje, ali vi ga niste čuli.
No, još nijem platio kolike bi mi bio da sam...
Da si?
Da sam u Švajcarsku, mada malo je tu za Švajcarsku, samo sam.
Koliko bi ti htio platiti? Mešetaru bilj. Ajde, budi iskren. Koliko para je dovoljno?
7.000 švajcarskih franak je 7.000 evra.
Koliko je stanarina prosječno u Švedskoj?
A to?
To.
Znači... U tih 7.000 ti dobiješ, ali ti mora platiš onaj porez, mora platiš penzijsko i zdravstveno.
Da. I? Pa?
I mora potrošiš recimo 3.000 za stan i hranu.
Da.
I 2.000 za stan.
2.000 ti ostane?
Da.
Od 7.000.
A tako nešto.
Sedi gde jesi, da ti ja to kažem. Tako. Tako. Ti pusti s nove bogacije, bogatit ćeš se nikad. Pa ćeš se u Srbiji obogatit nego u Švedskoj. Sa takvim režimom kao što imaju. Sve moj
Mada, ja bi može ko...
Šta bi? Šveđan?
Ljudi!
Gdje?
Čuješ kokoške, brate?
Daleko se ne čujem.
Ljudi su u kompoundu.
Možda nose jaja.
Aha, jesu cijel. Eno su, pazi, ulaze iza. Molim!
Da.
Kurac. Opet Rus.
Otkud znaš, možda neko trola.
Mamuti, jebem.
Ovaj ga zaštitio.
Zato se tako radi.
Ubio sam ja tog, brate. Nego ovog zadnjeg nisam ubio.
A to, ovoga što ga digao ubio se, ali pogledio si njega, a ne ovoga, jebi ga. Stotinka jedna, stotinka.
Boš.
Što nisi nosio? Što nisi ciganko?
Dobro, nije ni to loše.
Gdje je pa auto 5? Ilija, pazi ovo.
Da.
Nema više, brate. Sve sam istrošio.
Ma ja sam imao 20 nešto hiljada, sam se spao na 8.000.
Ja sam imao 370, ali imam 350, brate. Za 10 dana 20.000, evo.
To je to.
Da, dobar je fazon.
I feel like I've sat in a leather chair before, and I feel like there's no chance that like this room doesn't smell really bad, because like if you're sitting on there with like your skin against the leather, like you're gonna sweat a lot, man. You know what I mean? Like I feel like you're gonna sweat a whole lot.
It's quite interesting that they are attacking me and attempting to vilify me at the exact same time, whereas real predators, which work for the media establishment, are being ousted. So it's really interesting to do a juxtaposition and do a comparison, right, between how they will treat Philip Schofield, who is confirmed as a groomer.
Career is over following affair.
Who is admitting he has committed sexual crimes, and how they'll treat me.
Well, I mean, did he commit a crime or did he have an affair? Because like having an affair isn't very good, but I mean, that's not the same as a crime. Did he actually commit a crime though? He did commit a crime. I don't know.
And with no convictions and no admission of sexual crimes. Look at the differences in the headlines. Look at how soft they are in their interviews with him.
You've had quite the week. How are you?
Look at how now, after only 2 or 3 days, the headlines are saying we should forgive him and feel sorry for him and let him off. Whereas me, who's been under constant media assault for over a year.
Why are people going easy on that guy? He's rich, he's a TV personality? I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like it's just, because it's an affair, Tate allegedly stealing and abusing women. Yeah, it's like, I don't know enough about this dude, so like, it's hard for me to go and be like, oh, this is what it should be. Right? He's friends with the media? I mean, that's it. Maybe, I don't know.
They never let up. They never change. Someone sent me a clip yesterday of Philip Schofield saying he's going to kill himself and how sad he is.
Last week, if my daughters hadn't been there, I wouldn't be here.
Why do they keep pushing me? Why do they keep pushing me, playing the sympathy card? And all the headlines are now like, yeah, we can't keep attacking this poor man. For 1 year they've attacked me. And they...
I mean, I feel like it's pretty simple, right? I mean, like, fuck, if the guy had an affair with his wife,
DTD,
like,
a new vote has started.
Or something like that, that sounds like a personal problem, you know? Like, that's not something that, like, somebody needs to be dragged through the streets for, or, you know, like, fucking crucified for. Like, who gives a fuck? But if it's a kid, if it's somebody who's underage, then, like, what the fuck are we doing feeling sorry for somebody who's a groomer? You see what I'm saying? Like, what are we even wasting our time for? If it's no, this is what's simple, right? Is if they are above the age of consent whenever he started talking to them, then it's fine. And if they weren't, then it's not fine. I feel like it's pretty simple, right, guys? Like, what are we even talking about? Yeah, like it's kind of fucking obvious.
Not stop. And this highlights the difference between the people who are on the side of the establishment and the people who are not on the side of the establishment. I've been offered to sell my soul very many times. I want everyone at home to understand. You do not become the most Googled man on earth. Especially amongst the demographic of young men, which have money to spend. Without very large companies and corporations becoming extremely interested in it.
Yeah, of course.
I've been offered $50 to $60 million by companies I'm not going to name. All I had to do was shut up. Shut up, take the money. wear the stupid hat, wave around the stupid drink, whatever it is.
I see.
And continue to agree with whatever the Matrix says, regardless of my own personal feelings, my personal views and beliefs. And just push
DTD
it on the
voting
minds
is
of young
complete
children.
and the viewers have chosen
And I
meal
refuse to do
supplies.
that. I refuse to sell my soul.
Vamo nije.
If I would have sold my soul to a large corporation, and then this attack happened, which I very much doubt this level of Matrix attack would have even happened to me, but if it did, then this large corporation would speak to the media, and the media would be treating me like they treat Philip Schofield.
There's no way, because like that Philip dude is like probably 70-something years old. He's got 50 years of connections. Everybody knows him. It's totally different, bro. Like, they would kick him to the curb immediately and do an apology on Twitter. The same, look what they did with Kanye West.
They wouldn't be treating me as an enemy. They would treat me as an ally. All I had to do was sell my soul, and I refused. The recent BBC interview that took place, I don't think most people understand genuinely how snaky that interview was.
I could believe that. I could easily believe that they came in to try to ambush him on questions that, like, he didn't want to talk about, and like they definitely probably snaked them on that. Yeah, sure, I could believe that.
Reason.
But what does this have to do with the case?
I had to destroy her so ruthlessly because of how the interview was set up. When I was in jail, BBC was constantly trying to get me to give an interview over the phone, and I refused. When I left jail, the BBC begged me for an interview, daily, begging me. And for 3 months, I refused. Eventually, once I understood, after my 3rd month of house arrest, what the Romanian government is going to do to me, which we're going to discuss shortly, I thought now would be a good time to get an interview. BBC begged me, saying that Romania has one of the most corrupt justice systems in Europe, that there's serious problems with the case, lots of evidence that's been leaked shows Andrew's innocent, that Andrew's side of the story hasn't been heard, that we're interested in fair and unbiased journalism, that we don't want to come there and do a hit piece, we want to speak to him and try and find out the truth of what's happening. In fact, we're going to send you the questions you want to ask in advance.
Mamu ti
I'm
jebem,
not a
pa
coward. I
prosto
never
sam.
ask the questions in advance. I don't care. 'Cause I'm a professional and I will destroy anyone instantly.
I mean, all right, that makes sense, sure. So, I mean, like, maybe they are corrupt, who knows? Are they corrupt in this circumstance? It's hard to say. I think that he deserves a fair trial, of course. But, I mean, it seems kind of like, you should always take this stuff with a grain of salt.
But they sent us a list of questions, which was shown to me, and I was like,
Tamo
well, those are
negdje
actually
kod Milana
interesting
sam čuo da
questions.
neko
What's my
nešto
mental
udara.
health like? What's Romanian jail like? What's it like being in a courtroom where everyone's speaking a language you don't understand and having your liberty deprived of you? I thought this is going to be an interesting interview. I agreed.
Yeah.
The BBC, all nice smiles and all lies, sent us this entire spiel, turned up, turned the cameras on, sat down, and attacked me.
Have you ever put any applied anti-psychological control on any of the women you date?
No, and I respect women. This idea that I'm so much smarter that I can hypnotize somebody, I think is extremely misogynistic idea. I think your idea is misogynistic.
Moram se kilat otrans.
I mean, that's a pretty good answer by Andrew for sure, but like, he did also say that he would manipulate people into doing things. You could literally play, you could have this like where he's arguing against himself.
They attempted to sucker punch me. They attempted to shake my hand and knock me out with a sucker punch once the cameras were on, to hit me when I was off guard. They expected me to be off guard, ready to talk about my mental health, and hit me with these questions and me make a fool of myself, unaware that I'm a master of Aikido. When you attempt to sucker punch me, it simply misses, and I destroy you.
I think we're done.
Makes sense.
Unmatched perspicacity. Just because I'm the best there's ever been, and me, with my quick thinking, and nearly...
He's so good. This is like a comic book character. This is great. Wow.
Incomparable wit can sit and destroy a professional reporter and her entire research team's preparation. Just because I make that look easy doesn't mean I should be forced to succumb to these unfortunate circumstances. 99% of the population, if they were tricked the way I was tricked, would look a fool on camera.
Ja kad uzem ovu slate, ovo govno, to ne može time čovjeka pogoditi. To on meni ubije iz
Did
udarca.
they do this to Philip Schofield? No. Where was the BBC's outrage when Rolf Harris and Jimmy Savile were touching children? They don't care.
The media's outrage with this guy.
Teška nubina jebote.
I mean, I think you read that title, it seems like they're kind of painting him in a bad light. Like, if I read this title, like, I don't know who this Jimmy guy is, but, like, if I read a title of a guy, the man behind Britain's horrific sex abuse scandal, like, I would assume that he's a bad dude. Years after? Well, I don't know. I mean, like, fuck, like, look at Harvey Weinstein. People got protected like that all the time. BBC? Yeah, I mean, maybe
Where's the BBC's outrage when certain other people, high level in society, members of the royal family, are caught having pictures with minors? They don't care. But they will continue to try and convince you that I am something I am not, on repeat, over and over and over again. These people are worse than disingenuous. They are worse than simply liars.
I mean, this is my perspective on it, right? Is that, like, I think that you can fully acknowledge what he's saying is true, but still also acknowledge that maybe he did something wrong also. Because, like, I think that what he's saying, right, is that, like, oh, well, some people get preferential treatment by the government. It's like, for example, how is it that, like, Hunter Biden basically has, like, 1,000 pictures of himself doing crack with hookers, but somehow some other dude does crack once and he gets caught and now he's in jail for 20 years. How does this happen? But, like, the solution to that, I think most people feel, isn't that nobody should go to jail for committing crimes. It's that everybody should go to jail for committing crimes. So, like, this doesn't really mean that he's innocent.
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
The interpretation of this is that they're guilty the same as I am.
Gdje ponovno počinje ta serija, šta?
Because, like, this isn't really an argument of
Ja sam gledao 2-3
like of fairness, because I can agree that, yeah, I think some people probably do get treated with
serijala sam
you know, they get
posle to već
you know, they get excuses for things that are very bad that probably, you know, like, completely fuck their life and it doesn't happen.
Rađeno je bilo u početku po stripu.
But, like, that doesn't mean that,
Znači,
like, the
bio neki
solution to that
scenario.
is not to not punish anybody.
Bože spasi.
They are evil, they are a club, and if you sell your soul and join the club, they offer you protection, and if you don't, they aim to destroy you, which is what they're trying to do to me.
Okay.
The reason I decided to give the interview to the BBC is because I now believe that the next step, and I'm going to call it, because I've called everything that's happened to me so far. Look at my old interviews. I said stage 2, they're going to try and put me in jail.
I understand that you get 3 strikes in this game. Strike 1 is they try and shut you up and discredit you, which I've just been through. Strike 2 is they try and put you in jail for no reason. And strike 3 is they kill you.
The truth is this. So I knew it was coming. I absolutely knew it was coming because of how orchestrated it was. The only thing, and I'll state this at the beginning, the only reason I'm upset by being canceled is because I've expired one of my lives. You know, I'd never kill myself for a fucking try. But, bruv, because that's what's next. That's what's next. It's scary. I'm telling you, everyone thinks I'm paranoid. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. So it's like, every single organization on the face of the planet is corrupt. This is why I say, listen, and I'm going to say this on this podcast now, because I say it in every other one. I would never, ever kill myself. I truly believe they're going to come and they're going to try and kill me on a long enough time frame, because they tried to shut me up and I won't shut up. They're either going to try and put me in jail, or they're going to kill me, and I would never kill myself under any circumstances ever. And the reason I say this, and I say this to people, they go, what can they put you in jail for? And I'm like, how ignorant in your ignorance to believe they need a reason? You believe it's fair. You believe I can get a lawyer and prove myself innocent. That's not how it works. They decide you're guilty long before and they find a reason why. And it doesn't matter what you do about it, you will pay the fucking price. It's not fair. None of it is. Every single system's corrupt. It actually annoys me when people say it to me. Well, just get a lawyer. Why? They can't put you in jail if you're innocent. Yes, they fucking can. And that's what people don't
They can also put you in jail if you're guilty, too.
Understand about the world. They can and they do and they fucking will. And that's what's scary.
I'm going to call what's going to happen next. The Matrix is extremely angry. And they are angry because their weapons aren't working. I remain unfazed. This is the first time in history someone who was cancelled became more popular than before. This is the first time in history where a full broadside of media lies for over a year across every single outlet that they control has failed. Nobody believes them. Nobody. So now what do they do? Well, I believe the UK is going to try and raise charges against me. Don't know what for. I've done nothing wrong. Something's going to appear from nowhere. In fact, I will say that I have some very high-level friends and some whistleblowers who are confirming exactly that to me. They've looked at me and thought, we have to get this guy. What's he done? Nothing. Find something. Find. Who cares?
Yeah, somebody in chat mentioned something. Jesus got Jesus was really popular, and they canceled him too. That's true. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Get some papers, move some papers around, get a judge will stamp them, and put him in jail. It doesn't matter that I've done nothing wrong. I also want to say that I believe the Romanian government is going to charge me. They're not going to charge me because they have any evidence. They're not going to charge me because I'm guilty of anything. They're going to charge me because after a 14-month investigation, 6 months of arrest, which is the maximum they can possibly give me without charge, I don't think they can just drop this. Imagine they just drop this tomorrow.
I think he's right about this, that, I mean, they're kind of in a position where they have to charge him, or it's going to really hurt their reputation a lot. I think this is true. But the other reason why they might have to charge him is because he's guilty. You know, like, so... I mean, it's kind of like weird because it's like... basically, either I'm innocent or they're lying about me being guilty. So in his mind, there's no way he's not guilty. I don't know if he's guilty or not. This is my perspective. Now, personally, I think that, I mean, from what I've seen, the behavior that I've seen with Andrew Tate over the years and just everything that's happened, I think that he's probably guilty of these things. And I think they can probably prove it because he seems like the kind of guy to just go out and do stuff and not give a fuck. But I wouldn't put him in jail because I thought he was guilty. Of course he deserves to go to trial. Absolutely he deserves a fair trial. And if there's no evidence for it, then he shouldn't go to jail. But if you ask me, do I think he's guilty or not? Yeah, I think he is.
Oh, we made it all up. Imagine that. What choice do they have but to charge me? If they charge me, I'll go to trial. Now, of course, I still believe in Romanian justice. I really, truly believe that even with Romanian justice systems or matrix-controlled justice systems, I'll be because I know the case file, I know what's in it.
Okay.
But that's going to take years. They're going to waste 1.5 to 2 years of my life to make me go to trial. Then when I'm found not guilty, it's been years. Who cares, right? Distance from event. If they drop it now, it's the biggest story in the world.
That's probably true. I think he's right about that. That, like, yeah, they'll drag it out for a really long time if they can't get him, because if they don't, then it's gonna make them look really bad. I think that part is true, definitely.
They can't drop it. They're gonna charge me. They're not gonna charge me because I've done anything wrong.
They're
gonna charge me because that's how the Matrix works. Unfortunately, I'm up against an enemy I can't really, truly beat. I can't beat them. All I can do is continue to discredit them to the point where nobody believes them anymore. And I cannot do that without having perspicacious, intelligent people at home who are analyzing the situation and truly understand what is happening to me. If I have to martyr myself, if I have to some degree sacrifice my liberty and the quality of my life to highlight how the Matrix operates, how the legal system and the media work hand in hand,
like a Messiah
trying to convince the populace somebody is guilty before a judge says they are guilty because they have pre-decided to say this person is guilty because of his wrong thing. If I have to sacrifice myself to do those things, then I guess at least my imprisonment is a noble one. And I'm a man. And although Romanian jail is as close to hell as you can find on planet Earth, if I have to suffer it, I will do that because I will not sell my soul. The point of this video is only to highlight and make clear the differences in how the people inside of the club are treated versus the people who are outside of the club. And also,
I mean, like, again, I feel like you can agree that shit is corrupt and, you know, famous and influential people don't get punished the way normal people do. Like, I think you can easily fucking admit that. But, like, I mean, aren't there text messages of Andrew Tate talking about how he like literally uses something to launder money? I mean, I don't know. I feel like they've got to at least get a few. I mean, they've got a few things. But it's all fake. I mean, I don't know. Is it all fake? Fuck, man. It's planted.
So for me to predict the future for everyone to understand, when new charges come, when new countries attempt to attack me, when the Matrix unrelentingly continues to print lies about me and try to convince the world that I am a bad person, I hope it does nothing else but show the world that I am good. These people are liars. The people they tell you are good are not good. The people they tell you are bad are the good ones. Do not believe a word that they say. All in all, my predictions to the future are not certain. My future is certainly not certain. Whether I'll continue to breathe or continue to be free, nobody knows. But the one thing I can guarantee to absolutely everybody at home, and anybody who believes in me and my message, and anybody who listens to me speak, I will never sell my soul, I will never be controlled, and I will never lie.
Okay, well, that pretty much settles it. I mean, like, look, I don't know, guys. I mean, I don't know if he's guilty or not. I mean, I have no idea. Like, as I said, I've seen, like, all of the leaked screenshots and evidence, and everything that I've seen makes it look really bad for him. It does. It looks really, really bad. And then you have, like, way, way, way back in the day that he got removed from Big Brother on the UK because of some other sexual shit. And this is, like, way before he was anybody important. So it's not like the Matrix was doing it to him back then, because they'd have no reason to, because he wouldn't be a threat to the Matrix. So it's like, how is it that you have this pattern of behavior that extends beyond the realm of the Matrix? Like, you know, the period of time the Matrix is affecting you, or you're able to affect the Matrix, but like the same shit is happening? I don't know, man. And it's like, again, all this kind of stuff that you see, you can never really be sure of it. Wasn't it a sexual thing? The Big Brother thing wasn't sexual? What the fuck are you talking about? You guys don't remember that? So there it is. Sex video. There's this one here. And none of you innocent, blaming somebody else. We have to go, yeah, I don't, is whipping a woman. Yeah, well, I don't know if that's the one, because one of the girls came out and said that it was like some weird BDSM thing, but I think there were multiple videos, so it's hard to say. That was also the Matrix. It was consensual. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you're biased as fuck? I don't really think that I'm biased. I actually think that I'm probably one of the most unbiased people that's talking about this. And whenever, this is my opinion, right, is whenever you, whenever you have somebody who is so convinced that, like, their side is right, an objective, like, an objective analysis of this seems like bias to them, because they're so used to hearing one thing. People really on Tate's side? Well, yeah, I mean, I can see why people would think that he's, like, innocent, sure, because they don't think that he did any of this stuff, and they believe him, and they don't trust the government. I mean, that makes sense, right? So, I think you're looking at this fairly. Yeah, I feel like I'm extremely fair about this, and again, like, I think that it's important to keep in mind that I don't think that he should go to jail, right? I don't think he should go to jail just because, you know, he's a bad dude or he's an asshole. I think he should go to jail if he commits crimes. Like, I don't want Andrew Tate to be guilty. I don't think hardly anybody does. Because if you want Andrew Tate to be guilty, that means that you want there to have been sexual assault and rape and human trafficking. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. So nobody really wants this to be true. But there's a lot of evidence and a lot of behavior that is extremely fucking sus. Can we just acknowledge
Bez
that?
vapurga pogodim zjebeno doći
This is not. It's like fucking like. This is kind of a bad example, right? Because Bill Cosby when people come out against him.
Headshot range su smanjili na 70 metara, to znaš, da.
People went back like 30 years and they saw like clip after clip after clip of him doing and saying weird shit. And everybody just blew it off.
Na konju.
So I don't think this is really that unreasonable. It's the same with
Na konju je bio.
Is that if you went back and like you had interviews with actresses saying weird stuff about him, and like everybody blew it off because they just thought it was a joke. It wasn't. So I do think a pattern of behavior, it's not, it doesn't mean he's guilty, but it is sus. Not necessarily. No, you're right. Not necessarily, and that's why you have the trial. But damn, man. There's no amount of evidence that Tate fans will accept change your mind. Yeah, and this is something that I would ask. This is something that I would ask anybody who is like a big fan of Andrew Tate. What level of evidence do you require to believe that he's guilty? Because if that doesn't matter how much evidence you receive, nothing, well then it's not, then you're not being objective. Right? And that's the thing. They're not going to believe it. None. Right? So it doesn't matter what you tell them. That's how flat earthers work. Well, they're still listing women as victims who specifically say they're not victims. Yeah, but like, let's say this, right? Let's say there's 6 victims and 5 are lying. There's still 6. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, what does that mean? Oh, he only did it once, so it's okay? Come on. There's still majority lying. Yeah, you're right. I think that I feel like it is absolutely possible. And I would even expect some of the people and the girls to testify against him to lie. I would. I would expect at least 1 or 2 of them to lie. Sure. But there's a lot. Are they all lying? I don't know. Let's see here. Isn't it the same logic with politician fans? They won't believe it as well. Right now, Tate's a figure for some people, which makes it weird, I think. Well, all I'm really saying is that if there is no evidence that will convince you of the contrary to what you believe, is it really something that you arrived at through logic, or is this just a belief that's based off of faith? Because I don't really, I don't really have a lot of, like, people can believe whatever they want, right? But like, whenever you put that opinion out into the public and you want other people to accept it and respect it, you have to have evidence. You have to have a reason for people to think, there's a reason for people to say, hey, this is actually true, or I agree with you. So if there's nothing that will convince you that he's guilty, is this really a logical conclusion that you've arrived at? Boy, Cred Wolf situation, tired of all the junk in the media that's been proven that they're lying about. Yeah, exactly, and I think that that's the problem, right, is that the reputation the media has is extremely bad. A lot of people distrust the media. And because they distrust the media so much and their reputation is so bad, a lot of people instinctively trust Andrew Tate because he's against the media. But the truth is that I think there's snakes on both sides. I think there's people that, you know, like they make fake news and other people call real news fake news. Like, I think both of these things are true. So some of the women listed as victims have come out and said that they're not victims, but the prosecutors won't remove them from the case. Check his pinned tweet. Like, I mean, so the women have said that they were, okay, well, I mean, like, the prosecutors should remove them. Okay, think of it as like a sports game, right? And you have, like, 2 teams. And one team has 3 points, and the other team has 10 points. Now, the team that lost got 3 points. But that doesn't mean that they won.
Da čuješ sam sebe. To ne valja.
I understand that there are some people that believe that he's innocent. And there are some things that, you know, were proven to be false. And they were fabricated, they were lies. Absolutely. But does that mean that everything is fabricated or a lie? That's not where I would start at. Yeah, it means it's all, yes, it means it's all fabricated. I don't think that it's all fabricated, man. Like, come on. Doesn't explain corruption in the slightest. If you can't get a fair trial, then there shouldn't be one. Yeah, but who decides what a fair trial is? The person who's on trial? Well, guess what? Everybody who's guilty is going to say the trial isn't fair. Jail and prison is full of innocent men. What do you think? Like, you think they're going to be like, oh, God, all right, you got me. No, man, they're going to say that they didn't, like, I mean, just think this logic out. You're saying you're being objective, everything you say always leads back to him being guilty by default. He's not guilty by default. I think that he's guilty. If I had the power, I wouldn't convict him as being guilty. Does that make sense? Like I'm sorry to say, every judge and every person going into a trial, if they have any knowledge of like the person about it, they probably have an opinion on it to begin with. They're like, oh, he probably did it, or he probably didn't do it. Right? If they know who the person is, they have like this is like their inclination, because that's what people do. They have an idea, oh yeah, I think this happened, but maybe not. Is that crazy? I mean, like, I think everybody does that. Don't you think that by at least a year now, there'd be some clear-cut evidence of actually something he's being accused of, but we receive nothing but lies? Well, that's because they're not going to put out the evidence until the trial. Remember what happened with Johnny Depp? That's what happened with him. That's the way actual legal cases work. Is that they go out and they build a body of evidence that is strong enough to make a case to convict the person. That doesn't mean they're like tweeting out, you know, the Romanian Twitter account isn't tweeting out, you know, this is exhibit 7, you know, -B. That's not how it works. We don't release information because we have to protect witnesses. Lawyer here? Well, I think that's probably true. I mean, there's a lot of reasons. That makes sense too. Absolutely. Everyone's so radicalized that Tate could tell them that he's guilty, and then their response will be that the Matrix forced him to say it. I think you're right. I think that that's a very good insight. I think that people have made their decision, and they have already decided whether this dude is guilty or not. And I think that most of the people that are following this situation do not actually care whether he is actually guilty or not. They have no interest in the actual justice of it. They just want to see whatever their bias is be confirmed. I think this is a bad thing from both sides. I don't think it's good to just want to see him be innocent because you like him, or I don't think it's bad because you think Andrew Tate is the worst person ever. He still deserves a trial. And in my opinion, he deserves a fair trial more than anybody else. Because that's really, you know, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. If you can't give a trial to somebody who is unpopular, and you give an unfair trial to somebody who's unpopular, well, I mean, bro, of course, right? It's like the idea of freedom of speech isn't there to protect somebody saying that they like hot dogs. It's there to protect somebody from saying something that's very unpopular and disliked. That's what it's there for. So, of course, he should get a fair trial, and I absolutely think that. I think it's very fair. I'll read a few more questions and I want to move on, okay? Don't you think victims might not think that they're victims, like all stories we hear of women being abused by her partner and she still gets back with them? Yeah, I mean, sure, that could happen, but I mean, like, we can't really, like, I don't think it's fair for you to tell a woman that, like, you think that they're a victim, and so you tell them, hey, you're a victim, you have to listen to my analysis of your life and accept it over your own. I think that's very unfair. Lots of people get unfair trials. You're so right, man. You're absolutely right, and I completely agree with you. I feel like mob mentality has pushed the victims to retract statements. I think that there's a good chance that people that make a negative statement like especially women that had interactions with them, I think that there is a chilling effect to that whenever you have everybody who is, you know, like so much on his side, and they just assume anybody who says anything bad about him is being paid by the Matrix. So yeah, for sure. What about Stockholm Syndrome? Well, that's up to the, that's up to the, fucking, like, the prosecutors and, you know, the case to decide. Do you think Tate's starting to become delusional with his Matrix thing, or is he just talks to his community? I think it's both. I feel like, really, I mean, if you contextualize, right, Andrew Tate is still a person. The dude spent, like, you know, multiple months in a Romanian jail cell just for fucking, like, I mean, because he wasn't really even convicted of anything. I think that really sucks, to be honest. Like, I don't like the idea that they can just take you and put you in a jail cell without your consent or against your consent for a like a random amount of time, and then just say, hey, you know, we're not sure if you're guilty or not. Now, I understand that he's a flight risk, but like he's still a flight risk right now, so why is he in his house? Like, I think house arrest is fine with no charges. Yeah, I mean, like, fuck. So I don't think that's fair. And I know they do that here too, and I don't think that's good either. I think that, you know, if you want to hold somebody against their will, you should have a, you know, a very good reason for it. What about Tristan? He's not Andrew Tate's personal crime behavior, so it must be about both of them? Maybe, I don't know. Like, we're gonna have to wait and see. So yeah, either charge him or don't. Just don't throw him behind bars because he might be guilty. It's stupid. Yeah, definitely. When you're a suspect, they can keep you in jail until they get evidence. Yeah, I understand that. I don't like the idea of that, especially whenever it's like, you know, keeping you in jail for like different than like 30-day time frames, you know, that are added on top of each other. Yeah, I mean, not same rules or country. Yeah, I mean, again, like this is what they do over there. Who gives a fuck, right? But like, this is just my opinion on it.
Welcome.
Od nas.
The release of a new Final Fantasy is always a special occasion in my book, with new worlds to explore, characters to meet, and battles to fight, all paired with a world-class soundtrack and an always sharp presentation. It's what we've come to love about the series. There's that moment when you begin a new Final Fantasy where an almost hushed silence comes over you, as if breathlessly awaiting the orchestra to begin its performance. You hear that fresh yet familiar overture theme and begin your journey. Moments like this are special, but something that has become fleeting in today's world of day one patches, game-stopping bugs, and server logins. And yet somehow, against the odds, Square Enix's latest production gives us a glimpse of what gaming can still offer. Final Fantasy 16 arrives in the Console Edition, giving players exactly the experience the developers intended from the beginning. It's one of the most polished games I've reviewed yet this year. So today we're going to explore the game and its impressive presentation, breaking down the ways in which it succeeds. We'll discuss the visuals, the audio, and the technology behind it. Now, it's not 100% perfect as evidenced by its performance mode, which we'll cover later in this video, but it's as close to a perfect release as we've seen in a long time. So, with that in mind, let's begin.
Molim.
Unlike most long-running series, each mainline Final Fantasy is a unique entry, and Final Fantasy 16 is no different. Helmed by creative Business Unit 3 within Square Enix, 16 is a gorgeous action RPG that plays with expectations for the series even more than usual. It's fast, it's action-driven, and the story is dark and political, resembling the likes of Vagrant Story and Final Fantasy XII.
nisam
As a series tradition, Final Fantasy XVI is built using technology created just for this game. Well, at least in part. Square has been remarkably tight-lipped about the technology powering this game. But given the team's history, it seems likely that it's at least related in part to the work done on Final Fantasy XIV, though obviously greatly enhanced. As a PlayStation 5 exclusive then, the development team has had the freedom to implement designed for this hardware platform. It's not the most cutting-edge experience on the market, mind you, but what's here is so remarkably solid that it's hard not to be impressed. For the sake of clarity, I'm going to break this video up into categories. We'll begin with the game's cast, looking at character rendering and animation. Then we'll explore its vast and beautiful environments, followed by its technical performance, such as frame rate and resolution, before discussing other aspects of the overall presentation, including audio. In approaching this game, I feel it's best to reflect on Square Enix's approach to character rendering, scene composition, and how the development team marries this with its own unique design. It strikes a far more subdued tone with natural hues that require a careful eye to fully appreciate, so it may not jump out in the same way as, say, the Final Fantasy VII Remake. With this in mind, let's begin with the characters. As a story-driven series, characters are the heart and soul of Final Fantasy, and that remains true in 16. This new game features exceptionally detailed and expressive models, packed to the brim with micro-detail. The development team has reached a point where the real-time cutscenes they've created for this game are beginning to resemble pre-rendered videos of the past. The discussion around these models is interesting to watch from the sidelines as well. It seems that the perception of quality varies more than usual. You see some people such as myself, while others are perhaps less so. Why is that? Well, I think it has to do with this stylistic approach they've taken to character design. These characters are not intended to be completely photorealistic.
Da, ovaj je bio spolja, šunio se sa spoljne strane, to je tačno kod ovoga bureta žutog je izvirio, aligatora.
Final Fantasy XVI is perhaps more grounded than usual, striking this interesting middle ground as a result. The facial and hair renderings certainly stand out to me. The face texture feels reasonably realistic, and it stands out in scenes where dynamic lights dance naturally across the surface, revealing whiskers and pores alike. For the hair, they do not use any sort of high-end strand-type system, rather just the usual alpha texture cards, but the design is sublime nonetheless. Clothing and armor also boast beautifully crafted materials. Leather, fabric, and metal all have realistic properties despite the stylized designs. The interplay between these materials is key. Note how light is reflected and scattered across Clive's armor, compared to the more diffuse light across his leather sheath and underarmor. Or in this scene, note the rim light along Clive's left arm coming from the candle in front of him. Or when he turns around about to leave the building, the light from outside floods into the room and realistically illuminates his armor according to material properties. This shot during the prologue also shows what I mean. Note the fine stitching on his coat, the difference in how firelight reflects on his armor versus the fabric. All of this is super well done. Or how about the king's outfit in this scene? The red cloth realistically simulates Fresnel. You can almost feel the scratchiness of this material. Compare it to, say, his leather arm guards, and you should see what I'm talking about. This is a real triumph for the artists that worked in this game. The interplay between these materials feels absolutely sublime. But the secret to Final Fantasy XVI's character presentation lies in its command of shadow. Pay close attention and you'll note how every piece of clothing casts a clean, precise shadow across the model. The shadow quality is what truly elevates the presentation to almost CGI levels. The question is, how does this work? Well, it's something I've had a difficult time answering for sure, but the key finding is that the shadows in this game have the characteristics of ray-traced shadows rather than traditional shadow maps. Now, they could be using another method as well, including virtual shadow maps like in Unreal Engine 5, or even sample distribution shadow maps, but either way, the result is what matters. So what does this mean in practice? Well, when it comes to characters, this helps explain why the self-shadows are so clean and devoid of artifacts. Resolving detail this fine is rather difficult with traditional shadow maps, remember. It looks utterly pristine in Final Fantasy XVI. These shadows also have proper contact hardening, so the closer you are to the shadow caster, the sharper and more defined the shadows. And looking at the ground here, note how Clive's shadow appears sharpest just near his feet, but slowly becomes more diffuse at a distance. But of course, what good is a detailed character without fluid animation? This is where we come to the general cutscene presentation. Final Fantasy XVI's main sequences are among the best in the business, but it's not always perfect. You see, as in many large story-driven games, scenes will have different weight according to the importance of its content. An epic showdown between the player and the key villain, for instance, is obviously more important than small talk with a shopkeeper, right? The problem is, if there's a large gap in quality between the two types of sequences, it can feel rather jarring. Now, this is something that Horizon Forbidden West nailed. Its main cutscenes were supremely well directed, of course, but it's the idle chit-chat with NPCs that impressed me the most. The strong facial expressions and body language really communicate emotion to the player in a way that Horizon Zero Dawn did not. They developed a powerful new scripting tool just to handle these scenes, and it's a huge success. But unfortunately, this level of fidelity is relatively uncommon today, and most games present their B and C tier sequences, as I like to call them, as little more than character models standing next to one another, bobbing their heads and moving their hands. So, how well did Square Enix do with Final Fantasy XVI? Well, let's begin with the A-tier cutscenes. Most of the game's story beats are told using these exceptionally detailed, beautifully directed cinematics. The combination of high detail models, smooth animation with minimal clipping, alongside the excellent per pixel motion blur, and glorious bokeh depth of field really sets these scenes apart. The best thing is, most of them are real time. I say most because there are exceptions. That impressive battle sequence at the start of the game, for instance, it does switch to pre-rendered video, sandwiched between two real-time clips. Thankfully, the bitrate is so high that it's difficult to tell in practice, but there you go. They even go so far as to represent the contortion of
Pivac.
Ma nemam ništa.
Doći.
Digo ga je. Dole ovom. Kronice. Vidite. Unutra je ovo. Vuce, gdje je magazin?
On puni pistol, Nenad, dižem te, silazi vamo dole.
Evo ti konvenci. Pa sad je tu ispred mene. Probaj. Na mene, ne, nemoj, črumen. Baci na mene. Gotovo.
Aj jebote, Milan me ubio, jebo, mater sa žicom. Bacio se tačno na njega žicom. On bi ispod mene je bio.
I mene ubio prvi put odakle.
Lupa. Ili diže svoje nešto od ta dva radi.
Čekaj, druga partija kako igram protiv Boga. Reci ti mene.
Neko.
Može on to žica proći. Bar ne tu gdje je moj leš, tu je žica. Ne znam.
Od mene nema ni moj. Došao je Matić. Baci čuk!
Čuk? Šta će mu čuk? Da boli se da nosi čuk.
špric.
Nek te skio sjebo ili...
Da, friendly fire, nema ništa od toga.
Ništa nije modo da uzmeš bounty i backing up.
Ako uzme bounty, neće se nas biti.
Otišao je.
On je došao po bossa. Taj Solar, jel? Nije digo ljude svoje. On je ima što.
Čekaj da se provučeš, šta pričaš? I na Senavu nisi uzeo.
On je na Hemlock and Hyde ili na Lamberu tamo. Pazi, kerovi ste tu ispred. Ja, pa ne može ni on baš s nitrom po mraku zagađati.
Može sa rješenjem. Ili ako imaš Nvidia, imaš u kontrol panelu opciju da ono uradiš korekciju boja, znaš. Znaš, Boris.
Aha.
Ne treba ti rišeti, samo preko Nvidia kontrol panel.
Ako ima perk nekromansa.
Ima sigurno.
Pusti desno. Tu.
Peace.
Kako ga on do sad nije ubio, mene to čudi samo. Vidim, brate, šta? Samo nemoj trčat pravo liniju. Aha. Sačkaj da on uzme bounty pa nek ide kod jebe. Čuči tu negdje žbunje i gotovo.
Kaži mi one.
Ma da bre.
Čekaj be.
Negdje u žbun sedi. Facebook, Instagram, ko ste imali.
Ako imate drugi TV ili monitor. Ili kaoči, igraš Tetris. To mi je rekao Grdenoši.
Onda, pa ću onda uzmi to i da ide. Ću ja da ispečem hleba. Ja. Mene je žica sjebala Milanova, brate, 2 puta. Molim. Neću što. Ništa.
Mione, to je
Si
okej.
pojeo već? Eto.
Što je najluđi, to je sve naša roba. Uglavnom. Uglavnom. 80% je, su recimo oni koji ne mogu da dođu do većih tih marketa. Gledaj, ne isplati se da se uzme recimo suhomesnati proizvodi, hemija, neki slatkiši, to se isplati uopšte.
On izlazi, on je uzeo.
nisu dobro određeni.
Evo ga, krenuo je prema tebi, Milne. Moguće.
Ne jebe,
jedino ako...
ide za krivine dole, ne može ga vidjeti čak tu, evo te se ovim.
A sad će na Bradley dole. Brickworks.
Ovo što sam htio da kažem. Ja zbog čega idem s one semenke, je da je kilo semenki 300 nešto dinara. I sučuke za 100 dinara. A ovako 100 grama 100 dinara.
Sad ćemo humus, kisele kapice i salatu. Aha.
Ba nije mogu da te čuje čak rad. Samo ne može da se stibli sa pusti ili izađi mi on.
Ako te uhvati u Dark Side, gotov si.
Jo. Imaš...
Moj da te čuje, brate.
Makiću, imaš i kvas.
Tamo? Nisam vidio da tamo ima kvas.
Koji kvas? Jer imaš nešto?
100 nešto kinti je. Mada, meni se nije nešto svidio. Ovaj što su pravili kod nas je bio bolji.
Ovo što je pravila Beogradska Fiora bio odličan. Zašto su propali nije mi jasno, loš menadžment prepostavljam.
Da, bio BIP, zvao se Malk, BIP-ova pivara.
Barem je kvas bio dobar za ostalo.
Postoji, evo, postoji još uvijek.
Šta postoji? Firma postoji.
Pa, neka firma ga pakuje, sam koga pakuje ide.
Možda je neko kupio licencu za to.
Evo.
On je u Arsenalu, zamisli, majke.
66 dinara.
Nemoj dići vrane.
Možda mi baciš tu...
Stavio sam te...
Tačka je da izađe, pa onda.
Ja taj kvas najviše volim za pijem.
Ona je ruski kvas, jel' ne?
Pa što je nešto...
Ruski kvas. Da.
Da.
Pa da. A tako se zove, ja se ne zjebam, nacrtam medved, piše ruski kvas.
I onda tu negdje sačekaj.
Ja znam da postoji, da...
Ne čuje. A jebo, mater, kakva bitanga je. Nemoj uzimat trak, tu se negdje šćućuri. Da.
To je isto neki šalabajzer ko ti sa shotgunom. Tupoči.
Nije, ima ovaj koji se zove, niti ekspres.
Rekao sam, znači shotgun.
Ništa tamo je u Brickworks.
No ti šli vidjeti.
U ovome Arsenalu.
DTD new actions are available: burn near cripple M shock near spawn biker spawn mama spawn soldier spawn spider spawn tourist supply explosives group grace newbie.
Ja. Samo ti drkaj to, te lift. Tu negdje stani odmah. Evo ga, ide na vama. Ili je krenuo dole. Sad ćemo da idemo, šta radi. Ovako ih ubije svu trojicu svaki čas.
Kaže.
To ti je daleko. Eto tu odmah, eto ti. Baš ti. Ne, slikaj, to je.
Ne pomeraj se.
Ovaj sa Bountyjem je u Brickfordu. Tako. To je to. Meni ima tu više. Pa tvojite ili zajedno.
Makić, sač ga.
Ali ja sam ga zapalio, brate, ne znam kako je taj izgora. A da. Evo ga.
Čud bre.
To je taj s automatom.
Zapali govno. Imaš struja. Nema veze.
Nisi za baun, jes, pogledaj gdje su. Oni nemaju više dark side.
Ao bre, nemoj da učutkuješ ljude, to je nepristojno čoveče. Jeste učili nekad nečemu?
Ne. On je jedino det. I pored toga što ima 2 sestre, on je jedino det.
Ne.
Znaš kakvi su jedinci, razmaženi.
Evo ti ga!
Nisi vidio.
Tačno je bio tu. Virao mu je pištolj i sve. Teta jebote, ovo bi bilo fantastično.
Da.
To zombi, brate, čovjek bio ispred tebe šumnjast.
Je li to na njegovom streamu? A?
A imao si ga, brate. Prvo mu je išao pištolj, imao je onaj chain gun. On te uopšte nije vidio, brate. Šteta je. Jebo.
Kako ga nisi vidio, ja ne znam.
Slep.
Zapalio ga Sputnik.
Ne mogu gorim, skrepnik me zaglavio!
Taj skrepnik. Jevi ga, nije to lako, brate.
Je gotovo ili?
Nemoj tako lako da se predaješ, bit će bolje. Ajde, prvi mačići se u vodu bacaju, tako to i u tom pogledu.
Šteta. Imao si ga, jebote, izvirao, ko je? I on se šunjao.
Nije tu kriv zombi Mione. Nisi ga video.
Ne, prvo to on tapše tebe bi.
Prvo naiš po zombi je tako. Peti do 8. Ništa, idi ti pa kad se vratiš.
No da, bilo bi ekstra. Evo, moment.
Ne znaš što Japanci imaju kad prave anime, da svi moraju da izgledaju ovako.
Pa bi.
Kako mora da izgleda?
Oj, zovite.
Lion Fiera. Welcome to my channel.
To je stil takav. Si mislio veliki izražene oči, tako to?
Ne, nego baš ono europski.
A to ti ako se pravi za zapadnu publiku. To sam mislio da znaš. Ako se pravi za njihovo tržište, za Aziju, to izgleda malo drugačije. Ako se pravi za Evropu i Ameriku, izgleda malo drugačije.
Dakle, sam gledam sačuvam, nema sačuvam.
Također imaš i američke i evropske umetnike koji rade u tom stilu.
Možemo. Ajde.
Razumeš?
Onaj mora da se usro što je došao po bounty. Onaj su pjenjao bato, nije znao gdje je ovdje. Mnogo ljut Milan ovaj humus. Ovaj da je imao bilo koje drugo oružje osim tog chain guna ne bi to bilo.
Pa ni chain gun je toliko jako kako ti misliš.
I one 10 sekundi pre nego što te zombi napao, on ti je bio vidljiv. Ovo plaća za headshot. plače za headshot.
Čim? Shotgunom? Sam ti rekao da shotgun ne može da headshotuje.
Možda flašeta.
A Milan nosi flašete. Jel? Hoćeš to da me ubediš?
Nosim.
I slagove, da.
Nosim.
I da, prethodnu rundu je nosio slagove, a sad je nosio flašete.
Imamo sekice. Na sekice.
Njemu treba penetracije. Možeš misliti. Taj wallbanger. Kroz letvu.
O jebote, Milane.
Bilo bi eks. Trpljivo.
A on ima prevršenog zatvora vrati za sebe.
Što da zatvara? Pa smrti mu. Šta ne može? Ne mogu.
Leđa mi one, leđa!
Ne mogu.
Šta ne može?
Šta ne može?
Ljudi!
Idu ljudi.
A, sa one strane, da.
Ljudi! A što niste ubili ovo govno, jebote?
Vidite mi ona, on ga je navukao. Dakle, ovo ispred nas je bio.
Da odradiš, važi. Dobro.
Pa Bejana je tu. Ne mogu da im ništa da.
Mamu ti jebem, pogodio sam.
Tu ubio nekog. Ubio sam hit majke.
Fuck, to kao...
Iza kuće.
Ima bomb blend stavio.
Dve ekipe.
Bežimo na dodatak. Hoćemo ovoga da zapalimo. Mogu paliti. Ja palim ovoga baju. Pazi, ne nadu, pazi.
On ide po nekom limu, ne znam po kom limu ide. Prešao? Pazi da neću. Sad izleti na njega, ruko sam pažnju na mene, Milane.
Tu je iza sena, ideš na njega, pazi.
Da ih ubiješ, da ih ignorišeš.
Jebo, kako ovo nije pogodak, jebo, mater, bre! Pogođen.
Gdje si ga vidio, Makiću?
Tu je iza ovoga plasta sena ovdje.
Hvala.
Evo ti. Tako mi treba. Bacam flašu na njega, dobio sam kečer. Jebote, koliko je ovaj bacio ovo daleko.
Nije prišao i dole baš. Mislim da je ušao čak.
Ja bih preko...
Nemoj, sad će onda diže ovoga.
Milane, si ubio ovoga tu?
Koliko sena, jel?
Ubio si...
Da ti daš jedno 5 minuta 6. Ovdje, ajde.
Unutra je.
Jedan trči vamo, čujem ga.
Pogledaj vrate.
Udbre. Priprem Milan.
Ja sam na 50 HP-a.
A? Znači vidio?
Neko je umro.
Od poizena. Pričamo ovdje, sad ću doći tamo da pričamo. Ja, mi ostali smo bez Milana.
Samo se desimo.
Ajmo se desimo.
Mozak, a?
Ne znam, ubio sam dvoje.
Polako, nešto sačka se da dođe Milan.
Na levo je negdje otišao.
Ne znam.
Dvoje. Ja sam ubio jednog. Dva puta ubio sam ovoga, znači imaju ovaj jedan ima 100 hilta, a ovaj jedan ima 50.
Zaboravite trećeg od one druge ekipe. Nešto bežbe odatle.
Ima prošete.
Hajde.
Not enough, not enough.
Not enough mana.
Kurac. Odakle mu se ovo? Što čekaš mi one, što čekaš?
Evo i mene ubio.
Čekao si da podignuje svoje, a? Diži neko od nas. Metio sam. Skoči ispred mene.
DTD
Bravo.
cooldown commands are now active.
Bravo.
Možeš naći.
Nisi treba izlaziti, brate.
Može on sam sve. Momci, morate vi malo da igrate.
Putaj. Jao! Kapite ga. O! Nije promašao, nije imao metaka.
Nisam imao metaka više. Uzeo sam ti sablju, jebi ga.
Dolazi vam bounty ekipa.
Ono je pot.
Ja nemam više, ja nemam helta.
Sad ću ti
Morate
vratim.
bossa naći. Kakva partija je.
Evo ti sablju.
Bolje da mu pištolj vratiš. Nego sebi.
Njihov bounty se razdvojio. Jedan je na Lamberu, drugi ide prema vama. Znači ili je na... mislim da je boss na Whipping Stone-u. Ovi su došli sa Pelikana.
On nije pere pokupim municiju, nije ništa.
Ti municija, Nenade, prošao sam. Kutiju.
To nije dovoljno, idem na supply.
Boss je na Whipping Stone izgleda.
Whipping Stone je mile.
Ujebot. Klik, nema, a?
A jebi ga, na kraju je... Ubio sam ja nju 3 puta, čovječ. Molimo Boga da na Pelikanu. Ma ne može biti tako brzo da ga ubijemo. Ali oni imaju full HP. N75 imaš 100.
Imat ćeš i ti ako ubiješ bossa, brate.
Da nije jebeni asasin. Neka zamka, a? Ah. 25%.
Moram ja da pojedem sandvič.
Misliš da neće? To nije trebalo mi one. Ti misliš, že bi se, dok se bio sa bossom setili?
Nemojte od crva poginuti. Nenad imaju dinamit. A joj, Nenade, za
Si
Boga.
vidio? Šta gubio moj dinamit, ha? Nije moj dinamit, bude.
Leđa. Napuni.
Šuti.
Napuni.
Nahiloj se.
Nenade, napuni pušku.
Možda je bug, možda je puna puška.
Nije, ima 2 metra samo.
U kojoj puški?
Gore.
Gore su. Jedan je tu na stepenicama. A jedan je tu ispred nas negdje.
Ilazi.
Si vidio?
Metar
čovjek me ubio.
To mi nije jasno, zato.
Metar
2 metra.
800 milisekundi. Plus, koliko reče, 2,9.
Da.
To bilo. Zato što
2 metra, čovjek nije pao jebote, nema ništa.
Ne, pao je, nego informacija nije došla do servera. On ima 2 sekundu ili 3 fore da opali metak i da gubije.
Ovdje ima baš toliko.
Da. Imaš kraj kakav članak o tome, to ti se dev streama skinuti. Ako je on pucao, a jeste, dok si ti njega ubio, server pokušava da izračuna da li on tebe ubio. Nema veze što si ti prvi pucao. Ubojica će ti biti mrtvi, nije problem.
Ja ga možda sam mogu da čekam da krene da ga dižu pa da pucam. Ovoga jedno sam ubio 3 puta. Koliko kilova sam napravio? 8 kilova sam napravio. Ćemo neki duos?
Kakav duos, brate, izgubio sam 20.000.
Nemoj si na kajsac. Imaš 301, bre.
Koliko je?
350.
Evo, ja sam sad 26 po na 6.
Pao si.
Dobro, ali ti prestižuješ, jel?
Ne, na ovom akauntu ne. Na ovom akauntu nisam prestižao.
Pa kako ćeš prestižovat kad stalno resetuješ akaunt? Možda ti si izdao prestiž.
Ne može stalno da se resetuje, jednom ili jednom može samo.
Pa možda kupiš novi profil pa da njega resetuješ.
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
Dolar. Makar. Tu?
Šta se radi?
Šta ima novo?
Proteklih 2 minuta, nisam siguran što ima novo.
Možda bio smak svijeta da nisam obavešen.
Opet multitaskaš.
Uvijek.
Dobro, nije loše raditi 2-3 stvari odjednom. Ako si relativno uspješan u obe.
Da sam ja obećao karticu s ovog Ubisofta.
Šta si obrisao? Karticu?
Pa da, davali su ono besplatno kao nekoliko dana, mislim.
Dobro.
Ej, da, to je ovaj novi MMO, stavljaju se. Mada ne znam ko će to više negdje. To je... To je sad više izđekano, ti MMO-i.
Ko to pravi?
Ubisoft.
Koji? Assassin's Creed MMO?
Ne, kao se zove. Stavljaju se.
Je to onaj Outlaws što mi je pričao bio neko ovdje s kanala?
Da, Outlaws.
Nemojte, molim vas.
Nešto ni legijem. Kako da nije kao first ever open stars game. Da. Ali malo su...
Kako da ne? Ima li ko pristup Kajtikovom serveru Discord? Ja nemam.
Kako?
Kako? Tako što sam rekao. Ima li ko pristup Kajtikovom Discord serveru?
Ja mislim da ja znam da pitam ništa. Imam ja.
Jesu li na sve banovali ili samo mene?
Na ovo me još nisu ono...
A i ti imaš 2-3 akaunta, pa na zdravlje.
Ne, još me nisu banovali tu, ali...
Blizu si, ja. Nećeš dobiti ban zbog self-promota, nego ako se zajebeš pa optužiš nekog streamera, ne daj Bože.
Znam, naming and shaming.
A to što je on štrumfovao, to je već tvoj problem.
Naming and shaming, mamu im jebem. I jebo ih naming and shaming. Svaka kompanija to... Kao osjeća se loše. Pa ja se osjećam loše zato što to radi. Šta je sa mojim osjećanjem?
Ja nemam osjećanja. Jer ja ne treba da imam osjećanja, a? Sam ja drvo. To sam ja rekao. Isto što i ti. Njegova osjećanja kao čitara bit će povređene, znaš. Pa nisam mu slikao mamu, tatu, ličnu kartu, znaš. Da ono kao da ga doksujem. Ono da ga raskrinkam javno, znaš.
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
Kartenizam. Teški kartenizam.
DTD, a new vote has started.
Teški kretenizam. Ne znam šta kažem.
B.
Ajde, razumem. Taj Psycho Ghost ima drugi profil i na njemu ono ima mali MMR i uđe. I tako igra neke glupe meme buildove tipa vatrni samostrel ili... Razumeš, nešto glupo, žrće.
On je dobar samo u igri zato što je igra po ceo dan, svaki dan.
Pa što ti ne igraš po čitav dan svaki dan, a?
Zato što ne mogu.
Imamo život, to ću te kažem.
Mora da radi.
Pa i ja moram da radim. Doduše, znaš da on radi kao, ono, vaspitač u vrtiću. To znaš, tako. Toliko je ono prije, bar sam se.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen nourishment.
Tako da ima i on posao. Ali, njegov posao i moj tvoj baš nisu isti. Nisu isto plaćeni.
Vidi be, telefon mi bio ugašen pol sati, kada sam vidio.
Da si ga ti ugasi?
Bateriju mi došao pa ne. Dok se punio. Kao da je bio ugašen.
Oh, wow.
Vidi ovako. Njuti.
Hvala ti. Šta sam ti ja zgrešio pa si me mutirao?
Ne te...
A Milana si mutirao?
Nisam.
Šta?
Evo, mutirao sam i Messenger. Piš ti kad ne normalno.
Aiden. Welcome to my channel.
Ovo šta vidim.
Welcome. Fucking death trap house. Boom.
Ja sam 5 puta još od 42.000.
U Hantu?
Andiamo canto per un jour. Ne devi danali, pa što sam premio prat.
Pa ti malo prištedi.
Ne demaš.
Odgovor na to život košta.
Šta je tebe ubio opet?
Fade in i ti si tu. Dobijaš svoj put. Tu si tu koji je pun nametnutih stvari. Oh, brother. Just zdrav.
Skin and muscle as characters speak, the way their brow furrows and skin folds as they speak is very impressive. But yeah, these scenes are some of the best the Square Enix has ever produced, which is why the B and C tier sequences can feel slightly below par as a result. What I mean is, when talking with the various characters throughout the world, you're presented with a simplified scene like this. Your party may stand around, moving their hands, bobbing their heads, and little else. It's all reasonably well animated, but it lacks the polish of the primary cutscenes. The C-tier scenes then are typically found with sectors like this, where you get a box of text with an occasional spoken word. Honestly, it's all rather standard stuff, and it's exactly like what we saw in the Final Fantasy VII Remake, but when you go from this to this, it can feel a little jarring. Still, despite that nitpick, the overall presentation of Final Fantasy XVI's cast is of excellent quality and one of Square Enix's greatest achievements to date. Yes, it really is that good. Of course, there's more to animation than just the cutscenes, and Final Fantasy XVI largely succeeds in gameplay as well. Character movement can feel slightly odd at first, what with the bounding box in which Clive can freely move, but you do get used to it and slowly begin to appreciate the animation intricacies, including proper foot IK and dramatic lurches as you swing your weapon. As a result, the combat feels sublime. Clive moves effortlessly, dancing around the scene as particles burst forward from your attacks, each triggering an explosive showcase of lighting. If you pay close attention to Clive's gear, note the robust cape physics and the way in which clipping is minimized. The sword feels plausibly attached to his back via a sheath. It's not just floating, nor are his clothes clipping through it constantly, like in many other games. Final Fantasy XVI also does a great job with transitioning between cutscenes and gameplay. You'll be presented with these glorious real-time cutscenes, which then seamlessly feed directly into combat. And they do this all the time. It looks awesome. But there is one divisive aspect to all of this, the motion blur. Now personally, I'm a huge fan of the motion blur in this game, along with the selected shutter speed. It accentuates Clive's every move and lends the game a cinematic quality that elevates the overall presentation. I saw no issues with this off the bat. However, based on feedback from the demo, it's clear that not everyone agrees, and this is where I feel the developers have let certain players down. The option to disable motion blur should be made available in the options menu, at least during gameplay. So if you were bothered by this in the demo, unfortunately, the full game does not change anything in that regard. Still, overall, everything about the character rendering and the animation, from cutscenes to gameplay, is, I feel, a victory. Yet there's so much more to Final Fantasy XVI's visual design, which brings us to the next topic, the environments. Throughout the development of Final Fantasy XVI, there were many questions regarding the size of the game's world. The developers noted that it would not be an open world game, but what does that mean for its design and practice, and how well does it hold up visually? Well, the good news is that by and large, these environments are beautiful and interesting to explore. It's not an open world per se, but many of the areas are directly connected to one another, creating the illusion of a large explorable space. The key here is that this world is divided into several large chunks, which enables additional variation in design. This variety really adds a lot to the game. You'll experience magnificent medieval cities, underground fortresses, small settlements nestled among beautiful ruins, vast open fields, and scorching deserts, to name a few. Fast travel points are accessed from this overworld map, but these points are often grouped together. For instance, these points make up one large explorable area. You can start from here and go all the way across the map on foot if you wish, seamlessly. There is no dynamic time of day, so the lighting appears to have been baked out as light maps. There are variable times of day and different weather conditions, of course, but these all occur based on story progress. The advantage of baking out your lighting is that you can achieve some pretty dramatic results. Like this entryway within the castle, the light spills from outside into the interior space, indirectly lighting the surroundings. This is coupled with a robust ambient occlusion solution that ensures that objects close to surfaces, or other objects in fact, have natural shadowy depth. This prevents objects from looking as if they're just floating in the scene. I was also impressed with the way natural shadows form beneath overhangs and crevices within these spaces. Areas beneath the arches, for instance, are properly shadowed. The same is true of outdoors as well. Wandering through this forest environment, note the darkening within the thicket where leaves and branches intersect. This is something I've often thought about, the subtle shadowing and shading within an environment and the importance to the overall presentation. While covering this game, the demo version of Lies of P dropped, and hallways in that game instantly reminded me of just how important indirect lighting and proper ambient shadows can be. Note how this darkened area is filled with unrealistic bright specular versus the much more grounded Final Fantasy XVI. Beyond the lighting and shadows though, many of these places are just packed to the brim with fine detail. The environments make liberal use of geometry with high density meshes and detailed textures used to create each scene. Paths and stone walls alike are intricately decorated. Structures like the subterranean temple, for instance, reach out into the world above, creating a tremendous sense of scale, all with these perfectly chiseled geometric intricacies. The beautiful lighting of the volcano, which combines the deep blue hues with fiery oranges and reds, also impresses, or perhaps this other underground fortress with individual torches placed carefully along its many balconies as the heart of the crystal behind it emanates light. But perhaps one of the most important details lies here in this vineyard. Ah, the grapes. In a world of pixels where beauty takes shape, low polygon grapes with edges so straight, with limited vertices they stand tall and proud, in a digital realm where art is avowed. Yes, there was a time when fans of Final Fantasy XIV took up arms against the low polygon grapes in the game. And it seems that the developers truly did take this complaint to heart, as the vineyard boasts thousands of individually modeled grapes nestled between bundles of leaves. Behold the grapes of 16, their skins smooth and delicate, a touch of grace, with a subtle sheen reflecting nature's embrace, so delightful and luscious their aroma, a tantalizing symphony for the senses. Thus, I would like to take this moment to bestow the award for the best grapes in video game history to Creative Business Unit 3. Truly, we have witnessed polygonal perfection, each rendering a testament to the designer's flair. Okay, but beyond the actual geometric detail, there's also great use of motion within these environments. A nice wind simulation allows grass and trees alike to shake and tremble before you, while large scripted explosions can sometimes rip scenery apart before your eyes, which looks really impressive. I mentioned shadows earlier in relation to character rendering, but it's also important for the environments. Thanks to contact hardening, the distance of objects from the surface determines how diffuse a shadow might be. In this scene, for instance, Clive's shadow is sharp, owing to his proximity to the surface, but the structure above him is casting a far more diffuse shadow. The same is true of these palm trees here in the desert. Then you have these dramatic moments when you fill the darkness with a magical ball of fire as soft shadows dance across the scene during exploration. It's beautiful. And of course, I was impressed with these highly diffuse ambient shadows as well that are often seen in low light environments. Even in darkness,
DTD, a new vote has started.
Characters within the scene. And if you recall, when I reviewed Forspoken earlier this year, this was very specifically one of the main issues with that game. Another key feature that deserves a quick mention is the particle system. Ethereal particles effortlessly glide through the scene as torches dance and flicker around you. The use of fire greatly enhances many a scene in this game, especially during combat, with deep orange hues often bringing the world to life. It's great stuff. And all of this sounds great, but I do have some nitpicks to raise as well. Firstly, the visuals tend to be at their best in these dim or indirectly lit scenes. The brighter, more directly lit areas are a little less impressive, I feel. This desert city or these open fields at noon, for instance, more readily resemble Final Fantasy XIV's visuals, I feel. It's not to say they look bad, but it all still feels a little bit cross-gen, if you will. Water, too, is a mixed bag. The larger oceans are gorgeous, with undulating waves.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Feral Janitor Horde Radiation.
Also, the color of water used in these springs scattered around the desert is beautiful. But then you have smaller bodies like this that are less impressive, primarily due to mediocre screen space reflections. Still, when everything comes together, you're left with some of the most impressive sequences I've seen in a long time. The icon battles, in particular, combine richly detailed backdrops, all exploding apart before you, with impressively articulated, high-detail models duking it out, alongside special effects galore. It's marvelous, and the scale is off the charts. This is the kind of battle that recent God of War games shied away from, and seeing something like this in Final Fantasy XVI truly tickles the senses. I think it also showcases why I love motion blur in this game so much. You just can't achieve this look without it. The speed of objects whipping past the camera is accentuated by the effect, and it really brings the whole scene together. At its best, Final Fantasy XVI sings. Alas, as we continue our exploration of the game, depending on your settings, it may not always be at its best. Thus far, I've had a lot of positive things to say about the presentation of this game, but this is the part of the video where I begin to take issue with certain decisions, specifically in regards to image quality and performance. Like many other games these days, Final Fantasy XVI offers players the choice between a quality mode and a performance mode. Both modes use an aggressive dynamic resolution scaling system, with quality mode typically ranging between 1080p up to 1440p, then spatially upscaled to 4K. Performance mode in comparison seems to top out at 1080p but often drops a lot lower, knocking on the door of 720p from what I can tell. This is combined with TAA to reduce the shimmering and noise, but the performance mode doesn't really look great. Of course, all this is perfectly normal for games these days. Many titles deploy reconstruction techniques to take a low internal resolution and make it look acceptable on a 4K display. The problem with Final Fantasy XVI is that, based on subjective analysis of the shots of these, we think the game might be using AMD's much maligned FSR1. All the telltale signs are there, and these include the swirling circle-like patterns evident in many scenes. It doesn't look great.
Možda ga instaliram večeras.
The resolution is high enough
Pitanje je
that
bilo
by and
slobodno
large
vreme.
it's not a huge issue. It still looks
Upravo ono
pretty
što ti
clean, but the
kažeš.
performance mode is kind of a mess once the resolution starts dropping. It's just a screen full of noisy artifacts and blur that looks terrible. Frankly, this solution
recenzijama ljudi
isn't
koji
up to
su
the
ga
task. It
igrali
was a
vidim
bad
da je
choice by the developers.
vredi.
Speaking
I
of
nekako mi
performance
se
and quality modes, though,
ne
there are
probava,
other changes
ako mi se
beyond
svidi,
resolution, so let's look
onda
more
će
closely at
preorderovat,
that.
a neće
Shadow
preorderovat,
quality
ću da
takes a
sačekam da izađe da
significant
vidim
hit
da li
for
valja.
visible dithering and a reduction in distant shadow quality. Remember, in quality mode, one of the benefits to their shadow solution is the lack of visible cascade transitions. Pop-in also seems to
DTD
have been
cooldown
able to
commands are now active.
though both modes use time-sliced animations for distant enemies likely to reduce CPU load in the larger fields. Perhaps in this YouTube video, when shrunken down, the performance mode looks okay enough, but when played on an actual television, I find that it just doesn't hold up to close scrutiny. I hope they can find some way to implement something other than FSR1. Of course, if performance mode delivered a stable frame rate, I'd be a lot less
Welcome
likely
to my channel.
After all, sacrifices are necessary when aiming for a higher frame rate, but is that the case here? Well, users quickly discovered that performance mode doesn't run well in the demo version, but there was some hope in that the demo uses an older build. Beyond that, despite announcing that the game would not have a day one patch, the team did opt to release a small 300 megabyte patch which promises performance improvements, and we've tested it. Now before I get into those performance mode numbers, I do want to mention the quality mode. This is the mode I recommend playing in right now. It targets 30 frames per second, yes, but it's a very steady experience, at least in most situations. There are instances where it can dip, but 99% of the game is locked and properly paced at 30 frames per second. I truly believe this was the mode the developers intended players to use, and it is the default for a reason. Look, I get it, I'm disappointed that 30 FPS is starting to become common again, but as I said when discussing Starfield, I think stability is most important of all, and it does deliver that. And this is one of the few areas where Forspoken bests Final Fantasy XVI. It offers a 40 frames per second mode, something I hope can be patched in the future. But when we get to the performance mode, things get a little dicey. So the first question I want to address then is, does the patch fix performance mode? And the answer to that is no. Basically, in side-by-side tests, any improvements that do exist are rather negligible. It still consistently dips below 60 frames per second and regularly falls outside the VRR window of 48 Hz. But in testing, I discovered something rather strange about this mode. Let me demonstrate. So here I am running around the world in performance mode, and you can see the frame rate slipping below 60 throughout, right? Now, watch closely as I initiate combat with an enemy. Notice something? The frame rate suddenly jumps up to a near stable 60 frames per second. It's completely smooth and plays great. Here's where it gets weirder. The second Clive finishes the enemy and puts his sword away, the frame rate instantly drops once again. Turns out, when the developers mentioned that it was targeting 60 FPS in battle specifically, they weren't entirely wrong. Exploration is generally unstable, but combat does target and often maintain 60 frames per second. Even these huge battles with tons of special effects can deliver surprisingly decent performance in this mode. So what the heck is going on here? Well, as I see it, the answer seems pretty clear-cut. The second you initiate combat, the internal resolution drops like a stone, as low as 720p. Image quality takes a gigantic hit as a result, and the game winds up looking more like an interpretive oil painting. But at least the frame rate smooths out considerably. My theory is that the developers intentionally boost detail during exploration, but then dial back resolution and other settings the second you enter combat. With this in mind, if you can tolerate the choppy exploration and bad image quality, performance mode isn't so bad.
S.W.Frost. Welcome to my channel.
Steam. Ali nije to skin. To nije skin. Kao što Windows 10 i Windows 11 nisu skinovi za Windows 7, nažalost. Nije to skin. Ti hoćeš da skineš stari klijent.
Da.
Možeš, ali neš možeš da ga koristiš. Bićeš offline. Možeš, mogu ti ja naći. Instaliraj ga, ali ćeš da igraš ništa. To što neće ti s tim da se loguješ s tim. Vrlo jednostavno. Nije sad ja tebe da zezam ili ni podoštavam, samo ti kažem kako mi hoćemo, ne može. To me podsjeća na onu priču kad je Microsoft updateovo Skype, znaš? Da Skype zahteva da imaš procesor koji podržava one SSE2, ja mislim, instrukcije, tako neki kurac. Pitanje je neki encoding, vjerojatno zvuka ili neki đavo. Uglavnom, svi procesori koji ne podržavaju te SSE2 2 instrukcije, ne mogu da koriste Skype. Ili, dobro, ne možeš da ga upališ uopšte. Onda si prinuđen bio, to sam ja radio 2-3 puta i nikad više, nikom, ni za pare, ni za džabe. Bio sam prinuđen da nađem na nekim tamo sumnjivim sajtovima stare instalacije Skype-a i da instaliram ljudima i da im isključim auto-update, da ne bi oni slučajno kliknuli, pošto, znaš, da ti iskoči onaj prozočić da se update. Da ne bi oni slučajno kliknuli, da ne bi opet disablovali to.
Ko koristi Skype?
Ja ti kažem kako je bilo, a ti mene ne možeš slušati.
Od kad ga kupio ovaj, kako se zove, Microsoft, ja sam sjeban. A što ne koristiš disko da pričaš sa tim ljudima?
Pa morat ću.
Zato što su to stari ljudi i ne mogu da se naviknu na novu tehnologiju. Sam li pogodio centar?
Morat ću nešto.
Mislim, koliko vidim, pričaš s nama trenutno, znači nije problem u tebi, nego je problem u njima.
Howdy.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Ima zanimljivi naslovi, kad bi mogao da ih pogledam sebi ovi dobe. Koliko ima idibe, ima nešto naslova, majko moja.
Šta, kao demo?
Da. Nisu kome davali ovo.
Pa i treba da daju demo. Ako razmišljam da kupim nešto, naravno da hoću da probam, da vidim da li mogu da pokrenem. I dovoljno mi je, i tebi je dovoljno isto, 30 minuta ti je dovoljno, nekad 5 minuta. 30 minuta možda vidiš sve što te interesuje.
Mada mislim da bi po steno bilo da su plike 2 sata da.
Ne, to je mnogo. Za 2 sata možeš preći pojedinu igru. Ti gledao sam one streamere koji kupe igru na Steamu, igraju je, i probaj da je speedrunuju za manje od 2 sata i onda refundaju. A to je više što se radi, ali ovo znaš.
Da.
To će da ubaci ono na 90 minuta.
Oh, give me a home and the buffalo.
I'm in a little predicament. Could you help travel? God bless you and good luck.
Ko je?
Halo? Čekaj. Vidi, Mela nije tu, jebote. Da, to sam ja pio. Tačno to. Gdje to ima da se kupi? Oprosti.
Imaš be po pedalnicama.
Samo malo. Imamo jednog begunca. Čekaj, ne može to tako.
Koliko si ti nestrpljiv.
Ne može to tako, ne može to tako.
A znaš koliko ovaj...
Nerealno koliko tebi ovo znači. Ti si mrtav
baš
čovjek, kad bi
lagano,
ovi serveri umrli, ti bi umro bre. Ti bi dušu ispustio i kubiljka bi uvenuo, jebote.
Šta on radio pre 5 godina?
A ne znaš što je, jeli? Ne znaš što je, a?
A, Boris. Pre 5 godina, pre nego što je prekraćio to. Kako si prekraćio vreme, a?
A što ste i Makiću došao, jer te Boris zvao, jel?
Aha.
A moj Borisa, pa gdje ćeš to da radiš? Čovjeka odvajaš od...
Nije, bila je pauza tamo, Milan je vozio majku.
A bila je pauza. Pauza.
Evo stižem.
A čekaj, kako to da ja zovem pauzu kad ja hoću?
Ne znam. Nema niko, sad sam skenirao.
Mora da su se tamo trejdali oni, ili su izašli
Pa
napad.
izgleda.
Ili su ostali na mala helta pa su izašli.
Moguće sve.
Nema niko.
A vidiš sad, evo nema laga zadnje 3-4 minuta, garant je neko izašao, ko je to? Neko je pravio lag, je, garant.
Stvarno?
Lag switch ima.
Neko je drko, i to ne drko, nego... Face camo vas je...
Ne, nego ne može server da stigne njega i zato svi imate masivan lag.
Imaš ga u ome, ili je u kešike...
Ozbiljno?
U jornu. Da.
Znaš ti ko je to nestrpljenje, ne može da dočeka da Makić dođe sad. Vidim što je, šta ne dolazi, što je.
A ne može on bez Makića svoj.
Brate, ovo su bile petice.
Ladno.
U mene i...
2.14, ovo su ozbiljni igrači.
Znači,
ovaj je 1.32. Ovaj drugi ima 10.000 kilova, prvi 10.000 kilova i ovaj u sredini 3.000 kilova. Ništa ljudi.
Da?
Ništa, ajde, hvala na game.
Hvala vama.
Hvala.
Šta ćeš, Franjo, ostaješ ili ideš?
Odigrat ćemo još. Ako bude lagalo ovaj sljedeći meč, ja i ti...
Neću ni da igram, idemo na izlaz.
Nema smisla.
Idemo na izlaz odmah, brate, mi neću ni da igram. Kad si rekao da mi levering ne treba, da mi treba iron repeater, a?
Iron repeater jer kad nišaniš, ostane ti u nišanu. Samo drži nišan. I brže ćeš pucat.
Ne, znam šta je, nego misliš da je korisniji za ovu pušku, a?
Prilično sam siguran da dovoljno brzo puca Winchesterka i bez leveringa.
Ne Winchester kao obična Centennial.
U svakom slučaju me pucaju brže.
Pa dobro.
Iron repeater. A evo, uzeo sam Iron repeater.
Zamisli oni nama da kažu da smo tryhard.
Tryhard pussies. Jevote, ali Milan mi stvarno ne ide u glavu, 2 puta silazi on. Vidim što je, ne dolazi, ćemo igrati, da idem drugu, da igram.
Da igram s Farando.
Lepo mu kaže Makić, evo zavrtim kartu.
Bolestan čovjek, bolestan za hunt.
Ja se i dalje držim onoga, što smo se ti i ja
Treba...
dogovorili, nadam se da ti nisi prekršio.
Nisam prekršio.
Ne igram s njim više, neću.
Treba Krajtek...
Nije mene zvao.
Treba Krajtek da uzme onome gospodinu Balkancu Bombuzu, da mu uzme sva prava i da da Milanu da on bude lice kanta. Ne zajebam se, ja sam mrtav ozbiljan.
Ja sam ga Franjo juče drugi put odjebao za par dana. Franjo i ja smo se dogovorili da ne igram.
A zato on sa mnom ovako priča.
Jesu to neke separacije ovdje?
Separatisti smo mi, ne?
Nije separacija, nego baš je ispod smrad, jebi ga. Uzeli smo bounty i krenuli na drugi, on je kuko da ne idemo. I ja i Franjo kažem ajmo. I on i Franjo su bili ispod mene i dobili kroz minut, dobili headshot i jedan i drugi.
Koji minut, brate, kroz 20 sekundi?
Ja dotrčavam, nisu znali gde sam. On, neka sam, neću ovako i
on
to
popizdio
nešto. F4 i ode.
Čja. Nećemo više ni igrati, živi.
Nećemo više.
Brate, ja igram ovo da se zajebajem, ne igram da se nerviram.
Moj mit pogino jebote. A ja sam ostao živ, znači nisu znali gde sam, mogu sam da sačekam 2-3 minuta i da vas dižem.
A dobro...
Ali šta ćeš čekat kad tako čovjek reagira na...
A
da, nego, ali on je odmah izašao. Ja kažem, tu sam, stižem. Ne, znao sam, sam reka, ajde, neću ovako i...
Ali on što je najjače, nije nam falio HP, razumiješ? A drugi tim je se fajtao sa trećim timom, tamo i mi smo išli na njih.
On voli
novac. Uvijek idem na dupli bomb.
Ljudi, on voli novac.
A koji ćemo kurac, brate, kad ovo nema
I on
smisla,
kad god može,
ekonomija.
on bježi s mape.
Pa neće sa mnom više igrat.
Ako se...
A slušaj šta je se desilo 2 gejma prije. Ja igram sa meme loadoutima, razumiješ? Asistove radi.
Ali s akcentom. Nikako bez akcenta, to je pogrešno.
Da, izvini, Vlad. Izvoli, slušao sam ovog čovjeka.
I on zagine standardno, jel, ne ubije nikog. Daj, brate, Franjo, šta se zajebaješ, kao, znaš. Vrto, ću se sekirat, šta bi trebalo? A ne, on je navikao da ja njega nosim na leđima, nećeš više. Igraj s randomima, boli me kurac. Nek igra s kim god hoće. On ako je u timu, ja neću sa njim igrati.
Znaš ko je njega navikao na takav režim? Onaj Drakulić.
Drakulić, jel? Peđe.
Pa dobro, nije on kriv za to, razumeš, nego je ovaj, kao razumeš kad dete navikneš na nešto i ono se navika.
Da.
To.
Uzimam ja, ne moraš se peći. Čekaj, Predrag je navikla.
Peđe kriv.
Ranješ tu?
Treba Peđu obesiti za jaja. Peđe, čuješ li me?
Ranja ili nije tu ili mu je puko
Možda mu se laptop resetira. Kontam da je to. Sad čekaj da se vrati i to ti.
Da, evo sad je startovo ponovo igra.
Jesam živ?
Pa za sad jesi.
Dok letiš, ne znam.
Utaju se u Lower Desaletu.
Ajde, to nama ide u prilog. To nama ide u prilog. Nemojte da idete daleko.
Nisam, tu sam ispred bedema, 50-60 metara od tebe. Gledam ako ne vidim koga sam.
Uzeo si Iron Repeater, jes?
Jesam.
Sad probaj sa njim igra. To će ti Centennial za 200% poboljšati. Bar iz mog iskustva. Jer ti ostaje nišan na meti, znaš. Levering odradi, klik, bez da pomjera nišan.
Ubili su Spidermana u Loveru.
U Loveru?
Aha.
Pa, dobro.
Ali i dalje se puca tu nešto povremeno.
Znači ima tim, bar jedan.
Možda neko upucava i...
I šta, opet laptop ujebo, a?
Mhm.
Znači nije onaj hladnjak USB ništa pomogao?
Ne. Ali što je najjače, 70 mi je stupnjeva sad procesor. Celzijevi. I opet mi se to dešava. Znači, zatvorit ga i u smeće bacit.
Imaš ti desktop relativno dobar, ili?
Nemam, ja sam na laptopu.
To znam, nego kontao sam da ti je to ono kao druga varijanta da imaš...
Ma ne. Za koga ti mene smatraš, Ilija?
Šta znam?
Sam ja
Geek
Milan.
neki. Ne.
Vidi,
Nemam ja
može
kut,
Milan
ja-
nešto povoljno da ti sredi, ono... znaš,
Čuj Bing.
Neću ja one njegove overclockane
Može da
kompjutere.
sredi, koji ti đava.
Al se puckuju ovde, au.
Eto me. Nekšića mi dolazim.
Dami.
Sve mi je blurry, to je dobro.
Ljuri. Da požuri. A, kad ti je sve ljuri.
Onda požuri.
Onda požuri.
Nemam zvuka, to je super.
Znači nije ti se nije ujebalo ništa, to je.
O ne, ma kak.
Nije ti promenio kontrole, ne daj Bože.
Nije, to mi je čudno.
Kako kaže Boris?
Nije me pitao za...
Pa to je sjajno.
Ajde idemo na njih ovdje. Brate, mili, zvuka nema. Ništa, morat ću na jedan osjet igrat. To jest vid. Evo, već sam mrtav. Tako je. Jer nisam čuo ljude. Tu ti je, pogodio sam ga jedno.
Ma ne, nego me jebe ovo govno.
A ja i ti smo sami. Eto ti ga. I ti ne čuješ, Boris.
A čuje, nego ima još jedan ovdje.
O, jebem ti majku igrice.
Jel me jebeš?
Riješio naš čovjek, nema šta.
A?
Mene gluhog, tebe slijepog.
Si vidio ovo?
Na 7 metara čovjek ne pada sa Romero Hatchet.
A ne, nego što sam ga i pukao u glavu sa ovim sranjem.
Ne radi Hatchet.
Ne, pogodio sam ga Romerom, iskočio na njega i on čučno, ja ga udaram i on me s nečim ubio, ne znam s čime je. Sa Hatchetom je.
Ode Hunter level 50.
Ode i meni.
Biće bolje ako budeš tu. S nekim život da podelim.
Šta sad? Gleda, progres, ništa neću igrat ovu igricu više.
Što ne?
Ništa mi nije računalo kao progres, znaš.
Onaj questline progres.
Bloodline.
Kako ništa?
Ko da nisam ni igrao igru.
Bug neki šta?
Pa da.
Bože spasi. Pa, a izgubio si lovca?
Pa i lovca jer su me ubili.
Ja, to je zbog disconnecta.
Pa da. I što ništa čuo nisam. Neki jebu mater, oni svoje. Milu.
Wisely spoken Jugović je mader.
A šta se radi, što bi rekao Đape.
Kako ovo nije bio jebote? Stvarno ova igra najčudniji delay.
Si reka Delaney najčudniji.
Delaney.
Smrdljivo. Zapušteno.
Ajde, ode malo Call of Duty, a idemo spavati.
Ajde.
Borze, hvala na druženju. Družit ćemo se mi još.
Jel imaš Predator Hunting Ground?
Nemam, brate.
Nemaš.
Kupi mi šta? Ti radiš kao taj support.
Ili?
A možeš mi kupiti sa turskog naloga pa mi pokloniti, jel?
Ne, zapravo ne može. Ne, nešto on neće, nego to je Steam isključio. Da ne bi uzimali jeftine igre i poklanjali ih prijateljima.
249 turskih lira.
Ništa, Ilija, budi pozdravljen pa se vidimo ljudi.
Pozdrav.
249 lira, 10 eura. Nešto jebali jebote. Ovi, kad kupuješ te Steam kartice u turskim lirama, otišlo bre 50% gore cena. Ne znam šta je, puta lira i ne znam.
Ne, nego masa ljudi to koristi. I onda ovi što to prodaju, tapkaju cene. Tapkare cene. Mamo njenu.
Bilo je 100 lira, je bilo 5 evra, sad je 8 evra.
Lion Fiera. Welcome to my channel. Hentaichen. Welcome to my channel.
Pa pazi, masu stvari sam ja kupio na CD Keys. Bilo je čak i jeftinije nego na turskom Steamu. A na evropskom Steamu.
Da.
Za modem neki popust jebi ga i ono. Stvarno bude...
Pa dobro nije.
Resident Evil 7 Gold Edition ti je sad $6,5 na CD Keys, jeftinije nego na turskom.
Da. Kapiram.
Gledajte nešto ljubavno, klinki završavaju na to. Reče nam hladno pivo u svom novom spotu.
Spremim neku čujemo malo pršlje. Jeste Šapo, spomenula sam reč klopa i gladan. Ti si odmah došla, ti si pametnica. Nevjerovatno. Nevjerovatno.
Ja sam siguran da klopa ili hranu neke recimo također znači hranu.
Ovo je nevjerovatan stvar. Znači nevjerovatan stvar. Ćemo da jedemo Šapo, šta ćemo? Maše repom. Blatara ko propelevi.
Kad kažeš jedemo, nije trebalo, znači 2 puta pitaš.
Ćemo da jedemo Šapo. Šapo, jedemo. Aj čujemo se, pozdrav.
Pozdrav.
would they improve it? Well, I don't know what their rendering budget looks like, so this is all just spitballing, but I think that settings should be reduced further during both
DTD. A new vote has started.
as frame rate consistency is most important. Beyond that, I think a reconstruction solution besides FSR1 or whatever it is they're using should be considered. There may not be enough headroom, of course, and it's difficult to say for sure, but it does feel like there might actually be a path to 60, at least in theory. No matter which mode you choose though, all the game's cutscenes are displayed at 30 frames per second, ensuring good image quality during these major sequences. I think it's the right move. So in its current form, I would personally suggest sticking with the quality mode, but if you demand that extra fluidity in combat, the frame rate mode isn't as bad as you might have expected, in combat exclusively. If you're struggling to deal with 30 frames per second though, here's a tip. It always feels most jarring when you switch from 60 back to 30, so don't do that. Instead, set the game to quality mode in the options menu before you load your save.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen dance off.
To adjust to the lower frame rate. Seriously, give it a try. But there is good news elsewhere when discussing performance, specifically in regards to loading times. Final Fantasy XVI features some of the shortest loading times this generation. In fact, there's no actual loading screen at all. The game simply dips to black, then fades back up for the next scene. It feels like an old school cartridge game in that regard. Even more impressive, if you begin from the PS5's home menu by selecting Return to Game, it will very quickly load after the splash screen, bypassing any company logos, and immediately drop you back into the action. It's just insanely fast. But okay, I think we've established the general level of performance you can expect from this game. Performance mode isn't great, quality mode is very stable, and the loading times are lightning fast. With that covered, it's time to move on to the final part of this video. Music stands strong as a pillar of the Final Fantasy franchise. One cannot overstate the importance of music in a game like this, so when it was announced that Masayoshi Soken, the mastermind behind Final Fantasy XIV's Sublime soundtrack, would be handling Final Fantasy XVI, I was excited. And thankfully this excitement was well founded, as Final Fantasy XVI's soundtrack is a true series highlight. The official soundtrack itself spans 8 compact discs for a reason. There are a ton of tracks in this game, and every one of them is a work of art. From the beautiful remix of the series' Crystal theme, to the more evocative exploration music, beyond. There's a lot to love here, but it's the music composed for the game's set pieces that impress the most. This is Soken's specialty after all. Dynamic and expressive qualities create an immersive experience that captures the imagination and touches the depths of your gamer's soul. The music is so perfectly matched to the on-screen action that you'll nearly stand and cheer in jubilation. But it's not just the music that shines. The voice performances are also outstanding, possibly the best in series history.
I won't ask you again, Wyvern. Take her head so we can be done with this.
I can't. I won't.
You would betray the Holy Empire?
Betray? I don't recall ever pledging allegiance to your Emperor. My service may have been bought with this brand, but not my loyalty.
Tell me, who did this, or I'll see you suffer the same fate.
The man who delivered the coffer said, he said Sid paid him.
I'll let you run amok with the rest of your rights. This is how you repay me?
But there is one issue. The lip sync is only valid for the spoken English soundtrack. If you prefer to play in a different language, you lose this aspect, which is a bummer, because from what I've heard, the alternative voice recordings are also fantastic. At least the game supports proper surround sound and makes excellent use of the low frequency channel for some seriously deep bass. By now though, you may have noticed the exceptionally long runtime for this video. I apologize for that, by the way, but the reasons are clear. I just really enjoyed my time with Final Fantasy XVI and wanted to talk about it. The storytelling and the story itself are among the best in series history. The environments are beautiful and the combat is simply sublime. Yeah, it's a little on the easy side, but it's just so satisfying to engage with. Yes, I do have some nitpicks. The side quests aren't great, the combat can be a little repetitive at points, and performance mode just isn't good enough. But honestly, beyond that, this game is a classic in my book, a real love letter from the team, and one of the most enjoyable games I've played in a long time. It's so good, in fact, that it actually makes me want to give Final Fantasy XIV more of a shot now. Which is something I never thought I'd say. As we draw to a close then, my final takeaway is this. When technology and art work in harmony, with glitches and bugs nowhere in sight, it allows you to truly trust a game, and really savor that experience. I've become so accustomed to covering games with serious issues and bugs at launch that I'd almost forgotten what it feels like to play something this solid. Between The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and now Final Fantasy XVI, I feel reinvigorated, and suddenly our gaming future seems bright once again. And that brings our time together to a close. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if so, be sure to let us know, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you to Fayen, Porcus and Meekgood for helping make this video possible. The year is 2010, and talk of the game industry is incredibly worrying, or at least it seems that way to founder of Clay, Jamie Chen. Although they existed earlier, free-to-play games were clearly on the rise, with success stories like League of Legends releasing a year prior. Somewhat counterintuitively, the games cost no money to play, yet would make more money than the ones that did. As far as publishers were concerned, indie games were dead, and free-to-play was going to be the killer. It made sense too. Why would you release another paid title when this random game I've never heard of can triple its income by releasing as free-to-play? This was good for the consumer too. Why bother paying for some nerd's indie game when you can get the same experience at no cost? It's a win for everyone. Now remember, this was 2010, before big titles like Team Fortress 2 and numerous others made the switch to free-to-play, so there was still time for Clay to catch up with the changing market, and Chen was prepared. So prepared he got a small team of 4 people from his office and told them to make a game.
And really I just had one mandate, and the one mandate was we must do a free-to-play game.
because I really wanted to learn.
He didn't care what type of game it was, as long as it was free to play. The origins of Don't Starve can be traced as far back as 2010. Every year, Clay hosts a game jam in their office, where developers team up in small groups to see who can make the best game in a few days. One such team consisted of Kevin Forbes and Julian Kwan, who made this thing. Yeah, you can tell it was made in 2 days. The game takes place around the campfire where the aim is to not starve. You can refill your hunger by killing pigmen who spawn around your fire and cooking them for meat. But be careful, as the more pigs there are, the faster you lose hunger. And the longer you survive, the more pigs begin to spawn until eventually you die. Asked to make a game, this simple survival game is what came to mind, so Forbes and the others started working on making it free to play. They eventually came up with Mayor of Pigtown, a very friendly, inoffensive game designed to appeal to as broad of an audience as possible. The idea was you do cool stuff like adventuring and fighting on an island, which is where the survival aspect comes in, before you return to decorate your pig city with the loot you found. There was a catch though. Each adventure run would cost you stamina, and if you ran out of stamina, too bad. Go back to the boring part of the game or pay up to play again. I think if it was any other company making this game, that's probably where this story would have ended. But Clay had other plans. This wasn't gonna be some McDonald's burger you eat and forget about. No, this game is going to be an experience you remember. This wasn't just a product. This was a game that would make you feel things. Their design goal was to get people to care about their game deeply. The developers thought the Pig City part sounded boring to program, so they began work on the adventure runs first. The levels they created were going to have an end goal. This Pigkin guy would give you a quest, like go kill those spiders, and that would be the adventure run. It didn't really work out. Not only did it take a long time to play, but it took even longer to make, which was a problem since Mayor of Pigtown was supposed to be released in a short amount of time. So to save time, instead of slowly making the levels themselves, they got an AI to do it, or as it was known back then, world generation. The game would now generate a world for you that would encourage you to explore it. Something was changing though, and it wasn't just the world generation. Past this point, the game kept getting darker and harder. The survival chunk of the game got more difficult, which in turn made the art style less friendly, which then made the gameplay more desperate until eventually Wilson was born. Wilson seems to mark the turning point, where Don't Starve went from a city building game to an uncompromising survival one, likely because a proper survival game wasn't out at the time. Also, Kevin played a lot of roguelikes, so now the game is permadeath. You die and your world is gone. Go cry to someone who cares. Some of the other team members were really terrified of Minecraft's first night. The concept of being in this completely new world with monsters you don't understand seemed really appealing, which is why they decided to make a whole game around that one idea. Now, darkness will kill you. If you stay in the dark for too long, this will happen. That was cool and all, but the game at this stage was incomprehensible. When they got people off of Craigslist to test it, no one had the slightest clue of what to do. This must have made the developers sweat bullets. They had just spent a month making this epic game where the darkness kills you, and the player in front of them has no idea what they are looking at. Luckily, after a bit of pointing them in the right direction, the playtesters quickly learned how to play the game, and even more shockingly, started to have fun. So clearly the developers had a really good game idea here. People were having fun in their basic survival game. All they needed to do now was somehow get players past the phase of what do I do now, and the game would be perfect. The most obvious answer to a problem like this is to make a tutorial, so that's exactly what they did. The tall, shadowy figure known as Maxwell would now give the player a long list of quests upon spawning in. These quests would stick with you at the top of the screen, including stuff like craft a torch, find this thing, kill a pigman, or survive 5 days. It was all aimed to teach the player how to play the game, and it worked. Kind of. Not really. It failed miserably. Now, the opposite was happening. Players knew exactly how to play the game, except now they weren't having fun. From the looks of it, the playtesters were treating the game like a second job. They weren't playing the game for the experience, They were playing it to finish the tasks given to them, because at the highest level, the game they were playing was complete the task list. When asked to survive 5 days, players would sit around the campfire doing absolutely nothing for 40 minutes straight. The goal at the top of the screen said to survive 5 days, so that's what they did, at the expense of doing anything else. By presenting the game as a list of tasks they had to complete, they had inadvertently taught the player that there was not any more to the game outside of tasks. Without them, there was no meaning to the game, and once all of them were complete, they stopped playing. This is the main point of the essay written by Chang and Forbes at the time. Rewarding people for playing a game will actually demotivate them to play it for themselves. The examples they used were a real-world study on the effects of extrinsic rewards, and the talk about how achievements are killing the games industry. It's funny to look back on. You guys read one book and came to the conclusion that achievements are bad, though Clay seems to have backtracked on this as the page is now deleted. But I think this essay was ahead of its time. It had a very good point, just with the wrong example. In the last year or so, I've seen an increasing distaste for live service games, a type of game based around you logging on every day to complete a list of tasks, a type of game most people don't play for fun, but to complete the list. It's hard not to see the parallels. You can't drop the player in a new world without any guidance, but you also can't hold their hand with quests the entire way through. So the logical answer was to find the middle ground. One problem they found during playtesting is how often people died to darkness. At this stage in development, the crafting menu gave you access to everything from the beginning, including items like rope. This meant players would waste all their grass crafting rope without realizing that by doing so they had wasted the resource needed to make a torch.
Oh look, I can build a cut stone or a piece of rope, which are useful items later in the game for crafting, but they're completely useless in the first day, and they would consume all of their resources that way, and then they wouldn't be able to create a light, and then they'd be eaten by the grue.
The solution to both of these problems was a revamped crafting menu. Instead of showing you everything you can craft, they only let you make what you need. This solves the problem of players crafting rope when they didn't need it, as more complicated recipes like rope were now restricted to crafting stations such as the science machine, but also organically teaches the player in a way that makes it feel like they figured it out on their own. What's that? It's going to be night soon and I need a light? Well then I'll make a campfire. How do you make a campfire? You need logs. How do you get logs? You make an axe so you can chop down a tree and use the logs to make a campfire. Don't Starve teaches the player in other fun ways as well. Gold will shine so it stands out as a useful item. Following roads might lead you to an important location. There's even an examine button in which Wilson gives you some info about the item you inspected. Anyways, they forgot to monetize their survival game, so back to the drawing board. New idea. No Pig City building part and no fatigue systems. Instead, there will be call to actions in the environment that force players to leave their base. In a way, it still follows the principle of go on adventure run before returning to decorate your base with the loot you found, but on a much more interesting level. The loot you found wasn't merely decorational, it was now necessary for survival. The plan for monetization would be to charge for cool hats like the top hat, or the option to customize your world, or possibly just add an in-game store where you could purchase items. However, the numbers weren't cutting it.
And then I took a look at it, and I was like, this is never going to work as a free-to-play game. This is just not.
So in the end, they decided to make Don't Starve a paid title. Ironically, every element of the game they had originally devised was still present in some capacity, except the one thing Chang asked them to do: make it free to play. It's May 18th, 2012 time, which means the game is now available for free on the internet. The versions here are pretty much lost to time, so any info I have about the game is based on some surviving screenshots and videos. The important thing to note is that Don't Starve started out as a browser game. You open up Google and you play Don't Starve. That's how it was back then. No save files because they weren't added till July, and if the servers go down, well shit, you can't play the game now. But it wasn't all bad. Don't Starve being on the web store let the developers track cool statistics like how often people died or how many trees were chopped. But more importantly, Through a software called Olark, they could talk with their players in real time to gain feedback on the game. That's right. You could be minding your own business playing hipster Minecraft before suddenly getting messaged by some guy asking for your experience with the game. This is how I imagine werepigs got added. The developers learned that people kept basing near the pigs because it was safe. So they made the pigs turn hostile during full moons. Maybe trees getting chopped down so much is the reason they added a boss monster who appears to kill you when you chop too many trees. I don't know. You know what else I don't know? What the purpose of the bonfires is. Are you telling me that the pigs just had an infinite light source back then? What is this? Another strange removed feature is the magic meat farm. Kevin thought it would be creepy if you could grow meat, so he added a farm to let you grow meat. And oh my god, is this thing broken. You could turn something that gives you 13 hunger into 2 cooked big meat, which give you 66 at the end of every single day. If you use one of the big meats to replant the farm after using it, as long as you have 2 magic meat farms, you could literally live forever. The magic meat farm was so good that after its removal, farms never recovered. You could plant a seed and then after using up some manure, get a single berry for like 10 hunger. But when they weren't adding overpowered items, they were adding community suggestions. There's no dedicated weapon? Then we'll add a spear. Are people bored of obnoxiously long nights? Then we will add straw rolls which you can use to skip them. Big features were teased in either really elaborate ARGs or just update posters. But what I find interesting is what wasn't teased. Reading these decade-old forum threads makes me flabbergasted every time. Like, wait, this is in the game now. Werepigs, spider queens, spears, an item you wear that resurrects you upon death, a backpack which specifically takes up the body slot, trap durability, tent skipping the night, and more advanced crafting stations were all things that people suggested that are now in the game. And this is just a few examples. It's like Clay added anything anyone put down on the forums. You write down some stupid over-the-top suggestion and suddenly it's in the game. Although there is a more likely possibility. Kevin admits that some of the suggestions people had were eerily similar to ideas they came up with themselves. So the community probably just happened to suggest things that were already going to be added, rather than the other way around. Sometimes that thing suggested is already in the game, you just didn't look deep enough. Then, in August of 2012, Clay did something crazy. The game would now charge you to play it. However, because they value feedback, playing the game before this point would grant you the full game for free. All you had to do was play Don't Starve at a certain window in time, and you would get the whole game without paying a cent. Something else was about to happen though. Clay doesn't really do advertising. The most they did was hand out these weird Wilson business cards when showing off the game at PAX. They relied heavily on word-of-mouth marketing, which is why when purchasing a game, you get a second copy to give to your friend. But it didn't matter, because someone else was about to do the advertising for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Total Biscuit. I'm here to ask and answer one simple question. WTF is Don't Starve. Well,
on September 13th, a man by the name of Total Biscuit uploaded a video titled "What if is Don't Starve?" Seems fairly normal until you realize that this video has 600,000 views. I can't speak for how many I had 10 years ago, but it's safe to say that this video introduced many to the game. It's kind of crazy how fast stuff spreads on the internet. One day it's like 10 people chatting on a forum, and the next, hold on, is that the Yogscast playing this game? Some people really didn't get it though. One guy died to darkness and submitted a bug report because he thought he found a glitch, but it didn't matter that some people didn't get it. People were united with the common goal of figuring out what is going on in this world. Not knowing what was happening was the main appeal of Don't Starve, and Clay later capitalized on this with their ARGs, revealing hidden lore about the game. That leads us nicely into November 8th, 2012, aka the cooking update, aka the day that this game got added to Steam, aka the earliest update I have access to. And it is buggy as hell. Here's a list of stuff you will experience while playing this version. Any mob that dies leaves behind their body, and it's so creepy. The bodies don't disappear. Sometimes they even take a shit after dying. This mechanic makes me feel so bad for the spiders. I killed my friend who wasn't even attacking me, and his body just stayed there. There's no hotkeys for anything, so you have to do everything with a mouse. There's a weird inventory system where half of it is openable and closable. You can turn the camera, but only in 4 diagonal directions, and do not hold them down. There's no way to destroy structures, so if you put down a science machine, it's there forever. Burning things is super unintuitive. You can't just right-click when holding the torch. You must first take the torch out of your hand and hover over what you want to burn. And you're also immune to fire for some reason. The torch lasts forever if you keep equipping and de-equipping it. Paths do not speed you up. Trees and a lot of other stuff just don't show up on the map. Pine cones instantly grow when planted. Gold will always drop from boulders. Butterflies are unkillable. Food doesn't spoil at all. There's a moonwalking pigman. There's a pigman doing this, and then 2 pigs just killed each other at the same time. Lock suits block 100% of damage. Biomes are connected by extremely long land bridges. No, really, they are really long. Chests can be pushed around as movable storage. There's a duplication glitch. A bunch of literal shit will spawn in the world center. Dishes are horrifically ineffective when compared to the hunger put in. The entire game crashed because I tried fighting a spider, and then there's the fact that boards give you less research points than the logs you spent combined. Yeah. Research points. This is a really interesting mechanic, and by interesting I mean terrible. To unlock recipes in this game you need a certain amount of research points. Most items being you only need to unlock items once, and then they become available in every world you play. To get research points you must convert items at a science machine into points. What makes it suck is how little points most things give. Grass turns into 1 point. Pine cones 1 point. Even something as rare as gold will give you 40 points, which means you need 13 gold just to unlock a top hat. Mandrakes and trinkets are by far the best way to get points, each giving 80 points each. But here's the thing, because trinkets are the only reasonable way to get research points, the best strategy ends up being to run to a grave biome as fast as possible, then dig them up and research it, and then repeat that process over multiple worlds so you can finally unlock every item. The whole system just makes me not want to play this version. Why bother doing anything if you can't craft cool items without wasting hours away first? It was added originally as the solution to the players crafting rope when they didn't need it problem, but it didn't work out. However, the system stayed for a good while as the developers weren't sure how to replace it yet. What's crazy to me is that when research points were eventually removed, somehow there was people that got angry over it. They removed the most objectively bad mechanic from the game, and some guy still found a way to complain about it. This just proves to me that no matter what you do as a game developer, someone will always be mad. Anyways, if I had to describe these early versions with one word, that word would be potential. There's not much in the game right now. There is different characters, but none of them do anything, so there's no reason to pick them. And yet, just from walking around, I can't put off the feeling that this game might be bare bones now, but it has so much potential to go to great places. The spider dens, for example, contain a small amount of spiders in the beginning, but the longer you survive, the bigger the dens grow, and the more spiders will come out at night. They aren't that hard to kill, especially with a good weapon, but it makes you wonder, what if the whole game was like that? What if virtually every obstacle you came across became harder over time? Don't Starve wasn't very difficult at this stage, but Kevin promised some super scary monsters like Deerclops, who at this stage no one knew anything about other than that it would be called the Deerclops. Speaking of Kevin, during the early days of development, this guy was everywhere on the forums, and he was just dropping cool details about Don't Starve's design left, right and center. The constant explanation of design was not only great for the players as they got to understand why specific actions were made, but also great for the developers as they got to see how the players react to new changes so they could update the game accordingly. A player noticed that the pigs were very unreliable followers, so he suggested methods to make them less disorganized and more controllable. Kevin's response was that that's the way they are intended to act. They are meant to be a bit bumbling and chaotic. Sometimes they punch a tier 3 spider den with no backup. Silly pigs. Even when surrounded by a group of pigs, the game still makes you feel like you're alone by not giving you full control over them. It shows how thought out the vision for Don't Starve was. The developers knew exactly what should and shouldn't be in the game. One of those things was multiplayer.
And there's this expectation nowadays that the players have it. Most games will be multiplayer.
Kevin believes that you can't be fully immersed in the game world if you're with someone else, as you will be talking to the other person instead of immersing yourself in the game. You won't be playing as Wilson, you will be playing as yourself.
Wilson is a castaway survivor in this strange world, and I think that if his friends were there with him, it would compromise that quite a bit.
The team were so adamant about not adding multiplayer, not because they hated fun, but because they believed it would ruin the bleak tone they were going for. This is the same reason there's no health bar. Like, what is this, an RPG? This is a survival simulator. Wilson doesn't see health bars. The closest thing you'll find to another person are the pigmen, and like Kevin said, that's intentional, because they are not nearly smart enough to act like a person. Anyways, the next build is in negative 3,744 days. In this update, they added the Gobbler. And the miner has fission to hammer damage from fire, which enemies don't care about for some reason. A new character, and gold is no longer guaranteed and now randomly drops from rocks. People were finding it too easy to settle down and farm berry bushes, so they added a mob that will pop out and steal them from you. Not that it matters to me, since I get my food by spawn camping the pigs at the start of each day. Despite being an uncompromising permadeath game, the Gobbler can't attack the player, and will instead run from you. He seems to be more of a drain on resources, rather than something that can actually kill you. Although you can trap him on the edge and kill him, something the developers must have thought of because the Gobbler drops loot. The more interesting part of the update are the characters, because one of them is the embodiment of a Chad. For simply picking Wolfgang, you get double the health, double the hunger, and double the damage, all for free. All the time. You can go almost 3 days without eating by playing Wolfgang. He is the easy mode of this game. If you struggle with the combat at all, just pick Wolfgang and he will obliterate a pig village for you. The other characters have actual stats now, and they're not so good. If Wolfgang is in S tier and Wilson in B tier because he can craft revives out of beard hair, then these two are right at the bottom. Don't Starve literally punishes you for picking a female character. Willow lets you completely circumvent darkness. By picking this character, you become completely immune to darkness. Although this ability isn't that impressive when infinite use torches exist. She also has fire resistance, but there's not many uses for that. The other character, Wendy, is even gimmickier. She has this ghost sister that has a 1 in 3 chance to spawn when it's dusk, and then will vanish the subsequent morning. So for a good few days, you probably won't even know what Wendy does, until you randomly get jump scared by this ghost spawning inside of you. Seriously, she's so loud. You can hear her talking even when the game is paused. One thing that's cool is that Wendy was planned to be Maxwell's niece even back in 2012, as examining him gives you the quote about kinship. But yeah, Abigail is useless. She just kinda sits there and... Okay, I take everything back. Move Wendy up to S tier. Are you kidding me? She doesn't appear often, but when she does, you can kill mobs without them noticing they're taking damage. This Beefalo is slowly dying, and yet he does not react at all until he's dead. It's like Abigail's a leech. If you get multiple Beefalo to chase you, you can run into Abigail to quickly kill all of them easily. This is so much stronger than Wolfgang. What the hell? You don't even have to do anything. Hold on. You don't even have to do anything, and you can survive indefinitely. Alright, new update. The birds and the bees and the hounds that want to kill you. You think the game is easy, do you? Well now, every couple days, starting at day 5, Maxwell sends you a group of his dogs to kill you. And the longer you survive, the more hounds will come. Some of them turning into fire hounds which explode upon death and burn down your stupid base. Let's watch some footage of people struggling to survive the new update. Who even thinks of this stuff? The game is supposed to get harder the longer you survive, not easier. You'd think that in a game that doesn't have walls, mobs wouldn't need pathfinding, but the community proved the developers wrong. It's hysterical how the relationship between the developers and the community is the exact same as the one between Maxwell and Wilson. Maxwell adds a new aggressive mob to kill the player, while Wilson finds a clever way to continue camping at his base. Although the walls of trees and other structures weren't intended, so many players used them in their base designs that real walls were added later. The walls were useless though, probably because Maxwell was still bitter about this. The hounds marked the point at which Don't Starve would enter its mid-game phase. Instead of expanding the world, the developers would now actively try to kill you. Before this point, as long as you had food and an infinite torch, you could easily survive forever. Now that wouldn't be so simple, gloves off so to speak. But for every update that added a new challenge, there would be an equal amount of new items that you could use to fight back. In the Hound update, it was a bunch of new weapons, but not any traditional weapons.
The intention at least is that Wilson's not actually that good of a fighter. His offensive abilities are weird at best.
This is why Wilson uses unconventional weapons like sleep darts and bee mines, rather than something like a shotgun. This is also why, instead of using reasonable protection, Wilson wears a football helmet. Kevin talks about how there needs to be some horror element to Don't Starve, and how you can't have that if you're overpowered and killing everything in your way. This is why the weapons Don't Starve gives you are inherently cowardly. You're either creating traps using ranged weapons, or just getting pigs to kill things for you. Attacking enemies head-on is supposed to be a last resort. And while I think this is a cool idea, it does not work the way they thought it would. It's far easier to kite the hounds than go through all the extra effort of crafting a bee mine. They literally have a character that deals double the damage. Why would you bother using traps if you can two-shot the hounds as Wolfgang? They also added the life-giving amulet, or rather gave this previously useless item the ability to revive you. Which is great, because it means you don't have to be Wilson anymore to craft revives. It even puts everything around you to sleep so you don't get spawn camped. However, in order to use the life-giving amulet, you have to be wearing it at the time you die, otherwise it won't work. So either you never take this amulet off just in case you die, or you somehow predict when you're about to die. That's the only way to use this item. The whole update was weirdly controversial. In a hotfix patching the ability to create walls, grass tufts got changed, requiring manure in order to grow. After regrowing 3 times, grass tufts will need fertilizer to grow again. A seemingly innocent change made from the guiding principle that nothing in the game should be free turned out to be one of the worst changes ever. It's another update designed to make sitting at your base less profitable, but it ended up having the opposite effect. Now more than ever, sitting still and never leaving your base was the best strategy. After all, what's the point of going around the map and scavenging for resources if all the grass will eventually need manure? No one's going to walk around the whole world fertilizing random grass tufts. You're better off just digging them up and placing them all in one area. It also forced base locations to be right next to Beefalo for more manure. This whole situation is a great example of why an active community is invaluable for feedback. People got pissed off at how grindy it was to get grass. After asking how much grass they typically use in a day, Kevin found that people were using way more than he thought they were. This highlighted the actual problem with the game. People weren't turtling up at their base for no reason. They were doing it because the game encouraged it. They were doing it to farm as much grass as possible in order to cover the costs of the expensive items. Nerfing grass tufts so they would require manure wouldn't solve the core issue, that being everything here is too expensive. So in another hotfix the next day, the issue was solved as the change was reverted and many items required much less grass to craft. And just to discourage turtling, you only need to fertilize grass that you dug up, meaning random tufts in the wilderness don't need manure. The core issue of items being too expensive could not have been solved with just internal testing, which is one of the massive benefits of an open beta.
With a game like Don't Starve, where people play for hours and hours and hours and always kind of blown away by the hour counts that people actually kind of post, a lot of the players actually know the nuances of how the game actually plays better than we do. Making a small change on my end and then pushing it live and then watching and waiting for their response to see if they even notice it, I did that a lot, and it was very helpful.
It does make me wonder though, what if people lied about how much grass they used in a day? Like, come on guys, if you all said you used 500 grass every day, we could be living in a world where torches, backpacks, and straw rolls cost 1 grass each. Oh yeah, they added backpacks in this update. They added so much useful items like the backpack that this is the first update that felt good to play. The previous versions had weird mouse controls, but now you can rotate the map with Q and E while also pressing space to collect stuff. Including fireflies, because I guess Wilson is now capable of grabbing them. You can also attack stuff, which can be used to kill butterflies. Although I'm not sure why you'd want to, seeing as they only give you 1 health and hunger. Stop playing the fighting music, I punched the butterfly. But what if you got punished for killing innocent creatures? Introducing Naughty and Nice. An invisible naughtiness meter has been added and it is such a big part of the game now. Killing just 1 butterfly is enough to hear Krampus hissing at you. This must have terrified new players. Imagine killing a single pigman and suddenly hearing this terrifying sound. Come to think of it, Don't Starve is just weirdly creepy, and I don't even mean the art style. In the early versions, there's this rare laugh that plays at night, and its sole purpose is to scare the player. Just listen to this. Imagine knowing nothing about the game and suddenly hearing this. The developers knew what they were doing. But back to Krampus. Eventually, this conniving little fellow appears, and similar to the Gobbler, he threatens the player without directly attacking them. How? By stealing your stuff. Krampus will take anything he sees off the ground, including the items in your chests. And people hated him.
People hated him. Like, they absolutely hated him for the most part. I think that people felt judged. Like, that I was accused of purporting like vegan propaganda.
Alien Gathering.
People really don't like
Welcome
it
to
when,
my channel.
Like, you can attack the player, that's cool, fair game. You touch their stuff, oh man, watch out.
People did not understand Krampus at all. He was meant to be a cool little addition for Krampusnacht, but he ended up being super controversial. This comment says it well. Krampus will punish me if I do anything except gather some seeds, pick up poop and start farming. Instead of being rewarded for taking the risk of attacking pigs, beefalo herds, tall birds and other dangerous animals, I'm being punished and called naughty for my good behavior? Kevin
A? Nema zvezde danice, pretpostavljam. Da ti verujem. Ađe je glasno.
Vikend sam eno gore igrat, da odlazim iz Telekom.
Šta je Nenad? Je rešio da ipak igra s njim. A što je on to vas dvojicu uvredio, tebi Franja?
On nije me uopšte uvredio, nego Franja je popizdeo što je ovaj tako izašao iz meča.
Aaaa, da reče.
A ja držim stranu Franji, sad i ja jedem gol na neki.
Pa dobro, je vam on reka da ne idete?
Ja ne, krenuo, on je kukao, ali krenuo, znaš.
Što ne izašao s mape?
Tako se ne igra, nešto izgubi, samo on te četiri, znaš.
Pa tako se ne igra zato što on navikao da kampuje u kompoundu, a ne da napada druge kompounde. Plus mama je bila do pusjave. Ovo je bilo do kite.
Jo. Preo.
Preo? Čega?
Komplet, parkovi i vršinski vrat. I napravio sam neku salatu od svega, krastavac, kupus, crni luk, beli luk, paradajz, perkom, maslinovo ulje, limun. Sve je bolje.
Samo malo idem da vidim gdje mi Kev došla. Odmah dođi.
Puštam džinglove one, a ne mogu go idem. Jel, pa, šta će?
Axe. Welcome to my channel.
Pretty good. Da su svi otišli, šta je ovo? Je li moguće?
Zašto? Pa to je sjajno! Sjajno! That's absolutely marvelous.
Marvelous? Marvelous ili marvelous?
That's absolutely marvelous.
Nek.
Ne si zabavaj.
Ili je tako da si dobije na performansama kada isključiš onaj
Šta?
plavi layout?
Da. Zato što je to nešto što igra renderuje naknadno. Mimo svega ostalog. Mislim možda testiraš ako hoćeš.
5 do 10% sam dobio. Više nemam recimo 130 nego imam 160 FPS.
Isto kao što...
Kako ne može?
Znaš kad ti ispiše ona slova kad ulaziš u drugi compound, ono kao overlay. Ulaziš u...
Nije to 28.
Znaš ne. Kad ti ispiše da ulaziš u sljedeći compound, kad ti ispiše onaj tekst na sred ekrana. Ono ti je... Yes.
A dove, ja sam rekao čisto onako,
Znaš kad igra nekad za štepa kad ti ispiše ko je uzo bounty isto. Ili ta ekipa da izašla s mape ili tako nešto. One globalne poruke kad izbaci.
Tried to calm the player base by explaining that every action in the game needs a pushback, but people were not having it. So he was nerfed into oblivion and now no longer breaks chests. After this update, it is really difficult to spawn him. Naughtiness lowers over time, so you have to be actively trying to spawn Krampus in order to see him. But honestly, I think the players were in the wrong here. The thing about these open betas is that on one hand, they can be really good for gathering feedback on stuff you wouldn't even think about. But on the other hand, you will be completely unable to add something because your player base
samo sedim kući i ono... Šta kažeš ti Milan, igram igrice ili to? A račune plaćaš mi ti, pošto sam ja nesposoban da sebe izdržavam.
Kako ste i kraljevi, ja.
Pa tako ispada. Milan je radnik veliki. Krvavi. Strašno, strašno.
Sjajno.
Milan je pre igrao onaj Sacred 2, znaš? To ti je bio klasičan onaj action RPG. Da. Jedino što je bilo drugačije u odnosu na ove moderne RPG je to što si mogu da ga igraš na VASD. Mogu se skrećeš s karakterom, znaš?
Kako se zove igra?
Sacred 2.
Sacred 2.
Da. Onaj nemački band, kako se zove, Blind Guardian. Oni su imali, bukvalno, su ih developeri platili, ili da se kao pojave kao band u igri. Imao si quest da uradiš da im nađeš gitaru, udaraljke i šta je beše, mikrofon. I onda imaš cinematiku i traje jedno 5 minuta, bukvalno su pesmu radili za igru. This world is sacred, tako se zove stvar.
Ovo je Milan igrao.
To je Milan igrao, vjeruješ mi. I to bez da mu iko pomaže.
Bez da mu iko pomaže.
Zamisli da mu ti pričaš kakav item valja i šta treba da kupuje. Ne znam šta ga je privukla tu igra, ali to igra. Jedina igra toga tipa da ja znam.
Samo ti ne dam šap tiger u ruke, to ti igra. I kad nešto raskačenje, to ploče odmah ubija.
Već si dokazao da Kesić si prže ploču.
Drakuli si diktirao online jer ga sjebo ploču.
Online si mu sjebo ploču. Nevjerovatno.
Ukril si mu čovjek video call i bye bye.
Ne znam kako si to uradio, ali znam da si to uradio. Krstami.
Ovo ti je, brate, dosta ispod cene. Nema ispod 120.000. Evo ima 118, 119.
Šta se...
Nema ovo 24.
Power color je 109.
Ajde bre, ali ti vidi šta piše isto. 24 giga, a to je XT ima 20, a XTX ima 24. I piše ti ispod GPU RX 6900 XT.
Da, šta je to i ja gledam.
Da, ali ti piše 6900, a ne 7900.
Ili je gore greška?
Nego Milan ne čitao, to je problem.
Da, memory je 20.000 mega. A joj, ko je ovo izlupeto?
To ne kupujem, prodajem.
Nije, ovo je neki desk. Power color je 109, to je najjeftinije.
Bude 20.000, možda bude 2000, 2200, ne možda bude 20.000, to je jasno.
Koliko si ti imao sati, Milane, na ovoj igrici?
Ima je dosta. To su bili njegovi dani pre Steama, znaš. Tako da neš ni vidjeti koliko sati.
Na tebi je, na tebe je.
To je jedna od velikih igara u to vrijeme koja je imala da instaliraš kao HD, taj texture pack. Mislim da je default rezolucija bila 720 piksela, da si mogu instaliraš ili 1080 piksela ili čak i malo veće od 1080, nisam siguran. I znam da, pošto igra bila full 3D, da je taj full HD texture pack bio 7-8 GB u to vrijeme, to je bilo jebote. Samo zarad bolje grafike 7-8 GB. Ali sve je bilo ono ultra detaljno, zoomiraš ono karaktera, znači možda vidiš što mu piše, ne znam, na oklopu ili... Mislim da su izbacili nastavak te igre, ali nije upalo bio dobar kao čak i prvi deo. Čak i prvi deo koji je bio 2D. Ja mislim da je kraj tek nešto zajebo, znaš. sa ovaj hype i ova zebancija ti je zapravo zato što oni ne mogu da izgleda... Vratno ima neki bug ili nešto što ne mogu da srede. I onda pokušaju da hype podrže ono živ, da se ljudi ne ohlade od toga eventa. A nešto su debelo zasali. Ako ja znam kako funkcioniše njihov marketing, oni su već trebali da lansiraju taj event. Možda imaju problema sa zvukom ili kiša obara framerate ili možda je zvuk u pitanju. Mislim da si ti možda bio pravo. Onaj klip što si gledao od Psycho Ghosta, da je vrlo verovatno da ono dinamičko vreme ne mogu ni da ubace bez da promene engine. Je to limit već igre.
Ode.
Jer ako se ja dobro skontao, ti sad kad ti učita kao mapu sa drugačijim vremenom, on ti bukvalno učita drugu mapu. Ne učita drugačiji vremenski uslov, nego učita drugačiju verziju mape. Igra je samim tim neprirodna već, jer za svaku verziju mape što imaš, desala i ovih regularnih, imaš 3 ili 4 podvarijacije, tipa ono, kiša,
što se radi?
Sumrak. Jesi, Dragana, što ima?
Šta opet, pa preko mobilnog. Doma, gdje bi bio?
Pitanje gdje bi trebalo da budem?
Vi gamblate i dalje, šta?
Pričamo ovako.
Dobro i?
On ne bi baš bio siguran, ali... Ako...
Je li to general Belada tvrdi nešto?
Overclock, misliš?
Nemoj, molim te, da overclock baš ništa.
Ljudi, čujemo se.
Ajde.
Pozdrav.
Ode li ode?
Odoh.
Čujemo se, pozdrav.
Mara si rekao neku glupost čim je čovjek otišao.
A, šta ćeš? Hoćeš kupi grafičku, Abek?
Hoće, za koje pare? Jedinako mu ja i ti doniramo.
Gdje peđe, ali proda kompjuter?
Što proda? Ne možeš da ga plaćaš, šta?
Pa neće jednostavno čovjek više da igra.
Pa i ne mora. Niko ovdje nije pod prisilom. Pištolj na čelu, tako to.
Pa to, što kažeš?
Nego ja sam čuo da će Milan da...
Pod ugovorom.
Ja sam čuo da će Milan da prodaje kompjuter da dariva u crkvi. To je istina, Milan. Kao visoko religiozno lice. Nisam ja religiozan, ali misliš da ću ja to da uradim. Ne interesuje me.
Tako je to, da. Slobodan si sutra i preksutra, jel?
Ja?
E.
Ne. Ne radim sutra popodne i preksutra popodne. I subotu i nedjelju uveče, verovatno. Ali imamo nekakav kao godišnji odmor. Neki 2 nedjelje poslije toga.
Kolektivni.
Pa da. Dolaze neki majstori nešto da naprave.
Da se remontuju.
Pa i firma neće raditi. Premeštaju mašine, buše nešto. Ne, jednostavno nije moguće imati proizvodnju.
Da, da. U prevodu šire se u Pulu.
Pa fali neka mašina iz Turske, ako sam dobro shvatio, neka mašina koja broji tortilje. I onda ne mogu baš da puste tu drugu liniju. Postavit će, ali neće pustiti u pogon zato što mora imati taj automatski brojač, a jedan čovjek da broji malo bi bilo nerealno. I kad tu drugu mašinu sposobe, navodno će napraviti da imaš ono, kako beše, da se menjamo nedeljno ono. Ne na svaka 2 dana, 3, već s ponedjelju dana.
Aha. Čuješ li se sa Simom, što veli, radim?
Ja čuje se majka. Radi.
Pa da.
Živi je zdrav, to je nevažnije.
Da puca, bre. Zdravo, Ilija. Zdravo. Milan je bio.
Milan je bio, jest.
Jel ima neko što hoće da puca?
Možda
Jel neko hoće moj kurac da ga tuca? Ajde.
Ne, ali pod uslovom da mu ne obaraš KD. Ako obećate da nećete da ga dižete kad pogine.
Ja ga dižem samo kad vidim lijepo pičku.
A dobro, nisam mislio na penis. Nego ako čovjek padne u borbi, to sam mislio postići. Mislim se na našeg druga Nenada.
A za njega pričao?
Ako
njega
padne u borbi.
Na njega mi se ne diže, iskreno ti kažem.
Na Nenada. Ne daj Bože. Ne, hvala.
Vidim ja, Beka, se ti poslije sezone spremaš za neku grafitu.
Šta ćemo sezon? On jednako ne troši pare ništa.
Pa može.
Pa evo ga, tu je, bre. Kako se zove sada? Republika of Dio.
Njema neko to zbuni, to i dalje Nenad.
Pa Nenad samo menja imena, ja ne znam ko je ko, samo po glasa vas poznajem. Ilija, Boris, Nenad.
Šta piše tu, Republika of...
Of Dio.
Ja sam Vladimir. Sida, počite malo bolje.
Da, ti si Vladimir, izviri Boris. Ovdje je Vladimir.
Već sam snimat ne. Kako sam ga ja zvao?
Ga je zvao, da, rekao je, idi se ne da igri.
Pa svejedno ti ideš na spavanje.
Nemoj da se šališ, idi neku pički da opališ.
Može samo da bude opaljen. A molim.
Gorim.
Da.
Ne mogu.
Koja će ti rupa procesor biti na toj igri?
Pusti ga. Što mi ti objašnjavaš?
Čekajte samo nešto da vas pitam, ko se razume lepo od te grafičke?
Evo Milan, on je
Čekao sam grafiku RTX 6800 i procesor Ryzen 5600X. Zašto to mogu da nagradim na moju matičnu ploču samo maksimum?
Ne, to Milan daje dobre savjete, ja se to ne razumijem. Ali pitaj se bolje.
Ajde, ne rade, šalji indikacion.
I dečko ih prodaje 750 € i procesor i igra.
Ne znam. Ne znam koliko je grafička povoljna. Boris zna.
Mnogo sad, malo se su cene, više. Je polovno
Inače
ili
skupo.
novo?
Polovno pričamo novo.
Možeš da kupiš... U procent koji si rekao 5600X?
Da, 5600X, Ryzen.
Ne bi trebao da je tako skup.
On je novo.
Evo je Vlada, gleda majku moja.
Da.
2000.
Da.
Znači ne bude te poziv.
Pa ne znam ko šalje, ja pitam.
Ajde vidiš.
Reci, ajde, slušamo te. Grafička je.
Sad valjda sam Kostiću poslao.
Da.
Kupit ćeš ti procesor posle sezone, ne sumnjam ja.
Možda taj momak to previše
Da.
Cijena će bude nikako svega.
Zato sam hteo da vas pitam, samo poslao sam poruku, vidim prodaje. Kažem koja cena, kažem 150 € procesor, 600 € grafika, 750 ukupno. Ok, kažem, nisam ni zapao ni da kupim ni ništa, nego samo me interesiralo koliko procenuje svoju grafiku i procesor.
Procesor bi morao da ima cooler za 150 €. Znači, za te pare da ti prodaje cooler. Znaš, i to solidan cooler. Ako je
ovu matičnu moju AB 350 gaming, maksimum može da se stavi taj procesor i to mora da se uradi novi BIOS, za matičnu. Da. Pa neću da kupujem sve ono novo, ja tako kupujem polovno, sve polovno i teram 3, 4, 5 godine i opet odmah ti radim. Da, dobili smo, brate, dobili.
Nemaš potrebe da bacaš novac u bunar.
Upravo si, brate. Aj, pozovi opet, ajde. Ajde, pozovi opet, zašto kod mene se palila igrica, izgleda nije urađeno sve kao što treba.
A ako hoćeš savjet kako da ne kupuješ mašinu, onda pitaš Milana. On će ti uvijek izabrati najskuplju varijantu za koju nemaš novca. I sam nešto slagao, Kesić. Znači, uvijek će ti izabrati varijantu koja je nemoguća, razumeš, koju ne može normalni novčanik da ispravi. Može tamo neki tetak iz Amerike da kupi jedino.
Da igram, čekaj bre, doruži u pizdu materiju.
Uzmi pušku i pištolj.
Da, srcka, pušku i pištolj, samo ne znam kojih. Ovo nisam igrao davno.
Će puckuješ, a?
Da, ali neću da upadam, brate, ima samo da ih jebem sa strane.
Nenad multitaskuje umjesto da stisne ready.
Jel ti radiš beka sutra, radiš? Prek sutra, ne?
Ajde da probam sa ova sranja.
Jebote, Intel glupovi.
Za ovaj Outlander nije matrofilm, jebote.
Welcome.
Šta Outlander? Klikni na taj link što sam stavio, Nenad.
Vidio sam ovo. Okupio sam već. Hvala.
Što mene nisi rekao?
Ovo je Belly, okupio sam ovoga, kako se zove. Za benchmark. Ja sam mislio da ti pratiš u temu. Evo. Da čuvaj negdje.
Sad ću. Pa išao sam turnir gledat. Spava se 4-5 sati popodne. Ne može sad zaspati tako lako.
Welcome.
Isto ja pred nedelju danas sam gledao onaj turnir u Švedski što se održao za svjetsko prvenstvo u seksu. Ali ništa propao je. Jeste čuli za to?
Ne.
Da, bio je prvi svjetski turnir u seksu. Ali neki Bosanac ih je zajebao, brate.
Hrvatica pobedjava.
Ozbiljno, evo... Nije bre, imao je malu kitu.
Malu kitu.
Uđi na internet, pročitaj svjetsko prvenstvo u seksu i ukucaj to i vidjet ćeš.
Či da vidimo da Bosanac ima malu kitu. A što ono očekuju da svako ima pola manje od 27 centima, a?
Aj ti igraj, ne multitaskuj. Mi smo više kod bossa.
Tako da niste.
Au, brate, ovdje ne idi. Ovdje ne idi.
Ma što, idemo tu malo.
Haos.
Welcome. Goodbye for now.
Rekao sam ti da je haos. Tražio sam lampu, ali dok... Sve da ih upalim.
Kotići. A što ima novo u Makedoniji?
Nema ništa, vrati.
Bio Marko pre neki dan kod mene.
Pa, gdje je on? Nisam ga čuo 2 nedelje, 3.
Bio, popili smo piće. Ono.
Pa nema ga, brate, ne dolazi nigdje ni na ovaj kanal kod stresa da ne prolazim da vidim.
Welcome to my channel.
Nema nikog.
Možeš ovdje chilluješ ovdje sa nama, ako nema njih tamo.
Ma meni nije problem, ja znam sa svima da igram i da uživam i da se zezam i sve. Otrofni sporize nisam nazvao.
Buk Marko je tamo.
Vidi, ovo govno ovdje.
Na zidu gore.
Eksplodirano bude. A to nije baš neki random event.
Vidi ga, stoji. Ajmo dole, jebeš te.
Ima na Mozes.
Na Mozes?
Da.
Ja sam to uradio.
Vidio si.
Dobro.
Malo da im privršim pažnju.
Ilijan?
Da.
Milan pao na 3 zvezdice.
Te me zajebao. Pa kako se to desilo?
Nemam pojma. Kaže ga sa mnom. Ja poznam 10 dana sa mnom.
A što ga vučeš na dole?
Gdje ga vuču?
Ti?
Nego taj način na koji on igra to više ne radi.
Šta? Trči brzo u compound, postavi zamke, lezi i čekaj ljude da... Jel to?
Da.
Jel to? I nemoj da gledaš levo i desno kad trčiš prema boss areni, nego samo gas. To ne radi.
Beo je.
Ili ima neke stiki nešto za ovo govno da ubijemo na brzinu?
Imam ja.
Ubacimo, lepimo i polite kurac.
Sam požuti da mogu da istrepujem.
Kjerovi laju pozadi, da li je neko od vas...
Gadinovački.
Borise, jel čuješ? Nije gadinovački, puca neko pozadi. Znači ima neko pozadi, od Boris gdje dolazi, od Seven Sister.
Idu ljudi.
Idu, kurac da mi vidu.
Daj što daš.
Bešu tu. I kako ga je bio metar? Diži me odmah, diži me!
Ko je postavio pored bure?
Ja sam postavio.
Bravo.
Što pitaš? Kad znaš? Znaš da je on?
Nisam ni postavljao da imam pored bure, protrčao samo, nisam vidio dole vrte.
Uvijek pretpostavi da je postavio zamku.
Da, ali znam da nema nikog, drugo je kad...
Da li to volite radi sa...
Ajde, diži me mene, ajde. Jebeš ne lutaj tog da te ne opali neki headshot od strane.
Lute.
Eto, rekao sam ti.
Lute.
Oni prvim da lutaju.
Pa lute, tam lute.
Beži unutra.
Ajde ubijemo ovog govna.
Idi završi bossa. Gadinovački!
Ćuti sad, ajde!
Kakva ste vi reštimana ekipa.
Evo ga.
A znam, čujem ga ispred mene, sam čekam da provjerim.
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
Trebali da se prebacimo tamo gdje izlazi. I kako možemo.
Jel?
Goodbye for now.
Da, vidio sam, nego se provlačim pored rekao.
The existence of it.
Okay.
This is what happened with Krampus, and I don't really know why. The concept of Krampus sounds annoying, but in practice, he's just this goat guy that sometimes appears, and you bait him with an item, and then you kill him. That's it. That's the whole...
Zašto ne? Zapalio sam tamo, ne mogu da dođu. A ti si stavljao.
People still complained about it. My theory is that by this stage in development, some players have gotten so experienced with the game that they felt they could judge new content accurately without actually playing it.
Ostavi ga otvoren, nek se lažu da protrče pored bure da eksplodira.
We're more so against the idea of him rather than the implementation. location, making me question if these people actually saw him in-game. You never saw nearly as much hate for tree guards or gobblers, despite them working similarly, which only leads me to the conclusion that these players are either hypocrites or just didn't give the update a chance. This is probably the worst part of an early access beta. If you're too active within your community, the player base will become the creative director, and suddenly you can't add cool monsters like Krampus. Anyways, what else can you do with an egg? 10 years later, and I don't think anyone has ever used this mechanic. Well, okay, maybe. If you feel like doing nothing for 3 days straight, you can babysit this egg next to a campfire until it hatches. I sat still for half an hour just for the egg to shit itself. The small birds that get hatched aren't even that good for combat. They lose battles against most mobs, so there isn't any reason to hatch the eggs over just eating them. There was also killer bees added, but who cares about that? It's time for them to add an actual boss to the game. This update finished off the spider life cycle, as after the nest grows to tier 3, a spider queen will appear who will spawn a new nest after a while, which basically means the spiders will eventually spread to every corner of your map if you don't keep their population down, although that can be challenging as the dens now have warriors at higher levels. They even jump at you specifically to make it harder to kite them head on, even though it is absolutely still possible. Wilson wins again. The Spider Queen is pretty easy to fight as long as you don't let her spawn too many spiders. They added a fire version of the sleep dart, but once again, kiting is far easier than crafting whatever this is. In order to obtain a fire dart, you have to catch these red birds. The birds themselves are actually quite rare, as you mostly find crows, but even catching them is not enough, as you then have to pray you get the stupidly low chance for a red feather, all to craft a fire dart that does less damage than a punch to the face. 1250 health later, and you don't get anything interesting. Originally, the spider hat was actually a craftable item, and wow is it fun to use. You can trick the spiders into thinking you're one of them with this hat. Is the tall bird being ugly again? Well, with this hat, you can lead the spiders and completely obliterate him. You can also use the hat to raid pigs. Be cautious, as the pigs will also believe you're a spider, causing them to attack you. This gameplay idea was so good that they later turned it into an entire character. They also added a TF2 unusual to the game. Winter was far from finished at this stage, so the winter hat doesn't have a proper gameplay purpose. However, wearing it gives us a sneak peek as to what the season would look like and sound like, which is really cool. Turf.
Mrtav, a ne, da, mrtav, jedan mrtav.
This update was hinted on the forums as connecting all the capital letters.
Još svice ima malo.
Da, nisam.
Ćao. Tebi su ruke... Ajoj. Goreno moje, ja znam da sam barem žuljeve napravio.
Konačno smo završili te šnjetine. Ajde.
Ja samo da kaži. Ovo ti ste uzeli ili sad ovaj?
To juče smo uzeli to.
Aha.
Pa sam htjela da ti kažem. Šutra sam druga, ne mogu sad da kuva majke ne mila.
Nemaš potrebe sve reci.
Isprži jaja, imaš sve...
Ma ima musle, mogu napraviti za doručak nešto. Nije problem.
Pa doručak, pa moraš nešto ručak, ti si popodne na posao.
Just.
Pa nešto, brate, 15 za 1 isprži jaja i...
12 6.
Ili nudo ili nešto.
Liješ nešto.
Evo imam one teglice, ovaj džem od rišanja, to ti je 100% organski. A to je u teglice dvije male pasteurizovan, taj je dobar.
Dobro.
A taj ću preći prekuvat.
Dobro.
Blog post gives you the word shovel. And what do you know? In the next update, you can dig up turf with a shovel. But what a big feature this is. I don't think Don't Starve would be the game it is today if you couldn't customize the ground under you. It helps make bases have their own distinct feel, as before this, even day 100 bases looked identical to each other. The update after that is quite game changing, but before I talk about it, I have to show you the insanity that are these update trailers. One of the main rules of Don't Starve is to not let the player see everything, but another way Don't Starve achieves this this goal is by hiding little ARGs in update videos. Clay released updates every 2 weeks, but they kept the community active every day with these puzzles. Usually it's something basic like in the Spider Queen trailer where you have Morse code playing in the background. And other times you have red dots that randomly appear for a frame, and if you screenshot them all and overlay them over each other and connect the dots, you get this strange creature. No one knew what it was at the time. Could it be an evil frog? Is this what Deerclops looks like? Oh, no way, it's just Chester. Food will now spoil. Anything you stockpiled in your megabase will soon turn to rot. This mechanic is quite unique, in that we have definitive proof it was originally a community idea that got added to the game. The developers always wanted to add it, but just weren't sure how. But with a bit of help from the community, we got probably the best addition to the game, food spoilage. One of the common things you would see on the forums whenever a new threat was added is a concern from a new player. Here I am struggling to survive, and now you're adding something to make it harder. It made the idea of getting into Don't Starve at this stage somewhat unappealing, as you had to learn completely new game mechanics every other week. Otherwise you would be left behind and unable to play. It would feel like the features are designed around veterans who are already used to the game while disregarding new players. Spoilage was not one of those mechanics. If anything, spoilage only hurt veterans of the game as it made it harder, if not impossible, to stockpile food. New players wouldn't notice their food rotting as they'd eat it before it had a chance to spoil. This change was solely made to prevent high amounts of stockpiling, which is great. But just like when hounds were added, there's ways to counter this. For example, you could craft an icebox so you could cook food to restore its freshness, and just to balance everything out, the default hunger was increased from 100 to 150. If you still really hated the mechanic, you had options, as you could always play the new robot character who completely ignores this mechanic. We are fully in the mid-game phase at this point. The first 10 days or so will always be consistent, so the new player experience doesn't change, while spoilage, hounds, Krampus, and the Spider Queen would affect players after day 10 to challenge those that survived longer. This principle applies to other things in this update. Beefaloes will now go into heat, making them renewable, while also attacking the player if they get too close. And those small birds you hatched a few updates ago, they will now grow up and kill you. Even less reason to hatch them. You could say that by raising this egg, I lost a lot of progress. This is when the world generation got added, which makes the game look closer to what Don't Starve is like today. Other additions include a new character, pre-crafting, baby beefaloes, walls, boomerangs, and koalefants. From how bad the walls are, it might seem like the developers are against building a base, but that's actually not the case. They are against turtling.
Some people in the forums and online I've seen think that we're against base building, but we're definitely not. We're trying to make the game less turtley. But that just means we want you to make a base and like go out and explore, and then come back to your base, and then go out and explore, and come back to your base. But
Don't Starve at its core is a sandbox, so it's easy to argue that there's no correct way to play the game. And while that may be true, I do think there is a two-stage cycle that every player has to follow. In the first stage, the player explores the map and collects any resources that could be helpful later. In the second stage, the player returns to their base and uses those resources to improve their odds of survival. Eventually, the player will need to leave their base and return to the dangerous wilderness, which is when the cycle repeats. The Koalefant Trail is the perfect example of this in action. You'll be sitting in your base when suddenly a trail spawns near you. Following the trail into the wild leads you to a deadly beast. Killing that beast gives you meat, so you can survive longer, and a trunk which you might use to craft a clothing item. You'd be forgiven for thinking that the original concept for Don't Starve is nothing like the one we have now.
Može da čekamo, znači pogromujemo da smo tamo ili čekamo inače ja dođemo možda i tako da.
Before returning to improve your base still exists even in the latest versions. This seems to be the main goal of the progress update. Refine Don't Starve to a point where the only things left to add are the end game challenges, and it succeeded. In this update, the spider's webbing counts as cooked. Dig it up and place it wherever you want. However, destroying the nest doesn't destroy the webbing, making it super annoying to eventually random patches of webbing around the world, slowing you down. Then there's the confusing
Ja sam jednom odustao od toga da ga vijam nožem jer je počeo da beži od mene. Izvadio pištolj i upucao ga. I da sam da ga očigledno neću stići. I samo sam izvadio revolver. To je... Ne, nekad moraš, znači proceniš. To je ono već jebik.
Ma, pa zato sam ti rekao, odustanje jurenje, nemamo ni više dark side.
Ne to, raspite neka nožem, on ostane živ, ja ga jurim nožem i
Aha.
dalje, ne mogu
Ne.
Ajde, idem samo da moćam i dolazim.
Izvadi revolver i upucaj ga na brzinu. Jer ti je toliko blizu da ga moraš pogoditi. Jer on fokusiran na to da ćeš ti njega kao da zakolješ. Ti staneš, ne staneš, nego u trku izvučeš revolver i... Jebi ga, nije ti daleko, ispod 10 metara ako ga promašiš. Basta. U suštini tako podiš... Bilo gde.
Features. Punching a butterfly in this version gives you 25 health. You eat 6 butterflies and suddenly you're at full health. Gold is still a random drop, by the way. They've had 2 boulder sprites for ages, but I suppose nobody thought of the idea to use them for something. And research points are finally removed. Sort of. I guess Clay was just really scared of the #1 research points fan emailing them a pipe bomb because it's a setting in this update. It's technically gone, but with this one setting you can enable it again, so what's the point of removing it? Just remove it and stop trying to achieve this dumb middle ground. Anyways, Progress did add one feature that would indicate the again. The points are finally removed. Sort of. For something. And research points are finally removed. Sort of. I guess Clay was just really scared of the #1 research points fan emailing them a pipe bomb because it's a setting in this update. It's technically gone, but with this one setting you can enable it again, so what's the point of removing it? Just remove it and stop trying to achieve this dumb middle ground. Anyways, Progress did add one feature that would indicate the beginning of the end game, the things. They are literally called the things. The things in this version all spawn in one biome, and if you combine them all at a machine, you get to completely regenerate your world while keeping your items. The teleportato was added to solve a multitude of problems, the smallest one being to add some sort of end goal to Don't Starve. Have you done everything you wanted to do in this world? Well, now you can move on to the next one as well as switch character if you want. It also serves as a way to renew unrenewable resources, whether it's used to get more rocks or to spawn more beefalo because you killed them all. Or maybe it's just to experience new content that was added after you generated your world. But its main purpose was to solve the character XP problem. The way you unlock characters in Don't Starve is by gaining XP. The amount you gain is equivalent to the amount of days you survived. The problem is that you have to die to get the XP. You could survive all the way to day 1000, but unless you die and lose the world, you won't get any XP.
But the side effect of this is that you have to die in order to unlock characters, and people don't want to do that. But so there's something fundamentally unsatisfying for most people to have to actually get their character to die in order to progress. So we're probably going to change that.
The solution to this was to give the player XP for regenerating the world, which lets good players still unlock new characters without having to die. As for the trailer, they hid a now defunct QR code which would hint at the next update. That being... Insanity and Winter are the two big features that keep being teased on the forums.
Welcome to my channel.
This version of Don't Starve is the hardest one in existence. No update before or after this one comes close in terms of difficulty. And that all comes down to how absolutely broken Insanity is. They added a few creepy stuff like eyes that watch you in the dark, shadowy hands that steal your fire, and distortion effects I had to turn off in case I gave someone a seizure. But nothing compares to what happens when you're at 0 sanity. The shadow creatures that spawn are ridiculous. This is the stats of a modern shadow creature, and these are the stats of the Insanity update ones. Crawlers have 800 health which is more than a beefalo, while the Terror Beak does 80 damage and attacks about as fast as Krampus, that being extremely fast. If that wasn't bad enough, up to 4 creatures could spawn at once, and they spawn really quickly. Kill one crawler and another one will instantly respawn in its place. You don't even get sanity for killing them, giving you no reason to fight them unless you really want Nightmare Fuel to craft the new items. But trust me, you aren't winning the battle against these guys. Friendly mobs can't see them and they can't be put to sleep, so the only way to kill nightmares is to attempt to kite them, which will just get you killed. This all sounds incredibly challenging, and that's because it is. However, there is one easy solution that completely nullifies everything I just talked about, and that's to just not be insane. It is very much easier done than said. In this version, top hats, while expensive, did not have durability, and wearing one will give you a passive sanity boost, which works during the day, dusk, and even at night. Meaning, once you craft a top hat, you will never be insane for the rest of your playthrough. There is other ways to increase sanity, like eating cooked berries, or eating the new taffy and pumpkin cookies, but crafting the top hat is by far the easiest and requires no maintenance. Insanity sounds like the developer's solution to making the game less combat-oriented. While winter and spoilage are meant to make you think about how and when you farm, sanity makes you consider which battles are worth taking. The simple reason for this is that standing near monsters lowers your sanity. By fighting tentacles or spiders, you are lowering your sanity, and doing that too much causes 4 terror beaks to spawn. Conversely, getting pig followers gives you sanity, and stuff like traps and blow darts won't lower your sanity as you are too far from the monster to be affected by their passive terrain. If there was a version where Don't Starve was the least combat oriented, this would be the version. It's not that you can't fight monsters, it's just that you have to either use unconventional tactics or just not kill everything that enters your screen. It also refined other aspects of the game, like encouraging players to cook their meat instead of eating it raw, or just as a cost for using wormholes. And surprisingly, people really liked Insanity. Sure, there was the one guy who was asking to make it a setting, but for the most part, people were happy about the direction Don't Starve was taking. Adventure mode. Speaking of adventure mode, you can play an early version of it now, and completing it gives you this placeholder ending place. They didn't want to spoil the ending yet, so they made Maxwell a cardboard cutout that doesn't talk and can't be interacted with. The only way to leave this place is to eat the deadly feast sitting on the floor. Adventure mode wouldn't be properly added until a month later. In the meantime, it's time for winter. Winter was the developer's ultimate counter to farming. In a post by Kevin, he explains how there shouldn't be one answer that is right for every situation, which is pretty much farming right now. Sure, it isn't the cheapest thing, but once you get it set up, you never have to worry about getting food. There's no pressure to find an alternate food source, because the farms are the one easy answer to hunger that always works. In his eyes, farming is a perfectly valid food source, but it shouldn't work 100% of the time, which is where winter comes in. Nothing will grow except trees, forcing you to find different food sources. You also freeze to death now. Sucks to suck. Winter is mostly the same as it is in modern Don't Starve, except here thermal stones have yet to be added. The only time I had issues is when I tried to kill the new McTusk, because this walrus is better at the game than me. McTusk feels like an actual player that's just closed competitive CSGO. He's constantly kiting my attacks while sneaking in his blow darts to hit me. It's like the developers were so sick of their community kiting everything they add to death that they added something that kites the player. But eventually, after nearly dying to the Pingu Walrus, I killed him. Which is when I learned that the Tusk is completely useless because the walking cane had yet to be added. What a fantastic game. At least I can freeze stuff with the new ice staffs. Why is the screen shaking? This is Deercrops, and he is genuinely terrifying. Anyone who's played this game for long enough has experienced what I'm talking about. Thinking you finally mastered the game, and then the ground starts shaking before this ginormous entity appears, destroys your campfire and your base, and then you're dead. This is like the final boss version of dying to the Gru on night 1. Once you kill this guy, you've officially conquered the game, because if you've made it this far, then nothing else will kill you. Winter would be the last big thing added before adventure mode. Now it was time to patch up the game and get ready for launch. They were so close to launch that they even made a trailer setting up the backstory to the game, and it is just beautiful. It was so good looking that even back then, people were asking for a Don't Starve animated series in this style. But before we can release the game, you really thought that they wouldn't try to add more challenges to the game? Now it will occasionally lightly rain, which slightly lowers your sanity and slowly kills your fires. Yeah, no, this is just winter, but infinitely less threatening. Wetness is barely a mechanic in this update. The actual content is all the key items they added to the game, like the Clockwork Knight and therefore gears, which currently look like my dog's vomit. Merms, guard pigs, drying racks, honey poultice, gunpowder, an umbrella, purple gems, fire staffs, an entirely new magic station, and 3 different mushrooms that come out at different times of day. Though unfortunately the option to cook them isn't there yet, so only the blue...
Jao, opet je izmišljio neke besne liste.
Koji ga je mišljio besne liste?
Ovaj Ginvenat.
Zašto tražiš samoću?
Evo, pokrivaj me.
Okej. Vidi, pogodio me, usta ga jebem.
Ne okreći leđe.
Imaš nekromancer. Ali baci čok ispred mene tamo pre.
Nemam čok.
Ne, ima Boris.
Čekaj, otišao je levo, evo ga ovdje kod mene, ej.
Jebeš ga tamo. Vidiš šta će da ti uradi.
Gdje?
Pa daj, ne mogu da verujem. Ova igra je tako smeće, znači, ali najcrnije smeće svih smeća je ova igra.
Tiši. Znao si da je smeće
prvo slušao. Što ja igram uopšte ovdje? Zašto, brate mili?
Zbog društva.
A jebote, bolje igram šah s društvom.
To jest. Ja i Peđa smo igrali šah.
Angel of Soul, welcome to my channel.
Mi smo igrali šah dok su bili u Bosni.
Ja to sam primetio kad vi što gledate i što ja vidim to ne isto. To je igra ima neki opasan desing, znači opasan desing.
Ne, nego ti kad gledaš gledaš iz visine vrata. Kao spectator kamera ti je postavljena drugačije. Mislim da je to u pitanju. Mogu da provjerim. Kamera ti nije postavljena tamo gdje si ti oči, to sam već pričao o tome. Zato kad čučeš nekad iza kutije, mogu ti glavu skinuti, zato što nisi iza kamera, nego ti glava viri gore, a ti vidiš u visini vrata svog. Kretek. Krajte koje gluposti. Glupirahta me tako ubio. Magarčina.
Kao što je Polk ispoginuo samo jednu.
Two mushroom is a value use. And then there's the most important item introduced in this update, the Hambat. This weapon was so awesome that on the same day this update came out, It was also added into Team Fortress 2 with the Wilson Reeve. The Handbat is such a strong weapon that I can simultaneously kill Dukenobs and Heavy at the same time, although the Handbat sucks in this version. For some reason it has both durability and can spoil, and if you weren't careful you could actually eat your Handbat. I imagine they had to remove this because people kept accidentally eating their weapon. But back to that TF2 crossover. What's interesting is that you can find a bunch of sprites, items, and even voice lines for the pyro in the files. One of them implying that the pyro would hear completely different insanity effects, similar to TF2's Pyro Vision, which means at one point he might have been intended to be a playable character. Unfortunately, it turns out someone at Clay made this just for fun, and it wasn't actually planned to be in the game. Imagine being so bored at your job that you begin adding the pyro into Don't Starve instead of finishing the game. Doorway to Adventure. Fish up, Adventure Mode, Piggyback, Earmuffs and Thermal Stone, Lightning Rod and Healing Salve, Touchstone. This video has quite a number of incidental illustrations appearing for only a single frame. The developers felt very evil with this update, as there's a bunch of set pieces that will absolutely screw with your game if you trigger them. One of them instantly spawns winter because you opened an icebox. 2 bug fixes later and the game released on April 23rd of 2013. On release day, Maxwell becomes a playable character, as long as you find this hidden door which could spawn anywhere and beat the treacherous Adventure Mode, which you know is going to be difficult because they nerfed how much health butterflies give you and finally fixed the infinite torch bug. The existence of Maxwell's door serves to answer the question of, can I leave? And what's really going on here? It's funny, Maxwell's door is such an ominous structure that I remember randomly getting a text message from my friend asking me if it's safe to enter. Not in the will I lose my stuff way, but more of the will Don't Starve turn into a horror game if I enter this door. But then you go in and you learn, oh wait, it's just Don't Starve 2. Adventure mode itself isn't too difficult once you know what you're doing, although dying once is enough to send you back to the start, causing hours of progress loss. Kevin said he doesn't expect most people to beat it, and I can see why. It definitely will challenge the inexperienced, as you're forced to find all the things through the worlds where it's permanently winter with low twigs and grass. There's even some unique set pieces like Maxwell's version of Tooth Traps, or the Frog Rain event, which is supposed to be exclusive to Adventure mode. There's even bridges guarded by deadly monsters like tall birds, spiders and tentacles you have to cross. Although none of it is too difficult. Once you get past the oh, scary monster phase, you realize it's comically easy to hold the W and walk right past them. The only thing that could possibly kill you in Adventure mode is the killer bees. Unlike every other mob in the game, getting slightly close to these bees gets you hit. In single player, it is impossible to walk past them, which can be a problem if there's an entire bridge filled with hives. Other than that, as long as you're patient, you should be fine. Maxwell was even kind enough to give you a tent to skip the night for free healing. The ending to Don't Starve is something else though. It's definitely one of the more memorable game endings. Not because it's great story-wise. The writer didn't even know if the game would have an ending. The lore was made up on the spot. The reason it sticks in my mind is because the animators went all out on the presentation. Look at it! You free Maxwell from his throne and he gets the most brutal death scene. You'd think that by beating the game you'd finally learn the secrets of this pseudo-horror game you've been playing, yet only more mysteries are revealed. Maxwell explains that he's not actually in control, and whoever controls him is the one who controls everything. After a few hours of build-up and multiple failed attempts, this is the ending to Don't Starve. When you first open the game, you don't really know much, but at least you know Maxwell is clearly the one in charge. Now after beating the game, it's almost as if you know less about this world than when you started. You learn Maxwell isn't actually in charge and how he's essentially a puppet for the thing above him, who for all we know might be working for someone else as well. Thanks game, I'm glad I spent 8 hours getting to this point so I could leave with even less knowledge than what I came in with. I'll just go watch the credits instead. That place appreciates me for playing, and I get to see all the lovely people who worked on the game. They later expanded the story and made Maxwell more of a sympathetic villain in the next ARG, but to be honest, I like the original idea for the ending way more. The game was going to track random stuff you did, and beating it would reveal what ending you got.
That always resonated with me, where it's like, oh, okay, well, you can play as much as you want and how you want, but at the end, it's all tally up. You see what happened.
Imagine beating Don't Starve and getting the Wilson escaped ending, or maybe the Mayor of Pigtown, Abigail is back, or You Are Terrible at This Game ending. The developers promised 6 months of updates after launch, but they were going to be very different for a few reasons. The first is that Don't Starve is out of beta, so anything they add now is going to need a lot more testing than what can be done in 2 weeks. Second, and more importantly, no major environmental changes would happen. In the beta, you could be happily farming away before the developers introduced an entire season dedicated to countering you. But since it was a beta, they could always justify it with, well, the game wasn't finished, what did you expect? But now Don't Starve was finished, so it would be pretty stupid to drastically change the core gameplay in an update that happened after launch. The correct thing to add would be challenges the player seeks out themselves, which is exactly what they did when they added the underground. This update is insane. Look at the poster. There's such a massive upgrade in quality compared to anything before this. The trailers are also starting to have animated segments, and I love them. It opens with a reference to Wilson's quote, "It must lead to the kingdom of the Bunnymen," which must have been really popular because they went on and added this whole caves section with actual bunnymen and other creatures. The caves themselves are what you'd expect. You have your mush trees, light flowers for lanterns, and earthquakes, which now finally make rocks renewable, even if it is extremely slow. Clay seemed really focused on making you feel like you're in a cave, to the point where they traveled to a mining museum so they could record realistic ambience. Another thing they added was cave walls, but these were quickly scrapped. They looked really cool and added to the whole idea that you're in a cave. But I can see why they removed it. Not only does it sometimes fail to generate, but the cave walls tend to block your vision. The solution at the time was to put this circle around the player, which lets you see through the walls. But this just makes things look even weirder. On top of that, cave walls were causing performance issues, so they scrapped the idea. Another odd addition is the powder cake. Not because it's creepy, but because it's entirely a joke item. Eating a powder cake gives you 0 hunger, 0 sanity, and -3 health. But it's all balanced out by the fact that it lasts 18,750 days, which is the equivalent of playing Don't Starve for 2,500 hours straight. Somehow though, people found a use for this useless item, which must have been a great shock to the developers. Since a lot of mobs tend to eat anything, the powder cake can be used to bait them in farm designs, and because this thing will never spoil, you never have to replace it. Wilson 2, Maxwell 0. One unintended consequence of the caves is that they felt like a side product once they were added. There was the whole game on the surface, and then there was this other thing tacked on. It drove some players off the game, probably because seeing a pop-up tell you, "Hey, the caves aren't actually done yet," isn't the best thing to find in a supposedly finished game. Let's see if the next update can fix this problem. And it didn't solve anything. It took about a month for the next update to release, but it mostly just expanded upon the content in the caves. Clay must have realized this because their next update focused not on the caves, but on the characters. Up until now, everyone had one minor upside that barely changed how you play the game. Then came strange new powers, giving everyone more interesting upsides as well as downsides to make them less similar to Wilson. Strange new powers was supposedly Don't Starve's biggest update, because the forums were extremely active after its release. Likely because people just like talking about their favorite characters, at least more than boring cave monsters. After asking for opinions on balance changes, every character received some crazy ability like an infinite life or Abigail, insane stats for gears, or just looks like you enabled creative mode. Every character got changed, except Wilson. Wilson got nothing here. This marks an important point in Don't Starve's timeline, as from here on out, Wilson would get progressively worse than the other characters. Before this point, Wolfgang was the easy mode and every other character had a single perk that was more or less equal to Wilson's beard. But after strange new powers, Wilson would only get weaker and weaker as the game went on and added new characters like Woody. Some people didn't like the addition of Woody as they were hoping for some cooler data mined characters like Wartox or Weber. Come on, the Canadian company added every single Canadian stereotype into a single character, and then he turns into a beaver because you chopped too many trees. This is way better than whatever Wallace would offer. When you compare Woody to Wilson, suddenly growing a beard doesn't sound so good anymore. Even Wes got some new stuff, although the balloons only serve to make him more of a joke character, so they don't do much. One thing that was added and quickly removed in this update was the Gemology tab, where all the items related to gems resided. The Chilled Amulet was one of those new gem-based items, which is an odd addition as summer had yet to be added, meaning he didn't have a reason to cool down yet. It might have been used in the lava caves mentioned by Kevin, but they were never added, so I have to wonder what happened to the idea. The lava caves sound like they would appear in a deeper level below the normal caves, since you can see pools of the stuff in the loading screen. But if that's the case, then that would mean that the lava caves got replaced with the ruins. Unlike in modern Don't Starve, the ruins are the caves inside the caves. If you go 2 layers down, you find this ruined temple which in a super early build had walls, and it makes the place so fascinating. There's this maze with pigs guarding something, and it really feels like you're exploring an abandoned sanctuary. Apparently, more levels under this one, such as the lava caves, were planned, but they felt too empty and boring, so they stopped here. And that was definitely the right choice, as the ruins makes the addition of the caves worth it. It's no longer this weird part of Don't Starve, and now it feels like it is part of Don't Starve. There's nothing cooler than splunking so deep that you find what is essentially a dungeon. It even has its own version of nighttime, the Nightmare phase, which causes the whole ruin to go crazy and spawn 200 nightmare creatures from these lights. Nowadays, there's a few places in the ruins like the maze, which don't have any nightmare lights, making them a safe spot. But in single player, nowhere is safe other than the wilds outside the ruins. But even they become dangerous after the monkeys go crazy. However, one thing that makes the nightmare phase easier is how all the nightmare creatures die the second it ends. And not only do they die, but they drop their fuel too, which means you can walk around the ruins, get a bunch of terror beaks chasing you, before getting over 20 nightmare fuel for free. It's such an easy strategy to perform that you'll often find nightmare fuel just sitting on the ground without you doing anything. By the way, it took them until now to add the Clockwork Rook, which just baffles me. How the hell was he not in the base game? Then there's the Ancient Guardian, a super large minotaur that runs into you and is the strongest enemy in Don't Starve. Stronger than Deerclops, and just like anything powerful in this game, you can cheese it by placing something stupid like a campfire. This bug is still in the game, so if you want to abuse this 10-year-old glitch, then feel free to do so. By this stage, it's been 4 of the 6 months of promised updates, and according to this update post in August, Clay was once again going to focus on improving the game and adding better mod support, rather than adding any major new content like the suggested lava caves or heat waves. Such small changes included making Wilson really happy. After rebuilding some clockworks, we see a rare example of Wilson smiling, which then happens again in the next update. I can see why they never made him happy ever again. The story of the puzzle was also beginning to finish up, as they were almost out of trailers to hide secrets in, and they went above and beyond with it. Clicking on the Shadow Watcher, the secret image will give you a mod download for this epic battle sequence not present anywhere else in the game before a gramophone appears, giving you Morse code, which when decoded gives you a secret password that can be used on a site that is only accessible from another hidden image's source code, with multiple images of Roman numerals that you must first decode before leading you to a site where you can enter the secret password, which leads you to the ending of the ARG. They really listened to the people who wanted a cartoon, because here is 50 seconds of Maxwell's backstory, which, reminder, is an unlisted video that was only accessible to people who solved this puzzle. They put so much work into an animation most people will never see, and to this day it's still unlisted, so you can't watch it unless you have the link. Meanwhile, the modding community was booming. Last update's trailer showed off cool mod tools.
Welcome
Jedan je ovdje, a dvoje su ovdje.
Ja pucam pred zidove, samo malo da ih...
Welcome.
Opa, neki strele koristi.
I kako mene dokačila bomba ovdje?
Duckman.
Diže me odmah.
Pazi, sišao, pazi, sišao. Vidi mene, meni ubio. Ovo nije moguće, bro. Ovo nije moguće. Zid puca 5 puta i... A vidi gdje sam ja. Vidi tamo na stranu.
Kako je mene dokačio bombu ovdje da se ne bila nestala? Nije moguće.
Let's try this. Wow. No, 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 no. Damn. Oh, not much you can do for that. Not sure what she's walking there, but she's doing me quite a favor. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's use the smelter already to approach from a bit of an unusual angle. Actually, let's go right away. For all we know, this jump pops.
Yes.
No, it doesn't. Hi, girls. What's up?
Take care.
This is fine. This is fine. Don't make that. Barely. Barely. Oh, that's not too bad. Should counter-employ the food by walking? Yeah, maybe. Thank goodness. I'm not sure if this kick's worth it, but hey, I'll try. I need to go for someone. Yeah, we need to make this Nia thing that she's special and that I haven't seen her somehow.
Od mene ne očekajte mnogo da uđem unutra da pušam, brate, ako je boss tamo, zašto ja nemam
Actually, maybe balanced.
ni puške, ni pištolje za pušenje, za pušenje. Svi su mi na jedan meč.
Get rid of it, make her drop it, and maybe we can force it with your thing. I love America, Chad. I love America.
Što ne ubijete bossa i nađete neku poziciju gdje možete da...
Land of the free.
Da vidite
Ne,
celo dvorište.
sad smo ubili bossa. Svi trica trčimo, Nenad je poginuo, ja da ga spasim, Boki da ga spasi. A ovaj preko zid, brate, puca, a ja sam na 4 metara od zida sa shotgunom i sa 2 momenta ga ubijem. Preko legit bukvalno na pao.
This is a most unfortunate set of events, huh?
Gdje sam bio do samog GDP da kažem ajde da uzime toliko, 3-4 metara od zideva, nema logike.
Ajajaj. Faster. Oh, speed.
Ako otvorio Coca-Cola ili pivo.
Right, well, this wasn't all that great, honestly. We got a person to stage 2 and that's it, despite the damage.
Da, čuo sam.
Well, and some injuries. They're back to a gen already.
Pijem ili splash, ali limit mi je nesličan.
Even at its best, Michael is really not that threatening, I think. Oh my god. Look how greedy they are. I think I understand why. Guess the skill's completely fine.
Povećamo gamu life.
Wait, but isn't that Meg? Isn't Meg dead on hook? And the question is, even if she does die,
treba da stave da svi lovci imaju onu baterijsku lampu. Da ne moraš da je nosiš. Kao u starim igrama. U Half-Life-u pritisneš šef da uključiš baterijsku lampu.
Ja, te moram uvijek standardni paket opreme koji ti...
Da, default.
Da.
She has a flashy. Please pick up!
Samo to, ništa drugo. Noži i metki su ti opcijeni.
These were gems that were working on while that disaster was happening. So Barbecue's helping out. We see someone in the distance there. Let them have that. They'll immediately jump on that gen. So we have 3 gens we're losing slowly. Yeah, see, they jumped on that gen completely. Right away. That's not too bad. Let's assume Meg's in that one. Hi.
Right, first system over.
Okay.
Testicles, da.
Oh, so it's permanent. Probably a...
Bravo, kurvo.
I think it would be the same problem as made for this. I think that it's mostly a good thing that survivors have a predictable idea of what's happening at any given time. And you probably don't want to mess with that too much. Yeah, nice try. Oh, damn, that was a nice try. I thought she was about to DC. Damn. Oh, shit. Ay. Please. Thank you. Minus 10, please. Minus 10%. This skill hasn't bothered healing. Even though she's dead on hook. What possessed you to do this? I wonder.
Yes, we're getting over to give her.
I need to kill this girl, but I don't want to give her a free gen. Just because. So. Nah, I'm gonna lose this. There's no way. There's no way. I'm losing something here.
Okay. Alright, 4 balls and 9.
Shot? I know this is gonna be weird, but we need to drop her. Oh, please don't get the flashy. Photophobia might have helped there a bit. Claire's dead on hook as well, so I think it's better to chase her. She doesn't make that, I'm pretty sure. She'll fake it. Oh, into a dead heart. Well done. Honestly, I fell for that. I didn't make any sense. I didn't think she would have it again, but I guess I forgot that I kind of hooked her. Where's the other lady? Hello. There's still an amazing pallet ahead, so that's bad. She didn't go for it though. She went to this weaker one. Let's go. I'm a bit afraid, honestly. Wait, got stuck on something. I'm a bit afraid of the last gen somehow being done and then chasing people with hope or something. It really didn't benefit me at all to eat these dead hearts, but I also feel like it's kind of crazy that they even had a potential to make this comeback, despite the things that happened, you know? I grabbed and turned into nothing. Like, so many things going wrong and yet no real pressure. Lots of people in front of me that I can do nothing about. Nice try, though.
Сега не мога да прескочиш без да се биеш.
Да?
Сега мога да прескочиш без да се биеш. Имаш ли да се имаш?
Nije mi ništa, ovaj je pao. Ulje palio.
She was expecting that.
Are you funny?
It's so scary that this girl could come out full health out of this.
Ajde idem ja da ga ubijem, ajde.
What do you think Nia's doing?
Crven.
Break up. She beats us through. She's walking so she can get her exhaustion back, presumably. This is a pre-drop. She still has so much distance on me.
Dodge.
She's still in here. Oh my lord. Ah! Okay. Fine. Just understand that there's no predictability in this game anymore. But yeah, that's the problem, Chad, with you having a permanent coup. Survivors can't vault anywhere. Like, anywhere they vault, they could potentially just go down, right? If they don't know exactly what's going to happen. So, I think that's a problem. I don't think the game should have that. I don't think, you know, you should loop a TL and think, oh, well, maybe I go down, maybe I go down. If the killer has coup or not, you know? I think that's a problem. I don't know how she's so far already.
Nemaš. Pazi pozadi ima iza tebe jedan tamo odozgo. Pucate.
She did have that part. Alright, chat, that goes 99th on the ground, and that gate is 99. And depending on the perks they have, this is a bit scary. This goes dead, I think. She's not dead. Ah, yikes, then this is kind of bad.
Pazi, tamo imaš jedan. Healaj se, koristi. Healaj se, postani ide. Ne moraš da pušiš toliko.
Ma da.
Shit. Okay, never mind. Nia didn't do the one thing she had to do.
Ne, više se kim ne.
Now I can probably find...
Nemo toga da pušiš sam.
Oh, there she is.
Regeneration shot uzmi sljedeći put, Nenad.
Unbreakable would have been used by now.
Pazi.
Da ga miniraš koji kurac, jebote.
Šta ko je s čovom i ubiraš se za leđi?
Beži od tamo, beži.
Lutovo si ga, Boris.
Nisam, nego sam uskočio u compound i teo da pretrčim
Do not
preko
let her
njega.
dead fire, that's the only thing that could go wrong. And do not give her a flashy. Alright, hopefully that's fine. One person can get out. Let's go for Nia before she can fall into a patch or something. We have enough
Da, bre, kako? Ispaljuješ Martini Henrier 2 metka u pola sekunde, brate mili.
Ironside puca brzo, si znao to? Ironside, onaj što ima okvir sa strane.
Nije običan.
Običan ne bi trebao.
Puko me nije prošlo pola sekunde do drugi metak.
Možda lag?
Možda su bili dvojica.
Možda dva čovjek.
Dvojica su, evo slušaj. Jedan te pogodio, drugi dok reći.
Ma da. Ne, nemam čime da se zakijom.
Upravo je Kostić, ja mislim. Ironside, onaj što ima okvir sa strane, on puca brže nego Sparks 5 puta. Dok Sparks reloaduje, opalio si 3 metka iz Martini Henrya.
Mo nije me čupaj.
Necromancer nema niko nema, sigurno.
Ostani živ. Nemoj da preveruješ. Nemoj da eksperimentišeš.
To kažeš Gardinovačko. Pa znaš ono.
Znam da ja to ne mogu.
On to ne radi.
Utrebi se.
Yes. Take care.
Može da me dižete ako hoćete dok se ovi pucaju. Tako.
Da.
Start running to my left. That's pretty awesome. Dead. I'll play it. Yeah, they made a mistake. Like, if that Nia
Koliko će kill?
took, like, this is over, right? If that Nia right here just went into a straight line here, straight line, doesn't need to have hope, doesn't need to have anything, just straight line, and I down her here, like, what do? I pick her up, and then the other two girls rescue each other. I don't chase her, then she's here, she's safe, you know? Then she gets lost, I lose her eventually. They could have played that so much better. Let's see what they brought. Here's the crazy prediction. I don't think they brought anything that strong.
Ima jedan tamo na 120.
Okay, one styptic that I
Napolje.
don't remember them using.
Resilience.
This wasn't anything. This wasn't one of those games where it's like, oh, they had a BMP and they popped a gen in 3 seconds, or this crazy thing. No, this is pretty average stuff, right?
Ima dvojica, jedan na 150, jedan na 105.
This pathetic. Oof, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Gdje ste vi bili pre?
This is Myers, dude. You find someone right away, they are completely oblivious. You're without atoms, you're still in tier 1. You grab someone out of a gen, flashy save, because now the timing is a bit easier. It's almost guaranteed on them. So lots of risk on you for potentially no gain. Imagine if I did that and my tier 3 wasn't 99. Sorry, my tier 2 wasn't 99. I would have got a grab that would have turned into an injury. And now I would be blind and they would be running away from me and I would still be at tier 1. It's so bad, it's so mediocre. And the fact that the depths are not considering any rework or any add-on pass, and last time they said anything about Myers was a few months ago, and it was to say that he was fine. It is an abomination, man.
Jedan je gore na kolibu, a drugi je dole. Ovo ima sniper. Tako da.
Old Boy is one of the best revenge movies ever made. Spike Lee's 2013 Old Boy, however, is a monumentally cancerous embarrassment. Apparently there's plenty of people who think that this remake is actually not that bad, and it leaves me to wonder what they even got out of the original. Apparently to some people, the entire experience of watching a film is nothing more than a summary of basic plot points, because aside from that, everything about the original that made it special was either butchered or stripped away, which kind of defeats the point of remaking something. If every choice that made the original work was not important enough for you to include in the remake, then what about the original did you want to share to a new audience? What movie did you even watch?
Most times when there's a great film, certainly international films, and it's remade in America, people are terrified of what's going to happen. The fact that it's you...
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Yeah, the fact that
on my
it's you,
Twitter.
You might have a moment. You'll have a bit of a grace period. But are you going to stay true to the original text?
It's a reinterpretation.
Because the ending, we can't, but it's so... Can you do... Right?
It's a reinterpretation.
Old Boy 2013 started with a script from Mark Protosevich, a script that was passed around for years to many different potential actors and directors. I shit you not, there was even a point where it seemed like it would be directed by Steven Spielberg and starring Will Smith. Now that would be a good movie. Now, it's unclear whether or not this writer created this as some sort of passion project, as a fan of the original film, but the end product just makes it seem like it was a total cash grab. Like, hey, we got the rights to this previously successful intellectual property. Perhaps people will watch this for the title alone. Eventually, the project made its way to Spike Lee, and it's incredibly unclear whether or not he was even passionate about the original movie at all. Now, when I decided to make this
Fullmetal Jacket je dobar, ali ne radi on puno štete, znaš. A ti ga sve do ne vidiš ko zide ga povodiš u glavu. Znaš. Onda bolje da ga pukneš nasumično kroz zid da ga razvališ.
Uzmeš veliki kalibar, najveliki boli te kurac.
Kažem ti
pravo. Lik mi napisao smooth account.
Pa da je štrumf. Da je štrumf. Pa naravno da je štrumf jeben. Da je neko ko igrao Hunt već 1000 sati i da je resetovao account. Neko ko ima 50 sati u igri ili 10 sati u igri ne igra kao on.
Nema šanse.
Pa pogubljeni vremena prosto. Uvaćen si Šović. Provalili su ti ljudi. Samo što ne postoji nikakva kazna za tebe. Shame, shame, shame.
Easy, too easy.
Ja do sada nikad nisam igrao sa onaj pištolj što je kao uppercut samo jedan metak što koristim. A sad sam uvidio jedno špucaš i partake i više gotovo.
Shallowpay.
Sparks.
Da,
welcome to my channel.
Ne znam kako se zove, onaj pištolj jedan metak što ima sprint, se puni, da, boja. Jedan metak, pogodiš ga gotovo mrtav. A ja preto se nerviram, vidi, pogodim ga jedan, dva put, tri put, ne umire. Pa ne umire, brate, ti ga pođeš sada.
Gađaš ga sa slabi meci.
Da, a ovdje samo jedan metak i bam i čao. Ali zajebano je ako si unutra ili bliski fight, toliko jedan opališ i besiš to repetiraš, on može da ti ubije. To ti je samo za naveđenje ako igraš.
Boom.
Yes.
So
Take care.
my shit away.
Yes. Take care.
Yeah. Jesam, što?
Ništa novo.
A hoćeš činio?
Ja i Ćale, opraću ja. Noćemo ja i Ćale. Malo. Sladoled. Ovo za povučenje. Malo.
Very dockside.
Ti spavaš, Nenade, ti spavaš. Oči ti se sklapaju, Nenade, ti spavaš. A, zaspo nisi?
Review, I kind of fucking hated Spike Lee, partly because of some shitty things that he's done, but mostly because the movies I saw from him were absolute garbage. So I challenged my perspective and decided to watch some of his supposedly great films. And at this point, I don't really hate him. He's clearly got some talent, even if he's made more bad movies than good movies. And I'm glad I bothered to look past the surface here, because what became incredibly apparent was that Oldboy 2013 was a movie that he was either not proud of or not interested in making. Perhaps this film was made with the Taika Waititi approach of one for them, one for me. They're paying me money to make this movie, so I guess why not? Fuck it. Who knows, maybe I'm wrong and Spike Lee just genuinely loved this script. But when you compare the interviews he gives for something like Black Klansman, which is undeniably a passion project of his, he just seems so eager and excited to talk about it. He's got a lot to say and he clearly wants to share it with the world. But then you look at the interviews he gave for Oldboy 2013, and it feels as though he's not even awake. The way he talks about this movie feels as though he's being forced to talk about it.
I'm getting ready to do a new film. It's called I'm not going to say a remake, I'm going to say it's a reinterpretation of this classic Korean film called Oldboy.
Which is one of the finest films ever made.
Yes. It's true. Starring Josh Brolin, Sharples Copley from District 9, Elizabeth Olsen, and Samuel Jackson.
Of all the films I've done, you know, for me it's about telling a good story.
Yes,
and there's many different stories you can
tell.
Oldboy is gonna be another one.
Fuller Smoke a lot.
Yes, Spike.
Welcome
I can
to
really
my
tell
channel.
How passionate you are
Happy
about this
affiliate
project.
anniversary.
Oh well. Now I want to make it absolutely clear that
I didn't know. Oh, well, thank you. I don't know how you figured that out. You know? But
I don't know how you know. But Ty.
I guess that's fine. Thanks. Yeah, I'm soon about to like finish because it's like close to midnight here, but thanks. Let me see. Oh. Well, I decided not to pursue giveaway for the Diablo 4. If I got the key, I have to play the fucking game, which I don't want because I saw it sucks.
I don't believe every remake should be a carbon copy of the original. There are many remakes out there that wound up improving the film from their own choices. But it really bugs me when the changes being made are so consistently for the worse. It always seems like a complete misunderstanding of the original's purpose. It's one thing to make changes to a film, but it's another to completely miss the point of what you're changing. So let's just go through the film so I can thoroughly explain why each choice made for this movie just plain didn't work.
You reinterpreted Oldboy. It obviously comes along a lot of fans of the original one.
So
So what would you want to tell them off the bat, you know, maybe one sentence to kind of put their minds at ease about this version?
Come with an open mind.
Alright, so in case you hadn't guessed, I'm going to be spoiling the shit out of both of these movies, so if you haven't seen the original 2003 South Korean Old Boy, then check that out right now. I would suggest watching it with subtitles instead of the dub. Right away from the very beginning of the film, the differences between the two are staggering. The original film opens up right into the action. It's exciting, the music is exhilarating and intense. Who the hell is this guy and why is he dangling this other guy with a dog over the edge of a fucking building? To put it quite simply, it grabs your fucking attention.
Mrtav. Mrtav ko žive.
Holy fuck, that was a great transition. I'm excited to learn about everything. Within an instant, the film is shifted into a comedy showcasing a fat, clumsy, drunk fool. What circumstances transforms this into this? Pretty intriguing, if I do say so myself. Over the next few minutes, we're given so much useful information about the characters in the film, and it's presented in a way where it doesn't feel like a huge exposition dump. We learn that he has a daughter and that it's her birthday, and from that we can infer that this isn't just some one-time oops I got so drunk incident that landed him at the police station. The fact that he's in this situation on his daughter's birthday implies that he's an alcoholic. The fact that he got her a present shows that he obviously loves her, but the situation in of itself shows that he's kind of an irresponsible asshole.
Tamo je bio zadnji puca.
Uzmi kolefan.
Hey, what do you know? Even his name holds significance towards the sequence of events in the film. It's also interesting to note that this film starts with the main character in captivity. Not only is it clever foreshadowing towards the captivity that he ultimately winds up in, but seeing how he reacts to this taste of what's to come really emphasizes his struggle later in the film. I also love how his sharing of personal information makes so much sense because he's shit-faced. There's plenty of people that wind up oversharing when they're drunk, so it makes tons of sense. We're introduced to this character who picks him up from the police station, and we can obviously infer that he's such a great friend in his life that he would do that. The first thing he does once he's released is phone his daughter, telling her that he has a present for her and insisting that she waits just a bit longer for him to get home. His friend even insists on talking to his daughter on the phone to wish her a happy birthday. The film doesn't even show all that much, but it's incredibly clear how close their relationship is. As his friend is on the phone, our main character disappears into thin air, and this sets up the sequence of events for the whole film. So after 5 minutes of exhilarating, entertaining, and purposeful filmmaking, we've made it to the opening credits, where it's clear from these stylized choices here that time plays a very important role in the film. Now I'd say that was a pretty fucking great intro to a film, don't you think? Let's see what Old Boy 2013 has in store for us. So the movie starts out and it's straight into the opening title sequence. It's stale and uninspired visually, and the ominous music we're treated to is indistinguishable from any other Hollywood schlock movie. I can understand if you wanted to change the personality of the film, but right away it's clear that this film has no personality. Why make art when you can just check items off a list of what is required to make it technically a movie? As soon as the opening titles end, we meet our main character, Joe Doucette. Joe, the most uninspired name of all time. We learn that he's an advertising executive and also that he's an alcoholic, but instead of showing it in any kind of fun or interesting way, it kind of just slaps us over the head with it. Oh no, he's getting drunk on his lunch break. Just look at that bottle of alcohol. Oh no, he's such an alcoholic. Oh no, look how drunk he's acting towards his secretary. He's such an asshole. Now, the original movie wasn't exactly subtle in how they showed him being drunk. The subtlety is found in how that information relates to the actual story. From an audience member's perspective, this scene could very well be for the sake of entertainment only, and although we do get essential information in this scene, it in no way feels like an exposition dump. In Old Boy 2013, the scene serves literally no other purpose than to dump that information. Okay, item 1 on the checklist, we gotta show that he's an alcoholic. Let's show him pouring liquor into his soda cup. It has changed from something you can learn about the character into something that the film is insisting about the character. We then learn that it is October 8th, 1993, 3:12 p.m. And within less than a minute, we get this conversation.
What can I do for you, Donna?
Do you know what day this is?
Yes, I do. It's the 8th of October, the year of our Lord, 1993, which means that I'm late with my child support.
Welcome to my channel.
That is not why I'm calling you, and you know it.
You know, usually when you break immersion and put a title on the screen, the whole point is to deliver information to the audience that they otherwise wouldn't have gotten. Why would you put that there if you're just gonna say it anyway? I mean, him saying it out loud wasn't exactly subtle in the first place, and unlike the original film, you can't really just chalk this one up to him oversharing a bunch of personal information because he's drunk. Who exactly benefits from this title if you're just going to say it out loud less than a minute later? Why?
I asked you to come to Mia's party 3 weeks ago, and you never called me back.
Well, I can't make it, Donna.
Why not?
Because I have a big client dinner, Donna.
Well, that's way more important than your daughter's birthday.
Okay, listen to me. She is 3 years old, okay? 3 years old. Okay, you think she cares whether I'm there or not?
Okay, so I guess in this reinterpretation, he just doesn't even give a shit about his daughter at all. Not sure exactly how that benefits the experience of the film, but okay. Man, look at how fat and out of shape I am. Check out these man titties. So if you haven't guessed what they're doing here, they're really obviously trying to ham up the whole physical transformation thing. You know, because in the original Oldboy, the character's a fat, clumsy oaf, and then he trains a bunch, and all of a sudden he can kick some serious ass. The transformation this actor and character went through is actually quite impressive. So obviously they're going to try to do the same thing here and really oversell it.
Josh Brolin telling Terry Oldboy was his toughest role ever, not just getting into that headspace, but because of his extreme physical transformation.
Just the weight you lost, the weight you put on, that must have been so demanding on your body.
I was actually just dumb because we gained 28 pounds in 10 days because of salt intake, which was not good. I mean, really not good. Right? It hurt. And then we had to lose 22 pounds in 2.5 days.
So it literally hurt to be that bloated?
Literally hurt. We were doing water weights, so we were figuring out ways just to hold the water as much as possible. So I was just like one big roly-poly bloat.
Once again, this is no longer something you can learn through experiencing the film. It is instead something that the film is insisting that you pay attention to. Embarrassingly enough, despite how insistent this film is about it, you can barely fucking notice. He looks the same.
44-year-old guy trying to be 25, you know? It's stupid.
This is the equivalency of one of those shitty diet infomercials where the person is clearly extending their stomach in the before shot. Wow, look at how much weight I lost. Can't you tell? Aren't you impressed? Please clap. So now he's at that big client dinner, and it turns out rather successfully. I should mention that the runtime of the film is now past what we've gone through for the original, meaning this remake managed to take longer to show us less information in a less entertaining way. Oh hey, look, there's a creepy Asian lady staring at me from over there. I wonder what that could be about. Oh hey, have you forgotten about how much of an asshole our main character is? Let's tell you some more.
What do you say? You and I, we get together this weekend, ditch the old man. Scotch, a ball of coke.
Ne igra puno ljudi, Han Jordan,
totally hitting on the partner of the person that he just did business with. What a dick.
You're a dick.
You want to disrespect me? No. That's all right. It's all right. I'm a big boy.
He's a big boy.
I'm a big boy. Big boy. I can take it. But you disrespect the woman I love, son. Well, that's just plain stupid.
It's just a misunderstanding.
Daniel Newcomb used double slap. Woo, lordy, look at how drunk I am now. I'm drunk! So now he wanders into Chinatown and he finds some random lady selling some shit. Hey, look, it's a reference to the original movie to remind us how shitty this one is. So he spends $5 on a random piece of shit for his daughter's birthday, which probably only happened because his ex-wife yelled at him. Then we meet this film's version of his friend. And the way this film presents it, it's as though he's just some random bar owner who only knows the main character because of how much of an alcoholic he is.
Come on! We don't want to drink! Come on, what? No! Fuck coffee!
No, you promise.
No, you promise.
You promise.
Promise.
Come on.
Tell the duck.
I don't want to tell the duck,
Come on.
okay? Come back
No,
tomorrow.
no, 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 fuck no! Ah!
Uh-oh, it's the spooky Asian lady from before, oh no. Not sure how it benefits the viewer's experience to just show who's under the umbrella like that. Thanks. So now I guess his friend changes his mind or just wants to go check up on him, and uh-oh. The film's music is very heavily insisting that this is serious, but this is just too goddamn ridiculous. And yep, we're over 10 minutes through the film now, meaning that this is essentially double the amount of time that the original took to get to this point, and we got so much less from the experience. Great reinterpretation, guys. Alright, let's get back to the original movie. As soon as the opening credits end, we are treated to yet another incredibly powerful scene.
아저씨, 잠깐 일로 와봐. 자, 얘기 좀 해, 나랑. 어? 아저씨, 나 여기서 내보내달라고 안 할 테니까, 어? 나 여기 왜 뭐 때문에 들어왔는지 그것만 얘기 좀 해줘요, 예? 아니, 사람이 알고야 같이 있어야지.
I really love the choice to open up this sequence with this shot. Not only do we see a powerhouse of emotions from our main actor, but the information we're given as audience members is so limited, which helps us empathize with the panic and fear of the main character. It's clear that he doesn't know why he was kidnapped and imprisoned in this room, he doesn't know where he is, and we don't even know what the room looks like. All we see is a raw display of ranging emotion, desperation, fear, anger.
아저씨, 잠깐만 일로 와봐. 아저씨, 잠깐만요. 여기 뭐 하는 데야? 어? 아저씨, 나 언제까지 있어야 되는데? 나 그것만 좀 가르쳐줘. 어? 아저씨, 야, 씨발. 개새끼, 일로 와. 씨발.
It's just such an intelligent way to open up a scene, and it really shows the thought and care put into how information is revealed in this film. Just how long and how desperately was this character waiting for this door to open? The 2 months that he's already been imprisoned is clearly driving him to act desperately.
개새끼야, 너 씨발놈아 얼굴 봤어 너 나가면 죽어 이 개새끼. 이리 와. 씨발, 미안해 욕 안 할게. 나 그만 가르쳐줘. 한 달 아니면 2달이야.
On top of that, it just feels so incredibly real. The way that Choi Min-sik is trying to force his body through the opening, the way that this faceless actor is kicking him back inside. This is one of those movies where it's clear that everyone on set is giving it their all. We then see the interior of the room where he is now wailing on the door, and then we get some voiceover narration to accompany the scene.
15년이라고 말해줬다면 조금이라도 견디기가 쉬워졌을까? 아니었을까?
There's plenty of movies out there where voiceover narration feels cheesy or unnecessary, but it really helps the film here, especially considering the main character has essentially lost his mind at this point. Either way, getting our information this way is a hell of a lot less cheesy than if he were just talking to himself out loud. Plus, the narration serves more towards developing the character than it does just explaining things to the audience.
당신이 텔레비전과 친해지길 원하고 텔레비전은 시계이자 달력이고 학교고 집이고 교회며 친구이자 애인이다.
When we learn that his wife has been murdered, there is no voiceover narration because it's something that we can already figure out from what we're seeing. Our main character is driven to the point of insanity. He starts hallucinating ants crawling all over his body. The emotional toll that this experience is inflicting upon this character is just so perfectly communicated. He even tries killing himself, but they won't even let him have that. After 3 years, we see from his performance how difficult it is for him to stomach eating the same food he's been given every day. Eventually, he starts writing a prison journal and tries to figure out exactly which person he's wronged in his life would do this to him. One day he realizes he gets an extra chopstick with his meal. By this point, our character is so focused on revenge that he dedicates his time to physical training. At 6 years in, he starts to tattoo one line in his hand for every year he's been imprisoned. As the years pass, we can see the scars grow on his knuckles from punching the wall. As he makes progress with his escape plan, we see television clips showcasing major events that have taken place while he's in captivity, which is a clever way of showing passage of time considering he is experiencing all of these events through his television set alone. After 15 years, he gets his first taste of the outside world and he predicts that he'll be out within a month's time. But this time, when he is knocked out from the sleeping gas, a woman comes in the room to hypnotize him.
당신은 고개를 돌려서 아래를 내려다봅니다. 푸른 잔디가 끝없이 펼쳐진 들판입니다. 찬란한 햇빛이 비추고 산들바람이 붑니다.
What a great scene transition. Anyway, now it appears as though he's out of that room, so let's see what Oldboy 2013 did with this whole scene. Rather than showing us a powerful scene 2 months into the main character's captivity, we are instead shown Joe Doucette waking up in the room for the first time. At first he thinks this is just a regular motel room that he probably had a one-night stand in. He peeks behind the curtain of the running shower, but oh, spooky, no one's there. He then starts talking out loud to himself, saying things like, "Where the fuck is the phone?" Eventually he realizes that this is no regular motel room and that he cannot escape. And now they decide to recreate the shot that the original film started the scene with.
Hey, hey, tell me what I mean. No, listen. Tell me what I mean. No.
Yep, that's it. No desperation, no range of emotions. He barely even fucking tries.
What Josh does is a tour de force. He has to play someone who's locked away for a long time.
There's an intensity that he's bringing to this part that is just wonderful.
That's the thing, is what kind of research do you do? Because you see him in every aspect of every type of behavior. Angry, rage, sad, lonely, alone.
Tell me what I mean. No, listen. Tell me what I mean. No.
That's what Spike does. He creates an ambience where anything goes.
He sits down to eat his food and immediately spits it out because apparently it's just really disgusting. It's like they missed the point of the main character growing to hate the food because it's the same thing every day. It doesn't even seem like any time has passed at all, and already Joe Doucette just hates it. I guess he just doesn't like Chinese food. Shortly after, we see that he's actually given quite the variety of foods.
Anything but dumplings. Please. Please, can I have something else to eat? Jesus H. Christ, God love you, give me something other than this crap.
Why are you saying this when they're giving you many things other than dumplings? You got frosted flakes, you got cup of noodles, you got a burrito. Even the dumplings come with a healthy portion of rice. If you're not going to include the fact that the main character was given nothing but dumplings to eat, then what's the point of showing him being sick of dumplings at all? It's like they completely missed the whole point. Like, great, he's a picky eater, I guess. How exactly does that add anything to the movie? We then get a recreation of the masturbation scene from the original. In the 2003 film, several years have passed and the main character's only companion is the television. He is so desperate for human affection that he resorts to masturbating to women on television who aren't even really doing anything all that sexual. This is a scene to emphasize the desperation of the character, and once again, this remake completely misses the fucking point. Not only is what Joe Doucette masturbates to essentially just almost porn in the first place, but there's zero semblance of any kind of desperation in him doing this.
Here we go. In. Squeeze. And release. Let's go. Keep going. Squeeze. And up. Ah.
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 Rather than seeing the toll that isolation has played on the character, instead all we can see is that he's a creepy pervert. The main character of the original was clearly not fucking proud of himself for...
Goodbye for now.
Pazite, imamo prigušivač. Greenfield, kurac, palac sa vatrenom municijom. Onaj seljak.
Pinguj mi negdje. A znao sam da je tu negdje govno. A gdje mi je sad?